Chapter 1. So what if they're my own children? I'll sever all ties. In a somewhat dirty and messy room, Yang Chang woke up groggily and looked at the white-stockinged girl not far in front of him. He was momentarily dazed. The girl's face, free of makeup, was flushed, with faint tear tracks around her eyes, and her bedding was adorned with a touch of plum red. He gradually calmed down, his mind filled with a jumble of chaotic memories, which made him feel dizzy and disoriented. I can't believe it's true. The goddess Lin Qingxue, an S-class awakened superpower, has actually become a female slave. This is just the first step. So what if you have S-class superpowers? You still have to submit to me. One day ago. Smack. Two A4-size documents were slammed onto the floor of the hall. Yang Qing stood there silently, staring at the large words DNA paternity test report on the documents, without saying a word. Yang Qing, how could you, this wild child who came from who knows where, possibly be my biological child? Yang Zhanghua, I shouldn't have let you bring him back 3 years ago. Our Yang family has been raising an outsider for 3 years, and the talent he awakened is only an E-level ability, mental detection. Sitting on the sofa, the wealthy woman Zhang Xiao had a cold expression in her tone revealed impatient disdain, as if the boy in front of her was just an outsider's bastard. Yang Zhanghua stood up and looked at the 2 paternity test reports on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. 3 years ago, it was he who brought Yang Qing from the orphanage back to the Yang family and raised him for 3 years, all for the sake of the awakening ceremony that just ended yesterday. The results are in. As a prominent family in Jiangning, the Yang family naturally wouldn't support idlers and useless people. However, he naturally wouldn't say these things outright. Instead, he let Zhang Xiao play the villain. As the head of the Yang family, he usually wouldn't easily express his opinion. Seeing Yang Qing remain silent, Zhang Xiao decided to be blunt, pointing to a handsome young man beside him, dressed head to toe in designer brands, exuding a powerful aura, and with an innocent-looking face, and said, Yang Tiankai is my bloodline, whom I raised since childhood. Now that the DNA test report is out, there's no need to say more about whether it's true or not. Now it seems that the paternity test report from 3 years ago was fake. Yang Zhanghua, what a mess you've made. Upon hearing her mother Zhang Zhao's words, Yang Qing clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, drawing out a few drops of blood. Yang Tian, the boy sitting next to Yang Zhanghua, said somewhat aggrievely. Mom, please don't say that about brother Yang Qing. He's been living alone in the orphanage all these years, not having enough to eat or wear. It hasn't been easy for him either. Although he often dislikes me, targets me at every turn, steals my chi and blood potions, and makes me live in the storage room, these are all my fates. After all, the paternity test last time confirmed that he is indeed a direct descendant of the Yang family. Is it really just for acting, a tactic of feigning weakness to gain the upper hand, playing dumb to outsmart others? Yang Qing looked at Yang Tian in front of him, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed anger, but he quickly calmed down and reluctantly accepted the reality before him. Looking at the frustrated Yang Qing, Yang Tian smiled faintly. As he spoke, he revealed his newly awakened A-level ability, 8 Desolate Flame Thunder. In this world filled with ferocious beasts and alien races, superpowers are the only means by which humanity has survived to this day, and what does awakening an A-level talent mean? It goes without saying. They are the hope of all humanity on Earth, the future protectors of Earth, and the core of ensuring the continued prosperity of the family. For a large family like the Yang family in Jiangning, it doesn't really matter who is real and who is fake between Yang Qing and Yang Tian, it's all about interests. This is why they don't care that Yang Qing is indeed Yang Zhanghua and Zhang Zhao's biological son. Tianer, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. You're too kind. A piece of trash like Yang Qing shouldn't even exist in your world. The results of the appraisal are now beyond question. Yang Qing, our Yang family does not support useless people. From now on, get out of the Yang family. With your Miri level ability, you might get lucky and get into a lousy high school, but of course we won't cover your tuition. The noblewoman Zhang Xiao looked at Yang Qing with cold disgust and spoke impatiently. Yang Qing didn't speak, but instead looked at his father, Yang Zhanghua, who was standing beside him, and said in a slightly hoarse voice. Why bother with this charade? When you brought me back 3 years ago, it was just to give the Yang family another chance. I don't need you to say more. It's a big family, after all. Profits come first. For the past 3 years, I've been eating worse than a pig and living worse than a dog. I hereby declare that I am severing all ties with your Yang family, and there will be no further relations between us from now on. This is the termination agreement I prepared. Take a look. If there are no problems, please sign it first. Upon hearing Yang Qing's words, Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao, who were standing to the side, were also taken aback. Neither of them expected that Yang Qing would turn the tables on them. Originally, it was they who should have produced the severance agreement, but now this kid had produced it first. Humph, I didn't expect that. Yang Qing, you had the idea of leaving the Yang family all along? That's good. We were still hesitating before, but now we don't need to waste any more time. Yang Zhenghua immediately said angrily, as if Yang Qing's behavior had made him, the dignified head of the family, lose a lot of face. He and Zhang Xiao then signed their names without hesitation. Yang Qing, this is your own suggestion. Even if you starve to death outside, you can't use the Yang family's name. Don't worry, I personally proposed this agreement. From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. After seeing the two sign their names, Yang Qing took a copy of the agreement and turned to leave. Wait, you don't want that trash anymore? Go and deal with it yourself. Zhang Xiao watched as Yang Qing turned and left without hesitation. Her heart skipped a beat, but she immediately said fiercely. Yang Qing naturally did not reply. His figure had already left, leaving only the door that was not completely closed and the sound of the wind and rain outside. At this moment, thunder rumbled incessantly in the sky, and heavy rain poured down, but Yang Qing didn't care at all, feeling extremely happy and relaxed. Finally, we're out of there. Naively, he thought he had found his biological parents and could properly fulfill his filial duties, but he underestimated the adult world. From beginning to end, he was just a pawn being used. Whether he was truly their biological son or not was of no concern to anyone. For the past 3 years, I've slept later than a dog and woken up earlier than a rooster, always on my guard, afraid that this hard-won family life would be shattered again. Therefore, when Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao were away, Yang Qing endured Yang Tian's bullying of him with his servants and a group of underlings. But all of this came to an instant realization when Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao's utterly disgusted looks during the awakening ceremony the day before yesterday, when he awakened his E-level superpower. In a world where everything is decided by fists, kinship, love, and friendship are all worthless, the only person you can truly rely on is yourself. Ding! Congratulations on your official awakening. The corruption system is activating. At this moment, Yang Qing was still pondering what to do next. Rain kept washing over his face. After hearing the prompt in his mind, he wiped his face. He said calmly, "Damn, 18 years? You're really here pretty early." Chapter 2, The Seed of Corruption, starting with the Genius School Beauty. The heavy rain continued to fall as Yang Chang arrived at the Jiangning City Temporary Relief Station. He sat on the cold chair, holding a steaming cup of water. Looking at the information about the corruption system displayed before him. Seed of corruption can be used on any living being. Once the seed of corruption is planted, it can change the cognition of the being from the depths of their soul. They will be 100% loyal to the user, but will not change their original personality, behavior, talents, strengths, etc. Note, 100% loyal servants can be decomposed into energy sources called corruption points. Servants of equal power can be corrupted instantly, while those of higher power require either a strategy to win them over or the planting of a seed of corruption in their unconscious state. Fall points can not only improve oneself, but also strengthen one's exclusive servants. Wow, is this the power of the system? Why does it look a bit like Ga La Gumu? And a bit like a protagonist from an hentai anime? It seems that the 18-year wait was not in vain. The readers of tomato novels did not lie to me. As expected, all transmigrators have a system. However, this system came a little late. Yang Qing looked at the introduction to the Fallen system and felt both amazed and excited. System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding! Opening the gift pack for the host now. Gain exclusive and unique skill, Guardian of Guardians. Guardian of Guardians, all attacks from enemies within one major realm can be either reflected or stored. Reflected damage is 10% of the damage from a single attack, while stored damage is absorbed directly and can be accumulated and used at any time. Note, the more exclusive servants the host has, the stronger the host becomes. For each additional exclusive servant, the damage of Guardian of Guardians increases by 10%. This is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Yang Qing was originally worried that he had no offensive skills, and the superpower he awakened was just a support superpower with no offensive capabilities whatsoever. At most, he could be used as cannon fodder to scout out information about ferocious beasts or alien races for others. Now that I have this skill, as long as I don't do anything reckless, I can completely protect myself. It's incredibly awesome. Yang Qing then glanced at the panel briefly. Name, Yang Chung. Depravity point, 0. Special ability, Seed of Corruption unique, Mental Detection E. Exclusive servant, none. Realm level, first level Awakening Realm. Skill, Guardian's Guardian unique. The most crucial first step now is to hurry up and find our first exclusive servant, and test how effective it is. The night passed quickly. Although he hadn't rested all night, Yang Qing was unusually excited and not sleepy at all. Based on previous experience, the day after the awakening ceremony, everyone will return to school for a brief summary and separate training in humanities and martial arts to prepare for the martial arts exam soon. This period of time was one of the few opportunities Yang Qing could take advantage of, so he arrived at Jiangning No. 1 High School early. Yang Qing silently followed the crowd into the classroom. He was already an invisible person among the dozens of students in Class 5, and after awakening his E-level ability, no one paid any attention to him. The awakening of superpowers is often directly related to one's own blood and chi foundation. The stronger one's blood and chi, the greater the probability of awakening powerful superpowers. However, the power of chi and blood is not so easy to improve. Yang Qing, who grew up in an orphanage, was already considered to have achieved a good result by awakening an E-level ability. As time went by, Yang Tian also arrived in Class 5. As soon as he entered the classroom, many classmates greeted him. Yang Tian, the class monitor of Class 5, not only consistently ranked first in the school in academic subjects, but also possessed an exceptionally high level of awakened supernatural talent. Coupled with his handsome face, he was naturally very popular with the other students in the class. Brother Tian, you're here. You're really amazing. You actually awakened an A-level ability. Our Class 5 has finally made us proud this year. Yes, among all the known superpowers in China, S-class superpowers are the highest level. And A-level abilities are second only to S-level abilities. Yang Tian is so handsome. Yang Tian also behaved very politely and gave a brief response. He then looked at Yang Qing, who was staring blankly in the corner, and smiled slightly. You still want to fight me? With your mere E-level ability, killing you is as easy as killing an ant. The entire Yang family will eventually belong to me. Yang Qing didn't care about Yang Tian, who was surrounded by admirers. He pretended to be in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, a young girl entered from outside, attracting the attention of many students. Her oval face was incredibly rosy, her eyes were like the silhouette of autumn water, and her cherry red lips added a touch of allure. Her long, jet-black hair flowed down her back, and she wore a white short-sleeved shirt, which made her large breasts appear even fuller. Her lower body was covered by a black short skirt that hugged her shapely and long thighs, making it even harder for the surrounding classmates to look away. Qingxue, you've finally arrived. This is a chi and blood elixir I bought for you, which can accelerate the progress of your ability enhancement. Upon seeing Lin Qingxue, Yang Tian slid in and swiftly arrived at her seat, took out a set of chi and blood potions, and said with a smile. Yang Tian, don't call me Qingxue, we're not that close. I appreciate your kindness, but please take the medicine back. After saying that, he sat there quietly, seemingly indifferent to the stares and comments around him. Lin Qingxue is not only beautiful, but she has also awakened an S-level light-type superpower. She was even privately known as the top of the 3 school beauties at Jiangning No. 1 High School. Wow, Yang Tian is really infatuated with Qingxue. I think they are a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Who can argue with that? One of them has an S-level ability, and the other has an A-level ability. If nothing unexpected happens, they will both be admitted to the 4 top universities. The prey has finally arrived. At this moment, Yang Qing smiled slightly as he looked at Yang Tian's sycophantic expression. Before long, the goddess he has been pursuing will become someone else's servant. I wonder how he will feel. Someone started it, and the rest of the students followed suit, as if they didn't mind watching the drama unfold. Ahem, what are you doing? The homeroom teacher, Qin Lan, appeared at the door at some point and spoke in a cold voice. Today's main tasks are class assignments and registration for the martial arts exam. First of all, let's congratulate Lin Qingxue on awakening her S-level superpower during yesterday's awakening ceremony. Those who haven't awakened any special abilities or even E or F level abilities shouldn't be discouraged, there's more than one path in life. As the homeroom teacher, Qin Lan naturally gave a brief summary, while Yang Qing, sitting in the last row, had no interest in listening to her nonsense. His eyes were fixed on Lin Qingxue, the school beauty in the front row. This school beauty goddess, whom he never dared to dream of, could one day truly become his exclusive servant. Yang Qing's mind was constantly calculating the next steps. Chapter 3: The Goddess I Couldn't Have? She was just a female slave. About 5 minutes later, the homeroom teacher, Xin Lan, finished giving her instructions. Students, the registration for the martial arts exam closes at midnight tonight. Don't miss it. I hope you students will avoid being impatient and arrogant, because your lives have just begun. I wish everyone a satisfactory result in the martial arts exam in a week. She then left the classroom, and the boys and girls who had been feeling stifled for so long instantly erupted in excitement. Some students were happy while others were worried. Those who had awakened their special abilities were looking forward to the future in the martial arts exam, while the ordinary students who had not developed special abilities quietly packed their things and left the classroom. Yang Qing was originally an invisible person. He silently packed his things into his school bag, his eyes fixed on that proud and aloof figure. Xingxue, I've booked a restaurant to celebrate your awakening of an S-class ability. Let's go together. I've already arranged a car to pick you up. Yang Tian, don't follow me. Don't think that just because we've awakened a-level abilities, we're from the same world. We'll see when you're able to beat me. Lin Xingxue looked at Yang Tian with a cold and arrogant expression and spoke indifferently. Xingxue, so you're saying you're willing to give me a chance? After saying that, Yang Tian excitedly picked up his school bag and left the classroom. He was now preoccupied with how to quickly improve himself and defeat Lin Xingxue in the martial arts exam. Seeing this, Lin Xingxue simply smiled faintly. It's like a toad trying to eat swan meat, it doesn't even know its own worth. You can forget about defeating me in this lifetime. He quickly packed his things and left the classroom without looking back. Yang Cheng watched Lin Xingxue gradually disappear into the distance and hurriedly chased after her. Although Lin Xingxue awakened an S-level ability, it was only because she had just awakened it. Like Yang Qing, her current level was only the first star awakening realm. If it had been another day later, it would have been much more difficult for Yang Qing to win over this proud goddess. Therefore, he must make the most of this last bit of time today. It was early morning, only a little past 9 o'clock, and there weren't many pedestrians on the street. Yang Qing took a shortcut and arrived early at the road Lin Xingxue would inevitably take, waiting in a relatively secluded alley. It was his first time doing something like this, so he was inevitably a little nervous, and his adrenaline was surging uncontrollably. Not long after, Lin Xingxue indeed passed by here alone. Yang Qing was initially worried that the other party would recognize him, but it turned out that he was overthinking it. Lin Xingxue merely glanced at him indifferently before walking straight ahead. Lin, wait a minute. I need to ask you for a favor. Can I use your computer? I need you to help me register for the martial arts exam. Yang Qing suppressed his nervousness and unease, and asked in as calm a tone as possible. The feeling was like a high and mighty celestial being looking down at a pile of mud on the ground. If I remember correctly, you're the older brother of that simp Yang Tian, right? Humph, you also have the surname Yang, but you're not even as good as your simp and good-for-nothing brother. At least he can awaken an A-level ability. And you, not only are you not as handsome as him, but in my eyes, your appearance is like that of a disgusting bug. Hearing Lin Xingxue's disgusted tone, Yang Qing was not provoked. Instead, his emotions gradually calmed down. The more the girl in front of him acted this way, the more excited Yang Qing became. Then his eyes gradually changed from black to an eerie purple, and he said calmly, Lin Xingxue, I was initially reluctant to use such methods on you. But your strength doesn't seem to match your arrogance. TSK, what are you trying to do? You think you can compete with me with your meager E-level superpower? I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll use you as my punching bag. Lin Xingxue's patience had clearly been worn down by this point. Immediately, a bright golden light condensed in her right hand and attacked Yang Qing. Seeing this, Yang Qing remained unmoved, a slight smile playing on his lips. Its purple pupils flashed instantly, emitting a purple beam that attacked Lin Xingxue's body directly. Seeing this, Lin Xingxue tried to dodge, but it was too late. Her body only touched a trace of purple light before she was uncontrollably frozen in place. It worked. It was a success. This corrupting light is truly domineering. I've only touched it by a trace. Yang Qing looked at the girl in front of her. Her eyes gradually lost their light and instantly became empty and blank. He then took the second step, walking straight to her, where a purple seed appeared on his palm. Go, seed of corruption. Under Yang Qing's control, the purple seed completely merged into Lin Xingxue's body. Apart from Yang Qing and her personal servants, no other creatures can sense its presence. At the same time, Yang Qing's panel information was also updated. Personal servant, Lin Qingxue? If it succeeds, becoming Lin Qingxue's exclusive servant means that her loyalty has reached 100%. From this moment on, this high and mighty darling will become her lifelong exclusive servant. If Yang Qing ever becomes unhappy, he can decompose and transform that unhappiness into a point of moral decay at any time. Of course, as his first servant, Yang Qing also planned to train him to become one of his henchmen. Smack! Yang Qing snapped his fingers, and Lin Qingxue returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Her previous arrogance, indifference, and disdain had all disappeared, replaced by a look of fervor, worship, and dependence on Yang Qing, as if she regarded him as a god. Oh nar! Lin Qingxue spoke in a soft yet incredibly loyal voice, completely different from how she had been just a few minutes earlier. Yang Qing suppressed his inner joy and said coldly, Lin Qingxue, kneel down. Without any hesitation or delay, Lin Qingxue, wearing a short skirt that revealed her fair and slender legs, was the aloof genius school beauty just a second ago. At this moment, she knelt obediently at his feet, her knees touching the ground, and her knees instantly turned red. At this moment, the enormous contrast brought Yang Qing a great sense of shock, making him feel a strong desire to conquer. So this is what it feels like to trample on the goddess and genius in other people's eyes. Yang Qing felt as if he had discovered a new continent, gaining a new understanding of the world. Chapter 4, Shocking Outfits, Another Side of the Genius School Beauty. In a secluded room in Jiangning City. In a small room of less than 40 square meters, Yang Qing sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for his prey to arrive. He doesn't even have a place to stay right now. This secluded room is a temporary place that Lin Qingxue found for him. Thump, thump, thump. A soft knock sounded on the door. The door isn't closed, come in. Yang Qing spoke calmly. A tall figure in a black trench coat, carrying a backpack, pushed open the door and entered, then closed the door behind her. The person who arrived was Lin Qingxue. Master, this is a smart computer prepared for your convenience. Your registration for the martial arts exam has been completed. Put it down. Lin Qingxue nodded and placed the computer on the sofa next to her. Master, do you like it? This is a gift specially prepared for you. Yang Qing glanced over indifferently and noticed that Lin Qingxue was not wearing a JK uniform as usual, but was being very daring, wearing only two very simple and thin lace pieces under her trench coat. Of course, there were also her shapely, long legs encased in black over the knee stockings, and a pair of red-soled, black-trimmed high heels on her feet. Her face was flushed and burning, the flush even reaching her ears. She gripped the hem of her trench coat tightly with both hands and kept her legs pressed together, being stared at by Yang Qing without any restraint. The contrast between Lin Qingxue's pure and innocent S-level genius school beauty and her current incredibly alluring goddess is striking, and the impact on Yang Qing is no less than that of a second time travel. The school's most beautiful girl, who was adored by all the boys, was now so bold and unrestrained, all just to please Yang Qing. Aren't you cold? Yang Qing suddenly asked a question. He originally thought that simply wearing a JK uniform or a cat ear-made outfit would be enough, but he did not expect Lin Qingxue in front of him to be so open. Lin Qingxue did not directly answer Yang Qing's question. Without waiting for Yang Qing's order, she opened her trench coat, put her knees down, and knelt directly on the floor. Then, looking up at Yang Qing, her eyes held a mixture of shyness and excitement. Yang Qing, sitting on the edge of the bed, had a commanding view of Lin Qingxue, whose trench coat was already lying on the ground. Looking into Lin Qingxue's alluring yet somewhat innocent gaze, Yang Qing asked calmly. Hee, if Yang Tian knew what you look like now, guess how he would feel? I don't know. Qingxue and Yang Tian are not close at most, they are just classmates. Master, could you please not mention him? I have no feelings for him whatsoever. In fact, I find him utterly repulsive. Lin Qingxue said somewhat shyly. Beautiful nights are always unforgettable. Time flies by. This arrogant genius girl, who is an S-class awakened superpower, gradually comes into contact with the good-for-nothing she ridiculed and regarded as trash. The next morning. The rising sun shone on the world once again, and a beam of warm sunlight shone through the window into the dimly lit room, falling on the large bed. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be reborn, just like the ray of sunlight. Yang Qing opened her eyes groggily, staring at the ceiling above her head, feeling as if she were dreaming. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue, the S-level genius school beauty, clung to him like an octopus. The girl was fast asleep, a satisfied and faint smile on her face. Yang Qing slowly got up, looking at the crimson stain on the bed, and felt very happy. Lin Qingxue, it's time to get up. Then Yang Qing gently patted her body and said slowly. Master. Lin Xingxue murmured like a kitten. We're going to the wilderness area today. You don't want to fall behind in the martial arts exam, do you? Upon hearing Yang Qing's prompting, Lin Xingxue immediately came to her senses. As an S-level awakened ability user, she would never tolerate her level being lower than others. She immediately got up, enduring the pain, picked up her backpack, and went into the bathroom, where she had prepared casual clothes in advance. Xingxue, it seems you planned this all along. Yang Qing said with a smile. Just as Lin Xingxue was washing up and getting dressed, a new notification sound rang in Yang Qing's mind. Ding! Detected that the exclusive servant Lin Xingxue and the host have intertwined their bloodlines, the flower of depravity has bloomed, and the sharing of supernatural abilities has been unlocked. Do you choose to share Lin Xingxue's S-level superpower? After sharing, the host will possess the host's special ability, but it will not affect the original special ability of the exclusive servant. It actually has this effect? Yang Qing was also somewhat surprised. Although he had the powerful skill, Guardian of Guardians, it was not an offensive ability. Now that he has S-class superpowers, he can finally experience what it's like to be a genius. If possible, who wouldn't want to be powerful? Personal servants are, strictly speaking, just external things. Xingxue, what is your S-rank ability? Lin Xingxue was already dressed and was looking in the mirror, putting on her final makeup. Upon hearing Yang Qing's question, Lin Xingxue smiled and said, S-Light System, Angels Descend. Is this it? Yang Qing smiled slightly, and a 12-winged holy angel appeared behind him, instantly making the small room incredibly bright and filled with a sacred aura. Master, you've also awakened an S-rank ability? Why does this feel so familiar? It's almost exactly the same as my S-class ability. Guess? Yang Qing did not directly answer Lin Xingxue's question. He quickly washed up, and the two left the room together. Master, before heading to the wilderness area, we need to go to the Superpowered People Guild to obtain a pass. As soon as she stepped out of the room, Lin Xingxue smiled and said to Yang Qing beside her. Oh right, I almost forgot. Let's go get some breakfast first, and then take a taxi to the Superpowered Individuals Guild in the city center. Yang Qing nodded and said calmly. Half an hour later, a blue taxi stopped in front of the Superpowered Individuals Guild. After Yang Qing and Lin Xingxue got out of the car, they saw a magnificent building with the words Superpowered Individuals Guild written above the main gate. Early in the morning, there were quite a few human superhumans here to handle business. Yang Qing was slightly surprised to see the bustling crowd of people entering. Xingxue, it's not even 8 a.m. yet, are there already so many people? Master, this is my first time here too. Let's hurry inside and get things done while we still have time. After exchanging a few words, the two entered the lobby on the first floor together. Chapter 5, The Arrogant School Beauty is Actually a Hidden Pervert? Handsome guy and beautiful lady, what services do you need at our Superpowered Individuals Guild? Inside the hall, a woman looked at Yang Qing and Lin Xingxue and asked them in a warm manner. We both need to apply for a Superpowered Person Pass. What's the procedure? Yang Qing asked calmly. Oh, so you're applying for passes. I guess you're students who recently awakened your superpowers. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just demonstrate your abilities here on our professional equipment. Once you prove that you have successfully awakened your superpowers, we will immediately issue you a pass. After listening to the woman's introduction, Yang Qing then looked at Lin Xingxue beside him. She nodded, released her S-rank light-type superpower, the Holy Angel, and quickly passed the test. Yang Qing, on the other hand, released his E-level supernatural ability, mental detection, and successfully passed the level. Is it okay now? Okay, I'll process it for you two right away. Each of you will need to pay 100 star coins as a processing fee. I'll do it. Before Yang Qing could make a move, Lin Xingxue, who was standing to the side, took out a star card and handed it to the woman. A few minutes later, Yang Qing and Lin Xingxue successfully obtained their respective passes and left the Superpowered Individuals Guild side by side. 1,000 years ago, for reasons unknown, countless dimensional rifts appeared on Earth, and a large number of ferocious beasts and alien races poured in from them, hunting and killing humans on a massive scale. Powerful superpowers were the only means to deal with these ferocious beasts and alien races. Under the leadership of those with superpowers, the surviving humans established 10 major base cities, with Jiangning City being one of the 10 super-large base cities, namely the Jiangnan Base City. According to official regulations, every human who has just awakened superpowers must obtain a pass from the Superpowered Individuals Guild in their city for management purposes. This is also to minimize the risk of ordinary people venturing into the wilderness and causing instability. After the two left the guild, Lin Qingxue hailed a taxi by the roadside, opened the car door for Yang Chang, and got in. "Driver, to the western defense line outside the city," Lin Qingxue said calmly. "Little girl, that's the way to the wilderness, it's quite dangerous." The driver noticed that the two men were very young, so he kindly offered a reminder. "Are you afraid we won't give you star coins? Do you need to waste so much time talking?" Lin Qingxue then took out a few star coins from her bag and placed them in front of the driver. Seeing this, the driver didn't say much. As long as he got paid, that was fine. He then stepped on the gas and headed straight for the western defense line. An hour later, the two got out of the car. Looking at the awakened ones queuing up not far ahead, he felt somewhat helpless. They had all arrived quite early, but there were still so many humans heading to the wilderness area. "Qingxue, the security here is really tight. They're all superhumans at the martial arts level. It seems that the strength of these ferocious beasts should not be underestimated." The two followed the flow of people and queued up. Looking at the superhumans patrolling around them, Yang Qing also said in a low voice, "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let Master get hurt in the slightest." Lin Qingxue looked at Yang Qing and said with a smile, "By the way, Qingxue, did we forget to buy backpacks and some wilderness survival gear? What should we do with those ferocious beast materials? We can exchange them for some star coins." Seeing that the queue had reached two people, Yang Qing then realized that they had come in a bit of a hurry and had only obtained a pass. "It's okay, I've already prepared in advance." Lin Qingxue opened her palm, a flash of light appeared, and then a red ring appeared on her finger. This is a spatial ring?" "Yes, this spatial ring is about 10 cubic meters in size. It already contains a lot of fresh water, dry food, tents, and other survival equipment, as well as a few pieces of supernatural equipment for defense. This is something I prepared in advance for you, Master. Please use it with confidence." Seeing Yang Qing's somewhat surprised expression, Lin Qingxue smiled and said, "Yes, that's thoughtful." Yang Qing didn't stand on ceremony. He took the ring from her hand, put it on his finger, and then engraved his own spiritual mark on it, making it invisible on his hand. Yang Qing gently stroked Lin Qingxue's beautiful black hair and gave her a light kiss as a reward. "Hee, why don't we try it out in the wild later?" Yang Qing stared blankly at the proud and pure school beauty in front of him for a moment. Could it be that the school beauty is secretly a? While the two were flirting, a long line soon formed in front of them. "Please show your passes." A fully armed guard stopped the two of them and said with a serious expression. Yang Qing handed over both her and Lin Qingxue's passes to the other party. After being inspected by professional instruments, the two successfully entered the wilderness area. As they passed through the western defense line and entered the wilderness area, a rich aura of elemental energy and fresh air rushed towards them. What came into their view was an endless black mountain range and a vast, dense forest of ancient trees. Yang Chang and Lin Qingxue each took a deep breath and walked side by side into the depths of the dense forest. Before long, the surrounding environment gradually became somewhat cold and gloomy. Fortunately, both of them possessed S-class light-based abilities, so they were not greatly affected. Meow. Wah-ah. Several ferocious roars rang out, and Yang Chang and Lin Qingxue looked up. It turned out that a few meters ahead, on a tree branch, were several large cat demons with incredibly deep red fur, staring at him with their unusually blood-red eyes. At the same time, their mouths would open from time to time, revealing incredibly sharp teeth, and they would let out a roar. A bloodthirsty cat demon at the 3-star awakened realm? Looks like there are quite a few. Qingxue, I'm leaving it to you. Just knock them out, don't kill them directly. Yang Qing naturally wouldn't make a move directly, and said calmly to Lin Qingxue beside him. Chapter 6, Launching a Counterattack, Ruthlessly Enslaving the Ferocious Beasts. Although Lin Qingxue had some doubts, she would carry out her master's orders without reservation. Immediately, a golden energy wave condensed in her right hand, and she swung it out with a palm strike. The golden energy wave struck the bloodthirsty cat demon closest to her. The bloodthirsty cat demon didn't even have time to react before it was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the trunk of the ancient tree and losing consciousness. Meow. Upon seeing this, the remaining bloodthirsty cat demon's red fur became somewhat disheveled, and they all bared their teeth and claws as they stared at Lin Qingxue, who was dressed in battle armor. Immediately, it swung its sharp claws from all directions and pounced on Lin Qingxue. Humph, you're asking for death. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue snorted coldly and gathered a golden energy halo in her left hand, waiting for the bloodthirsty cat demon beast horde to enter her attack range. Holy light imprisonment. Seeing that the ferocious beasts were getting close, she immediately threw the golden halo in her hand into the air, and instantly more than 10 ferocious beasts were all imprisoned together by the halo. Under the golden holy light, they all became dizzy and fainted in mid-air. Slap! 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 Immediately, Lin Qingxue manipulated the golden halo to move to Yang Qing's side, and more than 10 bloodthirsty cat demons fell to the ground one by one from the air. Master, the mission is complete. Lin Qingxue withdrew her supernatural power and said with a smile. Yes, very good. Looking at the dozen or so bloodthirsty cat demons in front of him, Yang Qing also released more than a dozen purple seeds of corruption, which scattered on the bodies of the bloodthirsty cat demons. Of course, Yang Qing didn't miss the bloodthirsty cat demon not far away either. These were all lucrative points of corruption. Become my servant, bloodthirsty cat demon. Ding, successfully enslaved the ferocious beast servant, unlocking the enslavement space. The next second, the system's voice appeared in Yang Qing's mind, and more than a dozen bloodthirsty cat demons disappeared instantly, entering the enslavement space for temporary storage. It worked. It really worked. Hee hee, now for the second step. Decompose the energy source, the point of decay. Yang Qing suppressed his joy and excitement, focusing his mental energy on the bloodthirsty cat demon beasts in the enslavement space and disintegrating them. Ding, successfully decomposed the level 3 awakened beast bloodthirsty cat demon, gaining 3 fall points. Ding, successfully decomposed the level 3 awakened beast bloodthirsty cat demon, gaining 3 fall points. One notification sound after another rang in Yang Qing's mind, and his points of corruption continued to increase. Master, how did these bloodthirsty cat demons disappear? Was it your doing? Lin Qingxue had originally planned to collect materials about the ferocious beasts, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye, so she was a little confused and asked. It's all right, Qingxue. Next, we need to search for the ferocious beast quickly. Remember, do not kill the beast directly, just make it lose consciousness. To improve efficiency, we'll split up. You lure all the ferocious beasts around here, and I'll take action myself. After a moment's thought, Yang Qing quickly assigned the task objectives. Lin Qingxue, who was standing to the side, nodded immediately. After confirming the meeting point, the two began their respective actions. Yang Qing glanced at the map and then dashed directly northeast into the dense forest. As he ventured deeper into the dense forest, it grew increasingly cold and damp, and the stench of blood in the air became ever stronger. Roar! Hiss! Awu! The roars of various ferocious beasts gradually increased, but as long as one stayed within the edge area of 50 kilometers, it was very difficult to encounter ferocious beasts of the 5th level of awakening or above. Generally speaking, whether they are human superhumans or ferocious beasts, they must undergo a transformation from level 1 to level 9 of awakening before officially entering the martial artist realm. Therefore, if Yang Qing wants to enter the martial artist realm as soon as possible, he must decompose as many ferocious beasts as possible to obtain fall points. Not long after, Yang Qing, who was walking in the dense forest, heard a roar coming from the sky. Ba! Ba! Yang Qing looked up and saw that there were more than a dozen ferocious eagles flying in the sky looking for prey. Its sharp, jet-black feathers are very conspicuous, and its body is exceptionally large, each one measuring about 3 meters in length. When its wings are spread, they completely block out the faint sunlight that originally filtered into the dense forest through the gaps. Its pair of sharp blue eyes were as keen as the reconnaissance radar of a drone, as if they could see through every creature in its field of vision. A black-winged swift eagle at the 4-star awakening realm. Yang Qing quickly recognized the type of ferocious beast. As if worried that the other party hadn't noticed him, Yang Qing released his S-class superpowered angelic descent without saying a word. Holy angelic light swirled around Yang Qing like a dragon, and a 12-winged angel slowly appeared behind him. Immediately, Yang Qing gathered his S-level light-based superpower in his palm and released several golden energy waves to attack the black-winged swift eagle in the air. Black-winged swift eagle immediately sensed the direction and source of Yang Qing's energy attack. Under the captain's leadership, they quickly and easily dodged Yang Qing's attacks. After all, he was only a level 1 Awakening Realm ability user at present, and it was still not easy for him to deal with so many level 4 Awakening Realm ferocious beasts. While dodging the attacks, the black-winged swift eagle's sharp eyes quickly locked onto Yang Qing's figure. The black-winged swift eagles, high in the sky, were stunned to see the weak Yang Qing on the ground. If Yang Cheng hadn't launched an attack on them, they wouldn't have noticed his presence. But now this weak human has actually taken the initiative to attack. They also flapped their wings, and a violent hurricane force swept towards Yang Cheng. We were fooled after all. Yang Cheng looked at the blue hurricane without panicking. Instead, he smiled slightly. A blue barrier appeared around him, completely blocking the Blackwing Swifthawk's attacks. Let these ferocious beasts taste their own attacks. Guardian of Guardians, launch a counterattack. Yang Cheng muttered to himself. The Cyan Hurricane immediately bounced back the moment it touched the blue barrier, and the dozen or so Blackwing Swift Eagles that were still circling in the air did not react in time. In an instant, an even more ferocious blue hurricane blew towards them, instantly stunning them all. These Blackwing Swift Eagles, like kites with broken strings, lost consciousness and fell to the ground unconscious. Yang Cheng then released the purple seeds of corruption to enslave and decompose them all. Ding successfully decomposed the level 4 awakened beast Blackwing Swift Eagle, gaining 4 fall points. Chapter 7, Attack and Defense of the Aliens, Infiltrating the Interior. After dismantling the Blackwing Swift Eagle on the ground, Yang Cheng sighed slightly, still unable to obtain the beast's special ability. He then glanced at his surroundings, just about to continue his search for the ferocious beast. But before they could take more than a few steps, a huge red leopard slowly emerged from the nearby jungle. Perhaps Yang Cheng's recent battle with the Blackwing Swift Eagle had drawn the other party over. The red leopard looked at Yang Cheng with its gray eyes, seemingly still somewhat wary. This red leopard was over 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long, with crimson fur all over its body, giving Yang Cheng a very bloodthirsty feeling. At this moment, the other party paced back and forth in Yang Cheng's line of sight with its gray claws, showing no intention of attacking immediately. Its eyes would occasionally dart toward a shadowy spot, as if it were waiting for something. A Blood Shadow Panther at the 4th level of Awakening Realm? Luckily, those eyes are darting around. Are they waiting for their companions? Yang Cheng calmly observed the Blood Shadow Leopard and found it to be very hesitant, lacking any ferocious or violent aura. Awoo! Roar! Sure enough, a moment later, the sound of rustling leaves came from the dense forest around Yang Cheng, and dozens of red figures of Blood Shadow Leopards swept through the forest. They moved very fast, and Yang Cheng couldn't capture all of them at once. However, Yang Cheng showed no fear whatsoever, casually unleashing several golden energy beams to attack it. The Blood Shadow Panther's sensory acuity was no less than that of the Blackwing Swift Eagle, and it easily dodged the attack. Seeing that Yang Cheng's attack was ineffective, the dense swarms of Blood Shadow Panthers gradually appeared and surrounded him. As if they had seen through Yang Cheng's attack, their eyes no longer held any fear, but instead revealed a hint of contempt. The Blood Shadow Leopard pack pounced on Yang Cheng from all directions. A blue barrier immediately appeared around Yang Cheng, deflecting the Blood Shadow Panther's attack. Several Blood Shadow Panthers closest to him were severely injured and knocked unconscious. What kind of tactic is this? The rest of the Blood Shadow Panther pack were also somewhat bewildered upon seeing this, but they quickly reacted and gathered their energy into their throats. The crimson energy spheres attacked Yang Cheng from all directions, and the energy shockwaves emitted by the attacks destroyed many jungles along the way. Good timing. Upon seeing this, Yang Cheng was not surprised but rather pleased. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, relying on the blue protective barrier. It directly reflected all the crimson energy balls launched by the Blood Shadow Panther back. Boom! In an instant, flames shot into the sky and thick smoke billowed from the horde of ferocious beasts. The Blood Shadow Leopards were clearly surprised that the humans before them possessed such abilities. Their eyes were filled with shock and terror. A moment later, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Apart from a few Blood Shadow Panthers that were closest to the explosion center and were blasted into ashes, all the other ferocious beasts lost their fighting ability and collapsed on the ground, motionless. It's a pity that we still couldn't control them well and wasted a few ferocious beasts. Yang Cheng looked at the scene before him with a slight sense of regret. He couldn't kill the ferocious beast directly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to decompose it into corruption points. Immediately, Yang Cheng released the seed of corruption to enslave all the Blood Shadow Panthers that were lying unconscious on the ground. However, before dismembering it, he left one alive. Yang Cheng felt that the current efficiency improvement was too slow, and he knew that it would be difficult for him to deal with thousands of ferocious beasts on his own. Therefore, Yang Cheng planned to leave one of the Blood Shadow Leopards inside the beast horde as a pawn. Ding successfully decomposed the level 4 awakened beast Blood Shadow Panther, gaining 4 fall points. Yang Cheng then glanced at the panel, and his corruption points had reached 123. At the same time, a plus sign appeared in his realm column, indicating that Yang Cheng's realm could finally be improved. In response, Yang Qing focused his mental energy and gently tapped his finger. After consuming 100 points of corruption, he instantly felt a surge of immense power flow into his body. A moment later, Yang Qing's cultivation level also successfully advanced from the first level of awakening to the second level of awakening. The only surviving Blood Shadow Panther has also regained its vitality. Master, the Blood Shadow Panther is at your service. After the Blood Shadow Leopard woke up, it immediately lay down on all fours, looking at Yang Qing with fervent devotion and unwavering loyalty in its eyes. From now on, you'll be called Mad Leopard. Yang Qing said coldly. Please introduce your ethnic group. Master, there are still more than 100 other Blood Shadow Panthers in this area. Their strength is basically between the 4th and 5th level of awakening. The most powerful is the Blood Shadow Mad Leopard King, a ferocious beast at the 7th level of awakening. Yang Qing nodded after hearing the introduction of the leopard. However, he did not intend to enslave these ferocious beasts immediately, as it would be a waste of time and inefficient. After several decompositions, Yang Qing discovered that a level 4 awakened beast could only yield 4 corruption points. Therefore, even if he decomposed the Blood Shadow Panther King, he would only get 7 corruption points. Therefore, Yang Qing also redeployed his plan in his mind, looked at the raging leopard, and slowly said, "Where do ferocious beasts of lower cultivation levels live in this area? With your strength, bringing their leader to my side shouldn't be a problem, right?" Upon hearing the task assigned by Yang Qing, Mad Leopard nodded, turned around, and left the area. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this would increase his efficiency considerably. Immediately, Yang Qing sensed Lin Xingshue's location and quickly dashed towards the place the two had agreed upon. Chapter 8 Female Slave, You're Playing with Fire. Meanwhile, on the other side, the proud school beauty, Lin Xingxue, kept running, but her face showed a tense expression. Awu! Roar! Behind her appeared various kinds of ferocious beasts. 1 head, 2 heads, 10 heads, the number keeps increasing. Most of these ferocious beasts were at the 1st or 2nd level of awakening, and a few of them were bloodthirsty red wolves at the 4th star awakening level. They are extremely ferocious. Once they smell blood or their chosen prey, they will hunt it down to the death. Therefore, these bloodthirsty red wolves charged ahead of the other ferocious beasts, intending to hunt down the human girl not far ahead. Each of the bloodthirsty red wolves is quite large, and their exposed sharp fangs have a sinister and cold appearance. If Lin Xingxue hadn't had the arrival of an S-class supernatural angel, which kept her moving slightly faster than these bloodthirsty red wolves, she probably would have already ended up inside these ferocious beasts' bellies. A moment later, Lin Xingxue also sensed Yang Qing's location. She quickened her pace and soon arrived at Yang Qing's side. Master, the mission is complete. Looking at the incredibly calm Yang Qing, Lin Xingxue said with a smile. Okay, you take a rest first, I'll take care of the rest. Yang Qing did not allow Lin Xingxue to continue attacking, as he did not want to exhaust the yuan energy of this personal servant all at once. After all, humans are the most valuable resource, and there is still a long time ahead, so Lin Xingxue will still have value to be used. Thank you, Master. Let me recover first. This is a potion that can restore your own vital energy. Master, please use it first. Immediately, Lin Xingxue took out several energy potions from her spatial ring and handed them to Yang Qing. I don't need it for now, you can use it first. As expected of a personal servant, he always puts his master first in everything. Although Yang Qing didn't say anything, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. This was something he had never experienced in the first 18 years of his life. Yang Qing then looked at the dozens of ferocious beasts attacking from afar, showing no fear whatsoever, but instead smiled slightly. He unleashed an S-class light-type angelic power, and immediately a 12-winged angel spread its golden wings behind him, radiating an aura of light and holiness. At this moment, Yang Qing's body seemed to be the embodiment of light and justice, like a spear piercing through the entire darkness. Those once ordinary eyes now showed no trace of the previous dejection, helplessness, or confusion. Now it has transformed into a pair of golden eyes, as if they can see through every corner of the world. Why is my master so powerful, even though we are both 12-winged angels? Lin Xingxue, who was standing to the side, also stared wide-eyed at Yang Qing in front of her, somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, Yang Qing's presence felt to her not just as a simple release of S-level light-based abilities, but as an elevation of her life level. It made her almost want to kneel down and submit. Master, you're so handsome. Lin Xingxue leaned against a big tree, staring at Yang Qing in front of her and muttering to herself with fervor. Yang Qing slowly extended his right hand, and a golden spear gradually formed from golden energy. He lightly clenched his right hand and casually tossed it towards the horde of ferocious beasts rushing towards him. The movement was swift and fierce, giving the ferocious beast horde no chance to react. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any dazzling brilliance. However, as Yang Qing threw the spear, it seemed to traverse the river of time and space, cutting through the air. The entire surrounding environment seemed to have been frozen in time. Even the sound of the air seemed to stop, and a huge crack appeared in the sky above the blue horizon. The golden holy light spear exploded instantly above the horde of ferocious beasts, stunning all of them. Wow, Master is amazing. He doesn't make a move unless he's absolutely sure of it, but when he does, it's with such power. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingxue immediately began to praise Yang Qing. Yang Qing showed no sign of stopping. He immediately released the seed of corruption to enslave all the dozens of ferocious beasts in front of him, leaving only a few alive before disintegrating them all. Ding successfully decomposed the level 4 awakened beast Bloodthirsty Red Wolf, gaining 4 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 3 awakened beast Iron Claw Rooster, gaining 3 fall points. Yang Qing nodded, then glanced at the accumulated depravity points, which were still less than 100. However, Yang Qing was not discouraged. He had found a new solution. They dispatched all the remaining ferocious beasts that hadn't been broken down, using them as pawns to lure together groups of low-level ferocious beasts or their entire races in the vicinity in batches. Master, let's replenish our energy. After watching Yang Qing finish dealing with the ferocious beast, Lin Qingxue excitedly went to Yang Qing's side and said with a smile. Yang Qing initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Lin Qingxue's next move, he didn't say anything more. Lin Qingxue took out a qi and blood potion, slowly poured it into her cherry-like mouth, and then fed it directly to Yang Qing. The originally unpleasant-tasting energy potion, after being moistened by the girl's lips, actually had a pleasant fragrance and sweetness. Qingxue, what you've done. Now is not the time. Improving our strength should be our priority. Yang Qing was slightly taken aback at first, then smiled and said. Calm down, let's go. I've basically killed all the ferocious beasts around here. Next, we need to hunt down even more ferocious beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Qing took the lead and left the place. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue paused for a moment and hurriedly followed him away. Shortly after the two left, a team of superhumans also arrived at the location. Yang Tian, what's going on today? Why haven't we encountered a single ferocious beast along the way? That shouldn't be the case. I've studied this map several times. There are ferocious beasts at the 4th level of awakening in this area. Newly awakened teams of superhumans generally wouldn't dare come here. A young man, fully armed and carrying a long black gun, couldn't help but ask. This is a team of 4 superhumans, and the leader is naturally Yang Tian, who is also the initiator and captain of this operation. After being provoked by Lin Qingxue's words yesterday, Yang Tian, who originally planned to go into seclusion for intensive cultivation, lost all patience and quickly found several newly awakened teenagers by relying on his A-level supernatural talent. After purchasing basic supernatural equipment and weapons, they arrived in the wilderness of the Western Defense Line with great enthusiasm. Their current route was the result of careful research, and they originally thought they could dominate the battlefield and have a great time fighting. Unexpectedly, all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity seemed to have disappeared, as if someone had been there. Chapter 9, Both Advance, An Encounter in the Wilderness. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? It's been at least tens of kilometers from the entrance of the defense line to here. Let alone a level 4 awakened beast, we haven't even seen a level 1 awakened beast. This is really weird. We need to change our route now. Yang Tian was on the verge of an emotional outburst. He had never experienced anything like this before, and he immediately grumbled a few words in annoyance. Okay, I'll do as you say. We'll head northwest from here, completely opposite to our original route. Hopefully, no one will try to steal our monsters this way. Vice Captain Gao Liang calmly analyzed the situation. Yang Tian and the other 3 then studied the map again before hurriedly leaving the area. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Chang and Lin Qingxue, who had recently appeared here, were also heading northwest. An hour later, Yang Chang and Lin Qingxue searched for suitable ambush terrain while severely injuring and then enslaving and dismembering all the ferocious beasts they encountered along the way. Yang Qing's points of depravity also surged, quickly accumulating to over 100 points, but it was still not enough to advance to the 3rd level of awakening. As the two continued forward, the depths of the dense forest grew increasingly dark, with tall trees and branches blocking out much of the sunlight. Whoa! Just as the two were looking around, suddenly the roars of several ferocious beasts came from above. Yang Chang and Lin Qingxue were also drawn by the roar of the ferocious beast. They looked up and saw several eerie green lights appearing in the shadows not far away. Master, it's the Gale Shadow Wolf. The opponent's aura is quite powerful. It seems to be a ferocious beast at the 5th level of awakening. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue said with a somewhat solemn expression. Don't worry, the two of us together are invincible. Hearing her master's comforting words, Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and nodded. He then summoned 12 winged angels, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Looking at the large number of Gale Shadow Wolves before him, Yang Cheng also released his Spear of Light, staring at the several figures in the shadows. Seemingly sensing the powerful auras of Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue, the Gale Shadow Wolves exchanged glances. They wanted to surround and kill the two, but Yang Cheng smiled faintly upon seeing this. Qingxue, remember, don't kill them directly. After saying that, he immediately activated his light-based superpower, and a golden energy ball appeared in his hand. Yang Qing threw it into the sky, instantly blinding all the dozens of Gale Shadow Wolves in front of him. At the same time, Lin Qingxue also made a decisive move, with golden light attribute elements constantly swirling around her, making her appear as holy and pure as an angel descended from heaven. Holy Light Imprisonment. In an instant, a huge golden halo suddenly appeared above the heads of the Gale Shadow Wolf Pack, as dazzling and captivating as a golden crown. The Swift-Wind Shadow Wolf Pack, blinded by the flashing light, was completely unaware that the shadow of death had already enveloped them. The moment they broke free from the control of the golden energy ball, the holy light imprisonment absorbed them all into the air, causing them to gather together and fall unconscious. Master, now's the time. Lin Qingxue turned her head and said with a smile. Without further ado, Yang Qing released a large number of fallen seeds, leaving behind 2 Gale Shadow Wolves and disintegrating the rest. Ding successfully decomposed the level 5 awakened beast Gale Shadow Wolf, gaining 5 fall points. Instantly, Yang Qing's fall points reached over 300. After using 200 points of corruption, Yang Qing's cultivation level naturally advanced to the 3-star awakening realm. Yang Qing's improvement in cultivation level amazed Lin Qingxue, who was standing to the side. In her eyes, Yang Qing was like a god. Master is amazing, you've advanced so quickly. Lin Qingxue also congratulated Yang Qing immediately. Qingxue, do you want to advance to a higher realm? What? Could it be that Master can also help me advance in rank? Upon hearing Yang Qing's words, Lin Qingxue said with a surprised expression. Yang Qing did not immediately express his opinion, but directly used 100 fall points to advance Lin Qingxue to the 2nd level of awakening realm. Lin Qingxue was still wondering when suddenly a surge of energy appeared out of nowhere and entered her body. It instantly made her feel very comfortable, and this explosive energy surged within her body. Did it really succeed? Master, you are simply a god. I originally estimated that I would be able to advance to the 2nd level of awakening at the earliest tomorrow. I didn't expect to be promoted so easily in just half a day. Lin Qingxue felt the immense power within her body and looked at Yang Qing with a fervent expression. Qingxue, you also deserve credit for this. If you want to continue advancing in your cultivation level, you need to cooperate with me to capture even more ferocious beasts. Yes, everything will be done as Master instructed. It's almost time, Mad Leopard has sent me a message. As Yang Cheng spoke, he released 2 Gale Shadow Wolves. One of them served as his and Lin Qingxue's mounts, while the other was sent out to continue searching for more ferocious beasts. Qingxue, sit in the front. Yang Qing said with a smile. Let's go, Swift Shadow Wolf. Target, shatter the valley. With the swift movement of the Swift Shadow Wolf, the two soon arrived at their destination. To Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue's surprise, they actually encountered Yang Tian's team of superhumans here, but they didn't notice the two of them. Master, look, it's Yang Tian. Yes, I saw it. Yang Qing looked at the 4 people not far ahead, smiled slightly, and whispered something to Lin Qingxue in front of him. After hearing Yang Qing's plan, Lin Qingxue said shyly. Master, you're so naughty. At this moment, Yang Qing recalled the Gale Shadow Wolf into his servant space. Lin Qingxue then continued in a low voice. Master, would you like to change your clothes? No need, just wear your combat uniform. The two sensed that Yang Tian's team was not far away, so they made some simple arrangements on the ground in the jungle. Lin Qingxue looked at where Yang Tian was and smiled slightly, then knelt down on the ground. Yang Qing's back view was visible to Yang Tian's team. A strange sound suddenly rang out in the quiet jungle. As superhumans, Yang Tian and the others were extremely sharp in their mental power and senses. Did you hear any strange noises? Vice Captain Gao Liang's expression changed instantly, and he then looked at Yang Tian and the others who were walking at the front. What was that sound? It's definitely not the roar of a ferocious beast. It sounds like there's a battle going on, and it sounds pretty intense. The group chatted amongst themselves as they gradually moved closer to where Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue were. Chapter 10: A wild battle before the Simp the Beast army arrives. Suddenly, Yang Tian, who was walking at the front, frowned and looked at the black figure not far ahead. The sound seems to be coming from over there. Have you noticed? Holy crap! Someone actually dares to be that bold? Aren't you afraid of attracting ferocious beasts by engaging in such a fierce battle in the wilderness? As the group drew closer, the battle between Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue's supernatural abilities gradually intensified. This made Yang Tian and his companions feel somewhat displeased. After all, the four of them were just high school seniors who had recently awakened their superpowers, and they had never witnessed such a tense and fierce battle scene before. This is way too wild and intense. I wish I could experience this place with my goddess someday. One of the chubby boys, with an innocent look on his face, was having a sweet dream and spoke slowly. What did you say? How dare you fantasize about the goddess Qingxue? Yang Tian now loathes the words school beauty and goddess. Upon hearing what the fat man said, he immediately turned and glared at him fiercely. Ha! I didn't mention Lin Qingxue, did I? There's more than just her in Jiangning City, there's also my goddess Gu Hanswang. That 1,000-year-old ice block? She's not even as good as Qingxue's toe. Yang Tian was also very disdainful of this and said coldly. Let's go, there are all kinds of people in a big forest. Vice Captain Gao Liang, on the other hand, was rather calm and didn't seem too interested in such matters. Yang Tian, standing to the side, looked somewhat off. He swallowed hard and slowly said, Don't you want to see who's in the jungle? The two people's voices sounded somewhat familiar. Forget it, what if Lin, the campus belle, is inside? Aren't you afraid that the white moonlight in your heart will disappear? Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, another boy in the group jokingly remarked. At this moment, Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue, who were in the jungle, realized that Yang Tian was not far away, and became even more unscrupulous. Yang Tian and his companions were also dumbfounded, their bodies trembling slightly, as if the two people in the jungle were completely beyond their comprehension. No, I have to see who this person is today. After pausing to collect his thoughts, Yang Tian said with some resentment. Just as Yang Tian was about to get a closer look at Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue, the ground suddenly shook. Awu! Roar! The once quiet environment suddenly became noisy, with the roars of various ferocious beasts constantly echoing around. Yang Tian, let's hurry, there seems to be a pack of ferocious beasts nearby. Yes, these two lunatics are complete strangers to us. If we had stayed any longer, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Our priority is to save our lives. The three men tried to persuade Yang Tian while making a gesture as if they wanted to pull him away. Yang Tian quickly calmed down. Although he really wanted to see what the two looked like, he still backed down in the face of so many ferocious beasts. The four of them then left the place. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was exercising with Lin Qingxue while directing the ferocious beasts he enslaved to lure the herd into the shattered valley. The gathering of so many ferocious beasts here was naturally Yang Qing's premeditated masterpiece. Therefore, neither he nor Lin Qingxue felt flustered, on the contrary, they were somewhat excited. In his eyes, these ferocious beasts were nothing but blatant points of depravity. Qingxue, you female slave, do you find it very exciting to do this in front of your number one simp, Yang Tian? I feel like your body is much more tense than before. Yang Cheng watched Yang Tian and the others walk away and said with a playful smile. Guess if Yang Tian recognized your voice just now? Master, could you please stop mentioning him? We two had no connection whatsoever. In front of the master, he wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. A few moments later, the two ended their fight. On the one hand, the wilderness area was not very exciting, and on the other hand, the main purpose was to hunt ferocious beasts. As for this kind of thing, it was mainly just to annoy Yang Tian. Chapter 11: Closing the door to beat the dog, a massive amount of depravity points. After tidying up briefly, Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue arrived at the highest point of the shattered valley. At this moment, the ferocious beasts secretly controlled by Yang Cheng had already lured hundreds of them into the valley through various means of coercion and enticement. This shattered valley was also a burial site that Yang Cheng had carefully selected for the ferocious beasts and their packs. Looking at the densely packed herd of ferocious beasts in the valley, Lin Qingxue's smile vanished. Don't worry, just watch my performance. Yang Qing also offered some words of comfort to Lin Qingxue beside him, explaining that an ordinary person could not handle so many ferocious beasts. Although most of these ferocious beasts are at the first or second level of awakening, if it were a one-on-one fight, even a martial artist with superpowers would be overwhelmed and killed here. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts that can be seen are only a part of the many more are on their way. Yang Qing looked at the ferocious beasts surging in like a tide at the entrance and easily recognized their species. Shadow panther, shadow lion, one-horned rhinoceros, ice spirit fox, etc. A large group of ferocious beasts rushed into the valley at high speed. As it drew nearer, a black line gradually turned into a black face, giving people a feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it. Good timing. Yang Qing activated the blue barrier and leaped down from the height, landing in the midst of the beast horde. The ferocious beasts were also somewhat surprised to see humans appear in the valley before them. Seemingly sensing the aura of Yang Qing's special abilities, the ferocious beasts smiled contemptuously, their eyes treating him as if he were a tiny insect. They immediately unleashed various attacks, some lunging at Yang Qing with bared fangs and claws, while others released various energy attacks such as flames, ice, and lightning. There were also some shadowy beasts lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike, while flying beasts in the sky flapped their wings and released blue hurricanes. All these attacks, upon touching Yang Qing's blue barrier, were instantly reflected back with interest. The damage rebounded was even greater than the damage they had previously inflicted on Yang Qing. The ferocious beasts closest to Yang Qing didn't even have time to react before being instantly pierced through by the sudden attack. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Immediately, a series of explosions rang out centered on Yang Qing, and flames soared into the sky and thick smoke rose from the shattered valley. Aside from the surrounding ferocious beasts being reduced to ashes, the rest were all blasted away, crashing heavily against the valley walls, rendering them incapable of fighting. This was only because Yang Qing tried his best to control the damage, fearing that he would kill all the ferocious beasts in front of him. Immediately, Yang Qing released the seed of corruption, enslaving and dismembering all the unconscious beasts and those at or below the third level of awakening. Instantly, the ferocious beasts surrounding Yang Qing transformed into bright purple light spots and surged into his body. Ding successfully decomposed the level 4 awakened beast Shadow Leopard, gaining 4 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed a level 4 awakened beast, a unicorn rhinoceros, and gained 4 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 4 awakened beast Shadow Lion, gaining 4 fall points. Hundreds of pleasant notification sounds rang in Yang Qing's mind, and Yang Qing's corruption points also increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it increased to over 700 points. Seeing the upgrade symbol after the realm, Yang Qing did not hesitate and directly chose to consume 700 fall points. Immediately, a powerful energy flowed into Yang Qing's body, but he felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt incredibly warm and comfortable. A moment later, Yang Qing slowly opened his eyes. His aura gradually stabilized, and his realm directly increased from the third level of awakening to the fifth level of awakening. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue, standing high in the valley, was speechless with shock at Yang Qing's immense strength. The dark mass of ferocious beasts that was just in her sight was instantly and easily dealt with by Yang Qing as if by magic. This is something a human at the awakening realm can do? Master's power is truly unfathomable. At this moment, Lin Qingxue had changed back into a black combat uniform, displaying a cool and capable demeanor. But he stared at Yang Qing in the canyon with a fascination, as if he were gazing at the creator. She then jumped down from the height and came to Yang Qing's side. Master, your face is covered in dust. Qingxue will help you clean it up. This is just the beginning. I've dealt with most of the ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Go outside and look for any remaining ferocious beasts. Lure them all over here. Yang Qing nodded to her first, and then sent her out, since the main task was to obtain corruption points. He didn't want his personal servants to be just pretty faces. Yang Qing wanted Lin Qingxue to be a sharp sword in his hand, someone he could sacrifice at any time if necessary. Understood, Qingxue will go right away. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue immediately followed Yang Qing's orders and left. Shortly afterward, the ground shook again, and a large group of ferocious beasts surged in from outside the valley. Seeing this, Yang Qing chuckled softly. He was immediately filled with emotion. These ferocious beasts he had enslaved were quite capable, managing to attract the entire herd through trickery and deception. Looking at the approaching second wave of ferocious beasts in the distance, although there were not as many as the first wave, many of them were level 4 or 5 awakened beasts. It seems to be the ferocious beast army brought by the Gale Shadow Wolf that Yang Qing enslaved before. A moment later, Yang Qing was surrounded by different kinds of ferocious beasts again. He used the same trick as before and enslaved and dismembered the beast horde in the blink of an eye. So many ferocious beasts also brought him many points of depravity. After consuming 500 fallen points, Yang Qing successfully advanced to the 6th level of Awakening Realm. Guardian of Guardians is really amazing. He is now at the 6th level of Awakening, which means that as long as a superhuman who is no more than a 6th level martial artist makes a move, he is invincible. Yang Qing thought to himself. To enhance the protection of guardians, one needs more powerful and exclusive servants. With this in mind, Yang Qing had a new goal for the future, to continue subduing female slaves as soon as possible. Master, I'm back. At this moment, Lin Qingxue returned to his side, looking at the large group of low-level ferocious beasts following behind her. Yang Qing then waved his hand, and several purple rays of depravity appeared in the air, instantly enslaving and disintegrating them all. Yes, you did a great job. Yang Qing smiled and nodded at Lin Qingxue's actions. Chapter 12, A Chance Encounter with My Best Friend, a new target emerges. I've dealt with most of the ferocious beasts around here. Let's prepare to move on. Yang Chang looked at Lin Qingxue and said casually. Master, I made a major discovery on my way back. Just as Yang Qing was preparing to move, Lin Qingxue revealed a strange smile and said with a light laugh. Ha? What's going on? Could it be that a large number of ferocious beasts have been discovered? Upon hearing this, Yang Qing said calmly. Master, another school beauty from Jiangning City, Gu Hansuan, has also appeared in this wilderness area. She is also an S-class awakened ability user. I guess the master should be somewhat interested in her. Lin Qingxue tossed her hair and said with a charming smile. Gu Hansuan? I've never heard of her before. Isn't she from our Jiangning No. 1 high school? Yang Qing was somewhat puzzled, as he hadn't known much about these things before. Well, she's on par with me. She's a genius from Jiangning No. 8 high school. She appears very aloof and somewhat misogynistic, but we get along fairly well. Hypochondria? Hypochondria is great. Master likes this kind of unruly and arrogant school beauty. Is there anyone else with her, and how strong are they? Yes, she has her No. 1 simp Qin Xian by her side, as well as another girl I don't recognize. As for their specific strength, they are about the same as mine. After all, they have only recently awakened their superpowers, so improving their level is not so easy. Lin Qingxue analyzed calmly. Does Chen Xian know Yang Tian? What's their relationship? Master, I'm not too sure about that. After all, I'm not very familiar with Yang Tian, let alone Chen Xian. Yes, we originally planned to have the Mad Leopard lead us to the Blood Shadow Mad Leopard leader, who is at the 7th level of Awakening. In that case, let's change our plans and go see Gu Hansuan first. After Yang Qing finished speaking, she and Lin Qingxue rode the swift Shadow Wolf and quickly headed towards the place she had mentioned. 10 minutes later, Yang Qing and Lin Qingxue quickly discovered the three people's whereabouts. Boom! Several explosions rang out, and Yang Qing looked into the distance and saw a team of superhumans and several ferocious beasts at the 3rd level of Awakening being engaged in a fierce battle. Master, it seems that Gu Hansuan and the others have encountered some trouble? Lin Qingxue stood beside Yang Qing and said with a charming smile. No rush, let's see how strong they are. Yang Qing said calmly. Master, the girl in the blue battlesuit is Gu Hanshuang, and standing next to her is her No. 1 sycophant, Qin Xian. As for that girl in green, it's the first time I've seen her, so I don't know much about her. Watching the scene of the group fighting the ferocious beast, Lin Qingxue also keenly shared the information she knew with Yang Qing. 3 flame lions at the 3rd level of Awakening Realm, they're not easy to deal with. Yang Qing easily discerned the race and strength of the several ferocious beasts, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, the people in the center of the battlefield were also in a sorry state. Han Shuang, you and Tingting go first, I'll hold off these flame lions. Wearing a black combat suit, Qin Xian, a muscular and well-built young man nearly 1.8 meters tall, turned to the 2 girls beside him and said something when he saw that the situation was not right. He was covered in blood and looked rather disheveled. The flame lion before them was enormous, radiating an exceptionally violent and scorching aura. Its fur was fiery red, like a blazing fireball. Even a casual exhale from it is extremely uncomfortable, and its tail is a long, bright red whip. Come on, you think you, a mere level fire-type ability awakener, can stop these ferocious beasts? You're only at the 1st level of Awakening, don't be reckless. Sister Han Shuang, why are we so unlucky? How could three such powerful ferocious beasts appear simultaneously on the outer perimeter of the western defense line? The petite, pure-looking girl, dressed in a green combat uniform, said with a hint of grievance. Don't worry, come with me later. Chen Xian, now we have no choice but to split up. Our fate is in the hands of fate. I just sent a distress signal. I don't know if we can hold out until the rescue team arrives. Gu Hansuang said with a hint of helplessness. Just when the three were in despair, Yang Chang and Lin Qingxue took the initiative to attack. He then gathered a golden ball of energy in his right hand and flung it toward the location of the flame lion. The three-headed flame lion was instantly and severely injured, collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Gu Hansuang and the other two, who were originally preparing to escape, were immediately dumbfounded, as if petrified on the spot. What's going on? The flame lion was defeated so easily? Chen Xian muttered to himself. Qingxue? What are you doing here? Was it you who made the move just now? I remember you seemed to have awakened an S-class light-type ability. Gu Hansuang said excitedly. Meeting good friends in this wilderness is already a very rare thing. What's even more commendable is that her best friend saved her life in a very dangerous situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue was about to defend herself, but after glancing at Yang Qing's gaze, she immediately admitted it. Yang Qing and I met you by chance, it was just something we did on the spur of the moment. Are you all right? How could we encounter a ferocious beast at the third level of awakening in a place like this? Upon seeing this, Lin Qingxue first comforted her best friend, and then expressed her doubts. I'm not quite sure either. How come you came to this wilderness area with a boy? I haven't heard you mention this before, aren't you going to tell me about it? Gu Hansuang was also meeting Yang Qing for the first time and was not very familiar with him, so she asked him with a smile. Yang Qing? I've heard of your name. Is it Yang Tian's good-for-nothing older brother? I heard he awakened an E-level superpower. How could Qingxue walk with someone like you? Before Lin Qingxue could explain, Chen Xian spoke up first, mocking her. E-level superpower? What? You're quite familiar with Yang Tian? Upon hearing Chen Xian's explanation, Gu Hansuang instantly regained her aloof demeanor. She had originally intended to greet Yang Qing, but she was somewhat disdainful and then looked at Chen Xian beside her and said something. You naturally wouldn't care about something like this, Frost. You and Lin Qingxue are hailed as the first and second most beautiful girls in the entire Jiangning city, but who is first and who is second has caused quite a bit of controversy in private. As Lin Qingxue's #1 sycophant, Yang Tian has naturally opposed me quite a bit. And I've naturally heard about his good-for-nothing older brother from others. Chen Xian looked at Yang Qing, his face no longer showing the fear and panic he had shown when facing the flaming lion. Instead, he revealed a playful expression and said with a light laugh. Chapter 13 The Incompetent Simp, Another Side of the Cold Goddess? Chen Xian, you piece of trash, do you have the right to talk about Yang Qing? You've really forgotten the pain once the wound has healed. Why weren't you arrogant when you were facing the flame lion just now? Just so you know, those 3 flame lions aren't dead, they're just unconscious. If you dare to mock Yang Qing again, I won't mind you facing the ferocity of the flaming lion alone. Before Yang Qing and Gu Hansuang could finish speaking, Lin Qingxue sternly rebuked them. Lin Qingxue, you. Hearing the other party's reprimand, Chen Xian was immediately annoyed, but thinking of the flame lion's ferocity, he dared not say anything more. Seeing this, Yang Qing, who was standing to the side, also gave Lin Qingxue an approving look. Since Chen Xian knew Yang Tian, things became much easier. He then gestured for Lin Qingxue to step back. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Gu Hansuang's nonsense. After all, we can't linger here for too long. Upon seeing Yang Qing's instructions, Lin Qingxue nodded and stepped behind him. Qingxue, you. Yang Qing, what exactly did you do to Qingxue? Seeing this, Gu Hansuang asked sternly. Frost, how dare you address your master by his name? Who gave you the courage? Chen Xian, your dream goddess, your unattainable white moonlight, is about to become your master's servant. I wonder what you think. Lin Qingxue then laughed enthusiastically and said. Seeing this, Yang Qing stopped talking and released 6 fallen seeds that floated in the air. Seeing Yang Qing's bizarre methods, Gu Hansuang and Chen Xian instinctively wanted to escape, but with their strength, it was nothing more than a desperate struggle. A moment later, the purple seeds of corruption entered the bodies of the 2 girls, and their bodies trembled. The disdain and contempt in their eyes were instantly replaced by fanaticism and obsession. Immediately, Gu Hanswang and the green-clad girl Tingting knelt at Yang Qing's feet, displaying unparalleled loyalty and adoration. Chen Xian, who was trying to escape, was imprisoned in place by Lin Qingshua's holy light and could not move. Beside him floated a purple seed of corruption. Yang Qing originally intended to take control of him directly, but Lin Qingxue whispered a few words in his ear. Qingxue, I didn't expect you to be even more perverted than me. I even started to wonder if you were faking it all along. Your behavior is so unconventional. Yang Qing smiled wickedly as he heard Lin Qingshue's plan. I hate it, master. They're just trying to get revenge for you. These people enjoy being sycophants and free slaves, and they often mock others, so they deserve to be punished. If I were directly controlled by you, it wouldn't be as fun. Lin Qingxue blushed slightly and covered her mouth, laughing softly as she spoke. Yang Qing, Lin Qingxue, what exactly are you two trying to do? What did you do to Han Shuang and Ting Ting? I'm warning you, you'd better let me go right now, or you'll both be finished when we get back to Jiangning City. My father is. Before Chen Xian could finish speaking, Yang Qing impatiently said. How annoying, Qingxue, shut him up. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue nodded and then took out a roll of tape and sealed his mouth shut. At this moment, Chen Xian was unable to move his body or speak, but his mind remained clear and unaffected. Within the confinement of the holy light, it kept making muffled sounds, as if trying to wake Gu Hanswang and Tingting, who were kneeling on the ground. Yang Cheng then checked the information of the two girls on the ground. Personal servant, Gu Hanswang. Special ability, Heart of the Sword S rank. Realm level, First level Awakening Realm. Servant, Feng Tingting. Special ability, Thorns rank B. Realm level, First level Awakening Realm. What's going on? Why isn't Feng Tingting a personal servant? Yang Qing immediately had a question in his mind. Ding, the host's personal servant must be a person with exceptional talent, and their appearance must also meet the requirements. Awakened individuals with a level or B-level superpowers are not worthy of becoming your personal servants. Even S-class awakened ability users without any potential are not allowed. Upon hearing the explanation from the system in his mind, Yang Qing's expression changed slightly. Ding, given that this is the first time the host has encountered this situation. Friendly reminder, ordinary servants can also be converted into corruption points. The number of corruption points gained is determined by the servant's ability grade and realm. Would you like to analyze Feng Tingting? Let's not break it down for now. Yang Qing considered it for a moment. Now was precisely the time when he needed manpower. As long as we don't use the corruption points to train her, she can at least act as bait to attract ferocious beasts at this stage. Yang Qing then waved his hand, and Feng Tingting returned to the servant space. Arise, Frost. Yang Qing said calmly. Thank you, master. Gu Hanchuan's face was slightly flushed at this moment. She was not surprised by the disappearance of her companion Feng Tingting. In her eyes, Yang Cheng was like a god, and every action he took was always correct. Gu Hanswan stood up, dressed in a blue battlesuit. She was tall and slender, with long, glossy black hair tied into a neat high ponytail with a red ribbon, and fair skin. Her oval face was filled with boundless fervor and infatuation for Yang Qing. The previous disdainful and aloof expression had completely vanished. Qingxue smiled slightly and tidied up the ground next to Yang Qing. Frost, I don't need to say anything more, do I? Hee, I wonder how Chen Xian, your number one simp, will feel when he sees this other side of you? She looked at her former best friend Gu Hansuang, who used to dislike men, and said with a smile. Qingxue, you're so mean. Chen Xian, you're really getting off easy. Are you dreaming about Frost all the time? Lin Qingxue said with a playful smile. She then manipulated the holy light imprisonment to move Chen Xian to a short distance away. Gu Hanswang immediately rolled her eyes at Lin Qingxue beside her, and instantly understood what she meant. Chen Xian, help me out. Hearing Gu Hanchuan's arrogant voice, Chen Xian, who was imprisoned, had bloodshot eyes, and his endless shock and anger seemed to erupt like a volcano at any moment. The goddess he longed for day and night, the genius girl who was the white moonlight in his heart, actually had such a side. But he could only watch helplessly, without being able to do anything about it. Chen Xian felt as if his heart was being torn apart by 1,000 knives. He couldn't even cry. Chapter 14 Simultaneous Service? A feeling of excitement. Yang Qing enjoyed himself while glancing at Chen Xian, the sycophant who was imprisoned beside him. It feels so different to conquer the goddess in the heart of a simp. Looking down on trash with E-level superpowers? A genius who awakened A-level superpowers, a cold goddess with S-level superpowers? They're nothing more than dogs at my feet. At this moment, Yang Qing's heart was becoming increasingly unrestrained and dark. He was even somewhat impatient to go to the places where geniuses gathered and win over those usually proud and aloof school beauties. Lin Qingxue entered the battlefield at this moment, and the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, made Yang Qing feel this huge emotion in contrast. Who would have thought that the only 2S-level awakened superpowers in Jiangning City this year would now be subservient to a good-for-nothing? After more than 10 minutes, the battle gradually subsided. Chen Xian, who was imprisoned by Lin Qingxue, was also somewhat mentally scattered at the moment. From initial anger and shock to subsequent numbness and compromise, those short 10 minutes felt like an eternity to him. Seeing Chen Xian's reaction, Guhan Shuang became even more shy. "How's Frost?" Lin Qingxue gently stroked Guhan Shuang's hair as she spoke with a soft laugh. "Ahem, you two, stop fooling around." Seeing this, Yang Qing pretended to cough. He then manipulated the fallen seed floating in the air to enter Chen Xian's body, and incidentally removed the holy light imprisonment from his body. Chen Xian's body trembled slightly, and his eyes changed accordingly. "Master, Chen Xian reports to you." Chen Xian knelt directly in front of Yang Cheng and spoke with fervent passion. Yang Cheng nodded and released Feng Tingting from the servant space. Now standing before him were 4 servants, 3 women and 1 man, and Yang Cheng then issued the tasks to be performed. 4 people, including Lin Qingxue, were sent out to lure the ferocious beasts from different directions to the locations designated by Yang Cheng and the others. "Understood, Master." The 4 of them immediately answered in unison. Watching the 4 people leave in different directions, Yang Qing glanced at the Gale Shadow Wolf beside him and decided to send it out as well. In order to maximize the acquisition of corruption points, Yang Qing sent out all his servants. Yang Qing didn't care about the safety of his servants, except for Lin Qingxue and Guhan Shuang, since he could always find replacements. After pausing to collect his thoughts, Yang Qing observed his surroundings, and his figure flashed continuously as he headed straight for the Blood Shadow Leopard's habitat. Guided by his servant, Mad Leopard, Yang Qing quickly arrived near the Blood Shadow Mad Leopard's habitat. He first hid in the nearby jungle and made a brief observation. He only found a few Blood Shadow Leopards at the 4th level of Awakening Realm moving back and forth on the outermost edge, occasionally observing the unusual movements around them. This should be the Blood Shadow Panther patrol team. Without hesitation, Yang Qing released the purple seeds of corruption into their bodies, quickly enslaving them. But Yang Qing was in no hurry to break them apart, since these ferocious beasts couldn't escape anyway. After sensing that he had control over the ferocious beast, Yang Qing walked out openly. Following the Mad Leopard's footsteps, Yang Cheng arrived unimpeded at the place where the Blood Shadow Mad Leopard leader was resting. Although there were some level 5 and 6 awakened Blood Shadow Leopards lurking around the leader, Yang Qing ignored them for the time being. With ease, Yang Qing unleashed the S-Class Light Elemental Angelic Power, golden light energy appearing around him like a swimming dragon. With a slight thought, Yang Qing gathered golden energy in his right hand, and then, in a few flashes, slammed a fist carrying terrifying energy towards the leader of the Blood Shadow Panther. As a ferocious beast at the 7th level of Awakening, the leader of the Blood Shadow Panthers was naturally unafraid of Yang Qing's attacks. It bared its sharp teeth, its red fur stood on end, and a blood-red energy ball shot out from its throat, attempting to collide with Yang Qing's golden holy light energy. However, it clearly underestimated Yang Qing's strength. The moment the blood-red energy ball collided with the golden energy, the outcome was quickly decided. The crimson energy of the Blood Shadow Panther leader offered no resistance whatsoever and was easily pierced by Yang Qing's holy light, which then struck it heavily. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and dust billowed up from the ground, destroying the surrounding ancient trees and jungle. A moment later, the thick smoke gradually dissipated, and the leader of the Blood Shadow Panthers also fainted. Yang Qing smiled slightly, then released over 100 seeds of corruption, enslaving and disintegrating all the nearby Blood Shadow Panthers. Immediately, the Blood Shadow Leopard horde transformed into purple specks of light and entered Yang Qing's body. Ding, successfully decomposed the level 6 awakened beast Blood Shadow Panther, gaining 6 fall points. Ding, successfully decomposed the level 5 awakened beast Blood Shadow Panther, gaining 5 fall points. Ding, successfully decomposed the level 4 awakened beast Blood Shadow Panther, gaining 4 fall points. A series of notification sounds rang in Yang Qing's mind, and his fall points continued to increase, quickly reaching more than 500 points. Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction, and then woke up the unconscious Blood Shadow Panther leader. With the blessing of the Seed of Corruption, the Blood Shadow Panther Lord instantly became as if he had been fully resurrected, full of energy and vitality. "Master, please give your orders." The leader of the Blood Shadow Panthers immediately lay down on the ground and spoke in beast language. As a level 7 awakened beast, you should be very familiar with this area. Now I am sending you out to gather all the ferocious beast tribes under your control and await my orders. Yang Chang nodded and then issued the first order. Master, I understand. The leader of the Blood Shadow Panthers nodded in acknowledgement. Then its figure vanished from Yang Qing's sight in an instant. Chapter 15 The Red Crow Beast Horde, Escape? Absolutely impossible. Watching the Blood Shadow Panther leader leave, Yang Qing's figure flashed and he also left the place. In order to better exterminate all the ferocious beasts, he planned to find a propitious place for them. Before long, Lin Qingxue and the others also contacted Yang Qing one after another, and they had made some gains in different areas. After searching for a while, Yang Qing finally found a relatively open space. Just as he was about to go in and check, the ground around him suddenly started to shake. Yang Qing could clearly feel the effects of the ferocious beast's attack. He then turned around and saw a black bear, as large as a hill, leap out of the nearby jungle. A black fiend flame bear at the 9th level of awakening? How could a ferocious beast that was just one step away from entering the martial artist realm possibly appear in the outer areas? Yang Qing was startled by the sight of the ferocious beast with its terrifying aura, and didn't even react immediately. To Yang Qing's surprise, the powerful black fiend bear seemed not to see him at all, and charged forward madly. This means they didn't notice me? Yang Qing smiled faintly. I was just wondering how to lure the monsters, but since I've run into you today, I might as well stay. If it were an ordinary human with superpowers, they would definitely be eager to escape this place as soon as possible. However, Yang Qing did the opposite, immediately releasing the 12-winged angel of light, which condensed into a golden spear and attacked the black fiend bear. The black fiend bear, which was charging ahead, didn't seem to care much about Yang Qing's attack, but as the power of the golden spear gradually approached it, it also realized that something was wrong, and that if it didn't fight back, it would really get hurt. Immediately, the black fiend bear turned its head, its large, copper bell-sized eyes blazing with fury as it stared intently at Yang Qing. It turns out that it wasn't that it hadn't noticed Yang Qing, but simply that it didn't want to bother with him. Roar! The black fiend bear roared at Yang Qing, clearly displeased with his attack. Immediately, the black fiend bear opened its massive maw and released a fireball, which instantly collided with the golden spear that was about to touch its body in mid-air. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the aftershocks of the collision between the two energies sent dust flying everywhere, and thick smoke rose from the jungle. This was the first time Yang Qing had directly experienced the strength of a level 9 awakened beast, and it was indeed quite formidable. The black fiend bear was even more shocked. It could clearly sense that the weak human in front of it was only at the 6th level of awakening, yet it was able to fight its attacks to a standstill. A moment later, the thick smoke gradually dissipated, as if sensing something even more dangerous. The black fiery bear did not choose to continue its entanglement with Yang Qing. After throwing 2 fireballs at him, it turned around and wanted to continue its attack. Those hurried, flustered steps made it look like they were running away. Faced with the black fiend bear's fireball attack, Yang Qing released a red barrier that instantly absorbed the 2 fire energy balls into his body. This is another powerful effect of Guardian of Guardians, storing attacks. Seeing the black fiend bear fleeing in a panic, Yang Qing frowned slightly. Did the sun rise in the west? Am I really that powerful? How could I have made a level 9 awakened beast so disheveled? If it weren't for me, what other ferocious beasts could there be in this outer region? Zzzzz. Just as Yang Qing was feeling somewhat puzzled, a series of roars from the secret realm echoed through the jungle. A ferocious, crimson mass of beasts surged forth like a sea of blood. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Could it be a rat swarm? Yang Qing guessed, and then he looked closely and saw that these ferocious beasts were not very big, each only half a meter long, and they looked like crows, with their whole bodies in a strange blood-red color. Their appearance instantly filled the air with a strong smell of blood. Bloodthirsty red raven. After recognizing the other party's identity, Yang Qing's expression changed slightly. This kind of ferocious beast was notorious. Although each one is only at the 1st or 2nd level of awakening, the terrifying thing is that there are a great many of them, starting with thousands. In particular, their sharp red fangs can instantly paralyze and poison their prey once they bite it. They are also very sensitive to blood, and once a target is locked on, it will be attacked and killed. This is why even the level 9 awakened beast, the black fiend bear, had to flee, because it might really die in the siege of these bloodthirsty red crows. Just as the bloodthirsty red raven beasts were about to surround him, unexpectedly, Yang Qing did not run away immediately. Instead, he glanced at the energy potions in his spatial ring and found that Lin Qingxue had prepared quite a lot for him, a full 20. Then a bold idea came to his mind: he wanted to live in the face of death. To others, the bloodthirsty red raven beasts, feared like demons from hell, were nothing short of delicious supplies to Yang Qing. However, before that, Yang Qing had no intention of letting go of the Black Fiend Bear, which was at the 9th level of awakening. Yang Qing immediately released a blue barrier and threw several golden energy attacks into the horde of bloodthirsty red crows to attract their attention. As expected, after being attacked by Yang Qing, the horde of bloodthirsty red crows surged towards him from all directions like a red sea of blood. However, all of them were deflected back by Yang Qing's Guardian of Guardians, instantly causing countless deaths and injuries to the bloodthirsty red raven beast horde. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Qing turned around and chased after the Black Fiend Bear. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded in the wilderness. The Black Fiend Bear, a 9th level awakened realm overlord, fled ahead, while Yang Qing, surrounded by a blue energy barrier, pursued it from behind. Behind him, a bloodthirsty raven beast horde, like a sea of red blood, frantically tore and chased after them. In order to enslave the Black Fiend Bear as soon as possible, Yang Qing hardened his heart and released the 12-winged Angel of Light once again. Holy crap! Maintaining two powerful energies simultaneously, Yang Qing's face turned deathly pale, and his entire body felt as if it had been hollowed out. But there was no time to think about it now. With the help of his S-Class superpower, Yang Qing quickly caught up with the Black Fiend Rock Bear. This time, he didn't hold back. He returned the 2 fire energy balls that the opponent had just released to the opponent, and then 2 more golden energy bursts out. The Black Fiend Bear was also taken aback when it saw this. Wasn't this the attack it just unleashed? Why is it returning to me? Before the Black Fiend Bear could react, several energy attacks struck it directly, instantly inflicting severe injuries. Yang Qing then released a purple seed of corruption, easily enslaving it and placing it in the enslavement space. Next, it's your turn. After retrieving the 12-winged Angel of Light, Yang Qing took a breather, took out a red energy potion, and drank it. His gaze remained fixed on the ever-surging horde of bloodthirsty red ravens. Chapter 16, Engaged in a Protracted War, Stepping into the Level 1 Martial Artist Realm. On the other side, Lin Qingxue and the others also completed their respective tasks, attracting as many ferocious beasts as possible within their capabilities. They headed towards Yang Qing's location, and after becoming his servants, they would directly share each other's locations. So, how was your harvest? It's alright, but let's hurry up and leave. It would be bad if the ferocious beast caught up with us. I have a pack of ice wolves at the 4th level of awakening behind me. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanshuang exchanged a few words after meeting, and then continued on their way. Just then, the ground suddenly shook, and blood-red specks gradually appeared in the distant dense forest. At first, the 4 of them didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just an ordinary 1st-level awakened beast. But as time went by, more and more red dots appeared, densely packed before their eyes. This can't be the bloodthirsty red raven, can it? Report to the master quickly. We need to buy him as much time as possible, otherwise we may face mortal danger. Just as Lin Qingxue was about to report to Yang Qing, the densely packed, surging horde of bloodthirsty red crows seemed to have no idea they were there. They surged straight toward one place, and the group followed their direction of travel into the distance. A sea of red blood appeared in the distant jungle, and all the bloodthirsty red raven beasts rushed towards it like madmen, and their numbers continued to increase. No way? There, that seems to be where the master is. I originally thought that my master was already a god, but I never expected that he would actually fight against the beast horde all by himself. This is absolutely outrageous, it's outrageous to the extreme. Lin Qingxue and the others were stunned, as if they were frozen in place. Then he sighed softly. At this moment, Lin Qingxue also contacted Yang Qing, and she anxiously inquired. Master, we see that you are surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty red ravens. What should we do now? Just as Yang Qingtang was about to focus on dealing with the bloodthirsty red crow beast horde, Lin Qingxue sent him a message through the servant's hotline. Yang Qing then sensed the location of the group and said calmly. The 4 of you should gather together first. The Blood Shadow Panther leader, who is at the 7th level of awakening, will come to meet you. It has become your partner. It will execute the following steps, you just need to cooperate with it. Don't worry, these ferocious beasts pose no threat to me. Your presence will only cause me trouble. Let's wait there for the leader of the Blood Shadow Panthers. After Yang Qing finished speaking, he cut off the communication and focused on dealing with the beast horde in front of him. At this moment, the location where Yang Qing was standing had become a sea of red blood, and his entire body was completely surrounded by a swarm of bloodthirsty red crow beasts flying all over the sky. However, every attack launched by the bloodthirsty red raven horde was easily blocked by Yang Qing's blue barrier. While slowly pouring the Yuan energy potion into his mouth, Yang Qing directly released the seed of corruption to enslave and decompose it. This is clearly a protracted battle. Although Yang Qing can ensure that he will not be harmed, he alone cannot enslave all of the thousands of bloodthirsty red crow beasts in a short period of time. As night approached, the bright white moonlight slowly appeared high in the sky. Even the ferocious beasts in the distance dared not move an inch under the intimidation of the Blood Shadow Panther leader, who was at the 7th level of awakening. It was only thanks to the help of the Blood Shadow Panther leader that Lin Qingxue and her group were able to control over 100 ferocious beasts. Several hours passed quickly, and Yang Qing's face was extremely pale. He had also completely consumed all the Yuan energy potions he carried. But all of this paid off. The thousands of bloodthirsty red crows that had surrounded Yang Qing earlier had now been enslaved and dismembered by him. In the end, many of the bloodthirsty red crows saw that things were not right and tried to escape, but Yang Qing endured his headache and kept them all behind. Ding successfully decomposed the level 2 awakened beast bloodthirsty red crow, gaining 2 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the first level awakened beast bloodthirsty red crow, gaining 1 fall point. Ding successfully decomposed the level 2 awakened beast bloodthirsty red crow, gaining 2 fall points. At this moment, Yang Qing's realm had also advanced from the 6th level of awakening to the 9th level of awakening, consuming only 2,100 fallen points. The battle was exhilarating. Less than 3 days had passed since the awakening ceremony, and Yang Qing, who had awakened an E-level ability, had already rapidly advanced to the 9th level of awakening. This speed of improvement is faster than riding a rocket. It's estimated that there isn't another superhuman on the entire planet who can do it faster. He then glanced at the points of depravity on his body and found that the symbols indicating realm advancement had not disappeared, meaning he could continue to improve. Yang Qing originally wanted to leave more points for Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang, but then he realized that strength was the greatest source of confidence. He then decisively chose to continue improving his realm, after consuming a full 1,000 fall points. A surge of powerful energy flowed into Yang Qing's body, instantly making his cells exceptionally active, and his body felt both hot and invigorated. He could clearly feel that the genes in his body were as if their shackles had been broken, disrupted, reorganized, and reforged. This series of reactions signifies that Yang Qing has officially entered the first-level martial artist realm. From this moment on, he can be considered to have officially stepped into the world of human superhumans. Before this, people like Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang were at most considered trainee superhumans. This aura, it seems that the master has already entered that level. Yes, that's true. I've also sensed this aura from the guards at home. It's the aura of a martial artist. Goodness, the awakening ceremony only lasted a few days, and the martial arts exam hasn't even started yet, and master is already a martial arts realm ability user. In the entire Jiangnan province, or even in the entire China, there probably isn't a genius as powerful as the master. Lin Qingxue, Gu Hansuang, Chen Shen, and others are all from wealthy families in Jiangning City, and they have also sensed the aura of martial artists. Now, facing Yang Qing's powerful aura, his eyes were filled with fervor and worship. Not bad. The martial artist realm is just the beginning. Yang Qing recalled the hierarchy of this world. If we don't count the awakening realm, there are only 10 major realms: martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sect master, martial venerable, martial saint, and martial emperor. Each major realm is divided into 9 levels, and currently the strongest person on Blue Star is only a level 9 martial saint. Emperor Wu never actually appeared. All that was known was that such a realm existed. Martial Emperor realm? One day I will reach that realm too. Yang Qing gazed at the moonlight, eagerly anticipating that day. Chapter 17: The Beginning of Desire? Initial Training. After getting used to his current strength, Yang Qing flashed to Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang's side. Master, you're amazing. You are undoubtedly the top scorer in Jiangnan province this year. Why are you sweating? Let Qingxue wipe it for you. Lin Qingxue looked at Yang Qing with admiration and gently wiped his forehead with her delicate pink hand. It's just a herd of beasts. If others flee, how can the master flee? If these ferocious beasts break through the western defense line and enter Jiangning City, it will cause incalculable disasters. I just happened to nip the danger in the bud. You did a great job this time, and you've accomplished your mission. Yang Qing then looked at the other servants and gave them a brief word of praise. Although they were all his servants, they all had their own thoughts and were simply loyal to Yang Qing. Thank you, master. Chen Xian and Feng Tingting smiled when they heard Yang Qing's praise. Looking at the ferocious beast clan being suppressed by the leader of the Blood Shadow Panther not far away, Yang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a level 7 awakened beast, based on its understanding of this area, the number of beasts it gathered was far greater than Yang Qing had anticipated. However, with Yang Cheng acquiring the new level 9 awakened Black Fiend Flame Bear, the Blood Shadow Panther's mission can be considered complete. Upon seeing the sheer number of ferocious beasts, Yang Qing did not hesitate. He released a large number of fallen seeds, which enslaved them all in just a moment. This time, Yang Qing didn't hold back, because he had basically plundered all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity, and the previous beast servants were no longer of any use. Under Yang Qing's control, all the ferocious beasts around him turned into streaks of purple light and entered his body. These purple dots then transformed into points of corruption for his use. Ding successfully decomposed the Blood Shadow Panther leader, a level 7 awakened beast, and gained 7 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 6 Awakening Realm Ferocious Beast Illusionary Blue Fox, gaining 6 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 6 Awakening Realm Ferocious Beast Giant Mouth Golden Serpent, gaining 6 fall points. He ignored the constant prompting in his mind for the time being. At this moment, Yang Qing observed the 4 people standing beside him, with Lin Qingshui and Gu Hanshuang standing on his left and right sides respectively. The two shared a similar style, both being proud and aloof. At this moment, the aloofness in their blue eyes had vanished, replaced by absolute loyalty to Yang Qing. Chen Xian and Feng Tingting stood quietly to the side, waiting for Yang Qing's next instructions. After a moment's thought, Yang Qing asked in his mind. System, estimate how many fall points I can get by dismantling Feng Tingting? Ding! Feng Tingting is a B-level awakened ability user, at the first level of Awakening Realm. A comprehensive analysis shows she can gain 1,000 fall points. There are actually 1,000? This is just an ordinary first-level awakened human ability user. Upon hearing the overall assessment from the corruption system, Yang Qing couldn't help but ask a question. However, the system did not continue to answer his question, and the surrounding space instantly became quiet. I guess it's because of her B-level ability. Goodness, if that's really the case, then there will be even more Qin Xians who have awakened A-level abilities. In that case, why bother hunting ferocious beasts? Why not just go to the place where geniuses gather and enslave and dissect them at will? Wouldn't that be much easier? The terrifying thought crossed Yang Qing's mind, and he immediately shook his head. However, Yang Qing no longer hesitated and decisively chose to dismantle Feng Tingting directly. Keeping Qin Xian around is still useful for now. Having so many burdens around isn't his style. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3 servants, Feng Tingting transformed into a purple light and entered his body. The 3 of them didn't react much to Feng Tingting's disappearance, since Yang Qing's actions were always perfectly correct. Well, this operation is temporarily over. Let's go back to Jiangning City together. Seeing that the number of corruption points had increased by another 1,000, Yang Qing smiled faintly and then spoke to the 3 of them. Yay, we're finally going back to Jiangning City. Unbeknownst to me, I've already spent a day and a night in the wilderness. Master, let's go back quickly. Lin Qingshui responded softly to Yang Qing's decision, her voice as clear and melodious as a lark's. This instantly provided Yang Qing with a great deal of emotional value, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. The 4 immediately chose to return the way they came, and after more than 2 hours, they finally made it back to the entrance of the western defense line. During the long journey, every ferocious beast that Yang Qing encountered was enslaved and dismembered by him without exception. Having already reached the first level of martial arts, he was virtually unstoppable on the outer perimeter of the defensive line, and thus encountered no obstacles whatsoever. Time passed quickly. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and the distant horizon was showing the first light of day. The moon in the sky gradually disappeared, and the sun slowly rose again. Master, it feels like I've been in a dream. Yes, I didn't expect the wilderness to be so dangerous. If it weren't for your protection, we might already be corpses. Gu Hanshuang then sighed in admiration. Okay, let's part ways here. Yang Qing said calmly, he wasn't that sentimental. The group nodded. Chen Xian left alone, while Lin Qingshui and Gu Hanshuang followed Yang Qing and hailed a taxi back to Jiangning City. An hour later, the 3 returned to the secluded room where Yang Qing was temporarily staying. Does the master live here? I also have a few villas there, which are in relatively remote locations and will be more convenient for the owner as future plans. Gu Hanshuang observed the room's environment, her brows furrowing slightly. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never lived in a place like this before. Hee, we'll talk about your suggestion later. I'm a little hungry and want to eat. Lin Qingxue said with a smile. Don't rush, let's go eat together later. Before that, let's have some appetizers. Chapter 18 Good things should be shared. Was he being kept by a female slave? Before Yang Qing could speak, Lin Qingxue took over Gu Hanxuang's task and continued the final tidying up. Frost, good things should be shared. Don't even think about taking it all for yourself. Lin Qingxue smiled and looked at Gu Hanxuang in front of her. Swallow it. Yang Qing said calmly. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanxuang slowly swallowed the gift that belonged exclusively to Yang Qing. They then looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the two girls' incredibly well-behaved appearance, Yang Qing stroked their hair with a satisfied expression, feeling extremely happy. Two once high and mighty women have now been trained by him to be his personal servants. This sense of conquest and accomplishment has gradually changed Yang Qing's mentality. A short while later, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanxuang left, and Yang Qing also planned to buy some food and bring some back for them. He was looking at his phone as he walked down the street. At 2 p.m. today, all awakened individuals participating in the martial arts college entrance examination will gather at the school playground. If you have something to do, please ask for leave in advance. You must not be absent without a valid reason. In the class group chat for Class 5 of Senior 3, the homeroom teacher, Qin Lun, posted several messages to all members. The martial arts exams are coming up soon. What is this school doing all day? It's such a waste of time, so boring. Yang Chang originally planned to go to Gu Hanxuang's villa in the afternoon to take a look, tidy up, and buy some things. This sudden notification disrupted their plans once again. After having a simple bowl of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of soup dumplings, Yang Qing packed 2 more portions and returned home. At this moment, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanxuang had also finished washing up. When they saw the breakfast that Yang Qing had brought them, they were both very touched. Master, you are so kind. Thank you, Master, for bringing breakfast to your servant in person. Both of them spontaneously expressed their gratitude and praise to Yang Qing. Yang Qing then asked directly. Qingxue, have you seen the class message? What's the purpose of the rally this afternoon? Lin Qingxue, a top student, said with a smile. Master, this year, our Jiangning No. 1 High School and Jiangning No. 8 High School jointly held a pre-exam wilderness survival training to better simulate the martial arts exam environment. Not only will we participate, but Frost will participate too. Of course, there are also Yang Tian and Chen Xian, those sycophants. Yes, Master, Qingxue is right. In previous years, the school organized the event itself. I guess it might be because Jiangning No. 1 High School and Jiangning No. 8 High School produced 2 S-level supernatural talents this year, so they organized it specifically for us. Gu Hanxuang smiled and echoed her sentiments. These wilderness trials are usually conducted in relatively low-risk areas and typically last for 2 days. It is usually held a few days before the martial arts examination. This has been a long-standing practice in Jiangning City. The main purpose is to allow candidates to perform better in the martial arts examination and to familiarize themselves with the environment of the wilderness area in advance. Of course, there will be many rare herbs or spiritual fruits among them, depending on the specific arrangements of the high school. Lin Qingxue added from the side. That sounds interesting. Anyway, there are still a few days until the martial arts exam, so it'll add some fun. Yang Chang looked at the two of them with great interest and said. You two have been out for several days now. Go back and let your families know you're safe. Don't worry your families. After the meeting this afternoon, we will go to your villa, Frost. After pausing for a moment, Yang Qing said with a smile. Really, Master? Can we go home? Upon hearing Yang Qing's words, Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up with surprise as she asked. You two are just my personal servants. I don't restrict you in any other way. Do whatever you want. Yang Qing said calmly. Master, there are 200,000 star coins in this star card. It's my secret stash of money. The password is written on it. And me, this is the allowance I didn't spend last month. It's not much, only 300,000 star coins. I've already sent you the password. Before leaving, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanxuang each left Yang Qing a star card, as if they were worried that he wouldn't have any money to spend. However, the two women were right. Yang Qing really didn't have any money on him right now. He was practically penniless. Watching the two figures leave, Yang Qing picked up the two star cards on the table, shook his head and smiled slightly. Does this mean I'm being kept by a rich woman? I actually got to live off a woman one day. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was time to meet in the afternoon. The playground of Jiangning No. 1 High School was bustling with people and filled with various noises as hundreds of students who had awakened their supernatural abilities gathered together. Most of the young men and women had expressions of anticipation for the trial on their faces, while some awakened individuals like Yang Qing, who were not particularly talented, were somewhat nervous and uneasy. At the very front of each class is basically where geniuses gather and interact. Among them, in Class 5 of the third year of high school, a tall, handsome boy with outstanding temperament was surrounded by a group of people. He was Yang Tian, the only student in Class 5 who had awakened an A-level superpower. Brother Tian, I heard you personally led a team to the wilderness yesterday for training. How did it go? Has your cultivation level improved? How powerful are the ferocious beasts in the wilderness? I heard that Jiangning No. 1 High School and Jiangning No. 8 High School are going to have a joint trial this time. I hope we don't run into that ruthless Chen Xian again. Don't worry, with Brother Tian here, we're not afraid of him. Several of Yang Tian's followers flattered him, making Yang Tian feel quite comfortable. Although his strength hadn't improved, after encountering the beast horde yesterday, the four of them hurriedly returned to Jiangning City. Yang Tian naturally wouldn't talk about these embarrassing incidents. Others only knew him as a genius who had actually fought in the wilderness. When he heard Chen Xian's name, his brows furrowed slightly. The two of them had dealt with each other quite a bit in private, but Chen Xian had usually come out on top. The two often fought tooth and nail for Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanzuong, even going so far as to spend money to hire people to fight in groups. But he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his followers, so Yang Tian said with a cold smile. Don't worry, if we encounter Chen Xian in the wilderness this time, we definitely won't let him get away with it. My 8 desolate fiery thunder is also getting a little thirsty. Chapter 19, A Contract of Life and Death, Risk or Opportunity. Lin Qingxue has arrived. Someone in the crowd shouted something, drawing everyone's attention. Why does Goddess Qingxue seem a little different? What's different? I didn't notice. It's an indescribable feeling, it just has more flavor than before. Yes, before it was just a simple aloofness, but now it's a pure feeling with a hint of, it's a bit different. A young woman? Brother, tell me more, I have a friend who wants to hear it. Amidst the chaotic crowd, everyone spotted Lin Qingxue and couldn't help but look over. On one hand, it's her proud and aloof school beauty demeanor. On the other hand, it's because she is the only S-level superpower awakener at Jiangning No. 1 High School this year. Therefore, it was natural that many students would whisper among themselves. Yang Tian and the other students, who were standing at the front of the class, all thought that Lin Qingxue would stand at the front of the class as usual, but to everyone's surprise, she walked straight to the back of Class 5. She slowly walked to Yang Qing's side, took out a water bottle from her bag, and handed it to him. Who is that boy? The sky has fallen. My dream goddess is actually handing a water cup to another boy. Isn't that Yang Qing, that good for nothing? How come Goddess Qingxue noticed him? Is this art style right? How could an S-class prodigy and an E-class underachiever with superpowers actually cross paths? On the playground, boys from Class 5 and other classes alike were enraged at the sight, their eyes practically bulging as if they wanted to devour Yang Qing. Qingxue, you really know how to draw fire for me. And wouldn't it be nice to give your Simpion Tian a little something to dream about? Yang Qing took the water glass handed to him and said with a faint smile. Master, you're so naughty. Don't worry, Qingxue understands. Lin Qingxue covered her mouth and said with a soft laugh. On the other side, Yang Tian, who was standing at the front of the class, ignored the gazes of the others around him and went straight to the back of the line, revealing what he considered to be his most charming smile. Qingxue, you are an S-class awakened ability user. According to the school's arrangements, you are the one who takes the oath for this trial and should stand at the very front of the team. As the class monitor, I still have the obligation to remind you. His voice was soft and very steady, as if it were devoid of any personal emotion and was simply a matter of school procedures. Lin Qingxue, who was standing still, unexpectedly responded to Yang Tian's words. Okay, I understand. Then, alone, he walked calmly forward. Qingxue, wait for me. The school rules allow teams to participate in this trial. As an S-class awakened ability user, you will definitely need helpers by your side. I went to the wilderness area yesterday, and it's still very dangerous. With me by your side, I can help you better. Seeing Lin Qingxue's slender back, Yang Tian didn't even bother to pay attention to Yang Qing. He chased after her and said with a warm smile. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingxue simply uttered a few cold words from her rosy lips. Are we that close? That aloof and disgusted expression made him look at a pitiful beggar, leaving Yang Tian somewhat at a loss. Before Yang Tian could react, her next words plunged him into silence, as if an invisible slap had landed on his face. You went to the wilderness yesterday, how come you're still standing still? Your strength hasn't improved at all? Could it have encountered some powerful ferocious beast and fled in panic? Yang Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. If anyone else had dared to mock him like that in public, he would have punched them long ago. Don't let this bitch fall into my hands, or I'll show you what the wickedness of society is. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, and continued enthusiastically. There's been a misunderstanding, but don't worry, this trial will definitely give you a surprise. Besides, Gu Hanswang from the 8th high school has teamed up with Chen Xian. You don't want to fight two people at once, do you? Those two aren't exactly easy to deal with either. You should mind your own business. I already have teammates. After Lin Qingxue finished speaking, she said no more and walked straight to the front of the group. Yang Tian was also surprised when he heard this. Who has such great influence that they can team up with Lin Qingxue? Lin Qingxue actually spoke to him just now, which is quite an improvement. The other boys weren't even qualified to speak to Lin Qingxue. Yang Tian quickly comforted his own fragile heart and followed the other person back to their previous position. By this time, most of the students had arrived, and the voice of Lu Kuan, the director of teaching, came from the loudspeaker hanging high above, echoing throughout the entire playground. Silence. The purpose of this gathering is to inform everyone that this trial is different from the past, and there is a certain risk of death. Before we officially enter the wilderness area tomorrow, everyone has the option to withdraw. If there are no other objections, the staff will give each person a life or death agreement contract later. You can take a look. All you need to do is sign your agreement to participate in the trial and enter your own genetic sequence. High risk usually comes with high reward, and there are many rich treasures in the wilderness area of this trial. Some of them were prepared by us, and some grew naturally. Rare herbs and spiritual fruits are just the basics. There are even more extraordinary martial arts techniques and equipment waiting for the right person. Once everyone receives their contract, they can disband. They must return one of their contracts before entering the trial area tomorrow morning. After hearing Lu Kuan's words, all the students present immediately lowered their heads and whispered among themselves, filling the entire playground with noise. It seems the school is really serious this year. It's hard not to be tempted by such an enormous offer. Especially before the upcoming martial arts examination, if you're lucky enough to get some good stuff in this trial, you might just be able to defy fate. But judging from the tone of the head of the teaching department, people really can die. I've never been to a wilderness area before. A dead person? What kind of superhuman are you if you're so cowardly? Do you think people won't die during the martial arts exam? Yeah, what you said makes sense, brother. Anyway, awakened D-level ability users like us are just cannon fodder. We'll have to go to the front lines sooner or later. What if you really come across something good that could change your life forever? The outcome is still uncertain. We are all potential dark horses. Chapter 20. Not like sisters, but better than sisters. Soon, the students each received their own life or death contracts, and then waved goodbye. After all, he needed to discuss such an important matter with his family as soon as possible. Yang Qing did not leave the school with Lin Qingxue. Instead, they each followed the location on their phones to the villa they had arranged to meet Gu Hanswang. Yang Tian, who had lingered there, originally intended to vent his anger on Yang Qing, but seeing that the two did not leave together, he immediately felt a little better. Yang Qing, you're smart to know what's good for you. It seems that Qingxue still cares about me, but I don't know why she and Yang Qing have gotten together. Brother Tian, should we brothers step in and teach that Yang Qing a lesson? A useless person with an E-level superpower actually dares to lay a finger on the school beauty of our Jiangning No. 1 high school. Seemingly noticing Yang Tian's somewhat displeased look, his henchmen seized the opportunity to offer their suggestions. Forget it. If Qingxue finds out, she'll take back the nice look she gave me earlier. You should reconsider the wilderness trial tomorrow. This is the most important thing. Yang Qing is no threat to us at all. Chen Xiankai from Jiangning No. 8 high school is a major concern for us. Yang Tian considered for a moment, then said in a somewhat serious tone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group left the school. Before long, Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue arrived at a secluded villa. Gu Hanswang, who had arrived early, was already waiting for the two of them. Master, isn't the location I chose great? This villa is detached, with no neighbors around, and it's not too far from the school and shopping district, so it's convenient for whatever you want to do. Gu Hanswang puffed out her chest and smiled gently yet elegantly. Today, she was wearing a light yellow JK uniform, paired with white knee-high socks and black leather shoes, which gave her a unique charm. Judging from her appearance, she had obviously just arrived from the campus of Jiangning No. 8 High School. Frost, you're very thoughtful. Yang Qing gently touched her oval face and said with a smile. This is a smart access card that I got for you separately. From now on, only you can come and go freely, except for me. Gu Hanswang blushed slightly upon hearing her master's praise. She then took out a light blue card and handed it to Yang Qing, explaining its purpose. Led by Gu Hanswang, the group quickly entered the villa. Yang Qing then looked around. Although no one had lived here for a long time, it was obvious that someone had cleaned it up. Knowing that the owner was coming here, we just arranged for someone to clean it this morning. Frost has also specially replaced the bed with a large one for the master, so that it will be more convenient for future use. Gu Hanswang blushed slightly as she explained in a low voice. The group then went to the master bedroom, and Yang Qing was very satisfied with the 8-meter-wide bed. Lin Qingxue, standing to the side, opened the wardrobe and found that it was already filled with all sorts of clothes, including office uniforms, teacher suits, nurse outfits, maid outfits, sailor outfits, and so on. Frost, I didn't realize you were prepared all alone. Lin Qingxue said with a smile. Lin Qingxue smiled faintly as she slowly walked to the window and drew the curtains together. Isn't it nighttime now? Master, please go out first. Han Shuang and I have a surprise for you. As she spoke, she pushed Yang Qing out of the room. Not long after, the doorknob of the master bedroom was gently turned. Click. It made only a very soft sound. The door slowly opened, and the first thing that reached Yang Qing's ears was a crisp sound. Tap, tap, tap. When Yang Qing looked up and saw the first figure, he almost stopped breathing. Even though I was somewhat prepared, I still underestimated the situation. Lin Qingxue walked out slowly, wearing red-soled, black-trimmed high heels and a very well-fitting, exclusive teacher's uniform. The tight black bodycon mini-skirt paired with black stockings beautifully outlined her fair and slender legs. Her upper body was clad in a well-fitting white shirt and suit jacket, bearing a weight that shouldn't have been on her shoulders, which accentuated her proud and full breasts to the fullest extent. Before Yang Qing could even begin to speak, Gu Hanswang changed into a light pink nurse's uniform and wore a white nurse's cap. Unlike Lin Qingxue, Gu Hanswang's shapely and slender legs were encased in white lace stockings, and a red leg ring on her left leg added to her sexiness. The radiant and holy uniform worn by this aloof and proud goddess not only didn't look out of place, but also created an indescribable chemistry. Lin Qingxue's professional teacher style and Gu Hanswang's sexy nurse outfit made Yang Qing, who was sitting on the sofa, even more surprised. Master, unlock my fallen flower. Gu Hanswang whispered with a smile in Yang Qing's ear. Boom! Who could possibly resist this? Yang Qing immediately launched himself into the air, as if a volcano that had been dormant and suppressed for many years had been awakened in an instant. From afternoon to night, time flew by, and we accomplished the goal we hadn't achieved in the wilderness yesterday. Chapter 21, Gaining a New Superpower, S-Rank Sword Heart. At midnight, Yang Qing woke up feeling dizzy and disoriented. Recalling the madness of the day, Yang Qing was still somewhat unsatisfied. Fortunately, his cultivation level had reached the first level of martial artist, which allowed him to handle the situation with ease. At this moment, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswang each held one of his arms, dangling over him, immersed in a sweet dream. Feeling the warm, fragrant, and soft body in his arms, Yang Qing slowly got up and turned on the bedside lamp. Looking at the patch of crimson in the distance, he was filled with satisfaction and delight. Yang Qing got up and walked out of the room, shaking his head and laughing at the mess. Unlike before, the bedroom was relatively clean and tidy, while stockings, uniforms and other odds and ends were scattered in the living room, kitchen, and other places. Ding! It has been detected that the exclusive female slave Gu Hanswang and the host have intertwined their bloodlines, the flower of depravity has bloomed, and the sharing of superpowers has been unlocked. Do you want to share Gu Hanswang's S-level ability, Heart of the Sword? After sharing, the host will possess the special ability, but it will not affect the original special ability of the exclusive servant. Congratulations, host, you have fully unlocked your second exclusive servant. The damage reflection effect of Guardian of Guardians has been increased to 20%. Just as Yang Qing was about to wash up, a system notification sounded in his mind. Yang Qing instantly felt a surge of sword energy rush into his body. Although he was not carrying a sword, it was as if everything around him could become a sharp sword in his hand. Wow, no wonder it's an S-class ability. Terrifying. Yang Qing, who originally only possessed E-level abilities, now had two S-level abilities that others could only dream of. The joy and excitement he felt were truly indescribable. Furthermore, Yang Qing discovered that, possibly due to the influence of the Fallen system, his 12-winged Angel of Light and Sword Heart were somewhat different from the effects of the two girls in front of him, as if they had been enhanced. Ding, the host's S-level ability does not require learning skills and has its own growth path. As if specifically to answer Yang Qing's questions, the system's voice sounded again. I gave a simple answer but didn't explain the specifics. Coo. After prolonged physical exertion, Yang Qing's stomach started rumbling at an inopportune moment. I glanced at the smart bracelet on my wrist. It was already past midnight. He took out his phone and ordered takeout. Since he had money now, he chose a hotel that was still open and ordered a lot of food. Oysters, spicy crayfish, king crab fried rice, braised pork ribs, and dozens of other dishes. He then returned to the bedroom and woke up the two sleeping girls. Xingxue, Han Xuang, get up. We'll be heading to the wilderness area for trials in a few hours. Master, what time is it now? It's not even dawn yet, what's the rush? Lin Xingxue rubbed her eyes and said with a satisfied smile. Hee, I don't trust your strength at all. Do you want to advance your cultivation level? Yang Qing, dressed in pajamas, sat on the edge of the bed and said with a smile. Really? Master? Lin Xingxue asked with some anticipation. Upon learning that Yang Chang once again had the idea of helping her improve her strength, Lin Xingxue was overjoyed. Let Han Xuan get up too, let's wash up together first. Yes, I understand. Lin Xingxue then shook the sleeping Gu Hanshuang. Where am I? Gu Hanshuang immediately shifted her body slightly, and the instant tearing pain woke her up. She mumbled something incoherently. After a moment, she gradually came to her senses, and then a blush spread across her face. Frost, let's quickly tidy up and clean up. Master will give us a reward later. Ha? What reward? You'll find out soon enough. The two girls whispered to each other for a moment. Gu Hanshuang then straightened up and lay on the ground for a while to adjust. Having learned from her previous experience, Lin Xingxue thoughtfully prepared blood-replenishing pills and other medicines to help her recover. Yang Qing, who was watching from the side, was very satisfied with Lin Xingxue's thoughtfulness and care. An hour later, the three of them walked out of the bathroom in bathrobes, just as the takeout was delivered to the villa's door. Yang Qing opened the door and temporarily placed the takeout on the table. He planned to first use up some corruption points to improve the cultivation level of his two personal servants. Now that Yang Qing has already reached the first level of martial arts, his personal servant naturally cannot be too weak either. Yang Qing glanced at his current number of corruption points. He had 5,822 left. First, 2,100 fallen points were used to directly raise Gu Hanshuang to the 7th level of Awakening Realm, and then another 2,700 fallen points were used to raise Lin Xingxue to the 8th level of Awakening Realm. Instantly, two powerful, mysterious purple energies surged into their bodies. The two women, dressed in bathrobes, let out a soft gasp as they felt the mysterious energy flowing through their bodies, their smiles growing ever brighter. I've directly reached the 7th level of Awakening? That's too strong, it's practically cheating. Gu Hanshuang was the first to open her eyes, and her S-level superpower swordsmanship heart was bursting forth uncontrollably. He was like a sharp sword, ready to pierce the sky at any moment. Master, Frost will be a sharp sword in your hand from now on. She looked at Yang Chang with a face full of fervent admiration and said. Meanwhile, Lin Xingxue's eyes shone with golden light, and the 12-winged Angel of Light illuminated the entire room with unparalleled brilliance. Level 8 Awakening Realm, this experience is just too comfortable. Master, you may not be aware that even though Han Xuang and I are S-class awakened abilities, under normal circumstances, it would be considered very fast for us to advance to the martial artist realm before the end of this year. Moreover, one needs to cultivate the corresponding supernatural body forging method. Ordinary awakened individuals are unlikely to learn a good body forging method before entering university. We can only learn the mainstream supernatural body forging methods officially announced by the authorities, so it is still very difficult to improve our cultivation level. My older sister is a junior in college this year, and she's only at the 5th level of martial arts master. While excited, Lin Xingxue also explained to Yang Qing the difficulties in improving her cultivation level. That's why the two of them showed great excitement. Yang Qing paid no attention to any of these things, and only became slightly interested when Lin Qingxue mentioned that she also had an older sister. What level of superpower does your sister possess? Chapter 22 News of Lin Qingyue, Yang Tian's whereabouts. She has an S-class ice-type ability. What's your sister's name? Lin Qingyue. Let's eat first, otherwise the food will get cold. As for her, there's no rush. There's plenty of time later. Yang Qing said with a smile. The three of them devoured the food before it cooled down, enjoying it immensely. Master, how did you know I like these dishes? We haven't eaten together before, have we? Yes, and they all ordered my favorite dishes. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang rubbed their stomachs and said with a smile. How could you become your master without some ability? Yang Qing said with a relaxed expression. Take a break, and you can all go to the training room to familiarize yourselves with your powers. You still have a mission in this wilderness trial. Time flew by, and it was soon 8 a.m. Gu Hansuang went to Jiangning No. 8 High School alone, while Yang Cheng and Lin Qingxue did not go together and chose to enter Jiangning No. 1 High School separately. Yang Qing also had his own considerations regarding this approach. He is still considered an E-level superpower in the eyes of others, and walking with Lin Qingxue will inevitably attract discussion and ridicule. This wilderness trial was also an opportunity and an excuse for him. Yang Qing is also prepared to be a lucky one with a superpower mutation this time. Whether it's true or not, it can be considered a reason to become stronger. With yesterday's advance notice, there were significantly fewer awakened individuals with superpowers gathering on the playground today than before. After all, when faced with life and death, many parents are unwilling to let their children take risks. The awakened ones who gathered on the playground were carrying a lot of bags and were wearing neat sets of superpowered equipment. The expressions on everyone's faces were also different. Some students were eager to try, while others looked around nervously. Other students were busy forming teams and chatting about this and that, truly a diverse and lively scene. Yang Qing stood silently at the back of Class 5's line, calmly looking ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Silence, everyone is almost assembled. Pack your wilderness survival gear and rations, and prepare to enter the teleportation array. You can form teams freely, there are no performance requirements, and there are no teachers to protect you. You can come out in 2 days. Team members should try to stand together so that they will be closer together once they enter the wilderness area. I hereby declare the wilderness trial officially open. The voice of Principal Wang Taishan came through the microphone on the podium. As he finished speaking, the massive teleportation portal slowly opened. Yang Qing followed the crowd into the portal of light, and a flash of white light appeared. When he reappeared, he was in a desolate area radiating a scorching heat. The authorities have this kind of method? That's really convenient. It saved a lot of time. Yang Qing savored the feeling from just now, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This must be somewhere in the mountains near Jiangning City. Yang Qing looked at the fiery red trees and forests. The air was filled with the scent of fire and the fragrance of plants, and the concentration of its primal energy far exceeded that of Jiangning City. He glanced at the ancient red tree beside him, casually swung his palm, and golden energy instantly blasted the tree to its knees. Yang Qing then picked up the heartwood, a deep red wooden stick that was entirely red, and used it as his temporary sword. With the heart of swordsmanship, he can turn anything into a sharp sword at will, so he doesn't need to spend a lot of money to buy alloy longswords. Yang Qing held the red wooden stick and casually swung it, instantly snapping several ancient trees closest to him. Boom! Several ancient trees collapsed, and the sheer force of the impact surprised Yang Qing. Before he could take more than a few steps, a soft rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. A red python with 3 heads darted out from inside. Hiss! It originally wanted to let out a terrifying roar to intimidate Yang Qing, but after sensing the aura on Yang Qing's body, it froze on the spot. Humph, just a 3-headed blazing serpent at the 4th level of awakening. Yang Qing quickly identified the type of the other party and then released the seed of corruption to instantly enslave and decompose it. After easily acquiring 4 points of corruption, he continued on his way. These ferocious beasts are too weak. It seems the school has really gone to great lengths. It is estimated that the vast majority of these are 1st or 2nd level awakened beasts. The authorities would not have put any more powerful beasts here. Yang Qing muttered to himself. A moment later, Yang Qing released the Black Fiend Flame Bear, a 9th level awakened realm creature, from the servant space. Flame Bear, go and gather as many ferocious beasts as possible from this area together. Contact me when you're done and wait for further instructions. After glancing at the nearly 4-meter-tall black fiend bear, Yang Qing decisively assigned it a task and dispatched it out. After arranging the monster, Yang Qing then checked the positions of Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang and found that they were lucky enough to be not too far away. They immediately issued an order for them to gather all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity together, and to keep an eye out for any rare treasures. Chen Xian, take your men and find Yang Tian's location. After making arrangements for the two, Yang Qing then contacted Chen Xian. Chen Xian, who was hunting ferocious beasts and searching for rare herbs with his companions, was immediately stunned. He then nodded. Understood, Master. Yang Qing's purpose in entering the trial wilderness zone was not only to obtain corruption points, but also to leave Yang Tian here forever. Of course, Chen Xian, as Yang Tian's enemy, will also accompany him on his journey to the underworld. After assigning their respective tasks, Yang Qing set off alone into the depths of the dense forest. He easily enslaved and dismembered all the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way, and his points of depravity continued to increase. An hour later, Yang Qing gradually arrived at the core depths of the wilderness area. Finally, I've come across something good. Yang Qing looked at a large tree in front of him, where several bright red fruits hung on the tree. The fruits looked like lava, slowly flowing and emitting a faint red glow. Flaming Heart Flowing Berry. Whether absorbed by ferocious beasts or humans, this fruit not only increases their mental strength, but more importantly, it permanently increases fire damage and their special attacks. Each creature can only consume one pill in its lifetime. Consuming more will not increase its abilities further. For humans who have just awakened their superpowers, this is considered a rare resource in the early stages. No wonder it's so quiet here. There must be some powerful, ferocious beast guarding this place. Chapter 23 Flame Heart Flowing Berry, Playing Tricks on Yang Tian. Awu. Just as Yang Qing was observing his surroundings, a ferocious beast roared from the nearby jungle. Tap, tap, tap. Several hurried footsteps rapidly approached Yang Qing's location. Accompanied by the roars of ferocious beasts, pairs of red eyes gradually emerged from the dark bushes. As expected, there was an ambush. That's fine too, it saves me the trouble of coming to you. Yang Qing stood there, his expression very calm, as if everything was within his expectations. As Yang Qing expected, 5 giant wolves with red fur all over their bodies quickly sprang out from inside. They are all very robust, with strong limbs and a silver crescent mark on their foreheads, making them look majestic. Exploding Silver Moon Wolf, a ferocious beast at the 9th level of awakening. Yang Qing was also slightly surprised. 5 of these rare and ferocious beasts, which are usually hard to find in the wilderness, appeared here at once. Most importantly, they are all level 9 awakened beasts, and the silver moon mark on their foreheads seems to enhance their strength. Ordinary level 9 awakened beasts are no match for these blazing silver moon wolves. If any other students were here, they would definitely die, but these ferocious beasts seem to be having some bad luck. Yang Qing released 5 purple seeds of corruption and instantly controlled it without spending any money. But instead of dismantling them, he sent them all out to continue searching for other ferocious beasts or rare treasures. The Flame Heart Flow Berry is ultimately mine. Just as he was about to pick a few Flame Heart Flow berries from the ancient tree. Master, Yang Tian and his squad are approaching your location. Should I intervene to stop them? Chen Xian cautiously asked for instructions. This is where a level 9 awakened beast resides. How did Yang Tian and the others manage to sneak all the way here? Don't alert them, let them come over. Although Yang Qing was slightly puzzled, he still wanted to see what tricks the other party had up their sleeve. Under normal circumstances, even if Yang Tian and his group were to arrive here, the blazing silver moon wolf, a 9th level awakened realm creature, would be beyond their ability to provoke. Instead of picking the flame heart flowing berries, Yang Qing quickly moved to stand on a tall ancient tree nearby. Brother Tian, are there really any rare spiritual fruits around here? This information was obtained at great cost by my Yang family. We even researched a hidden route for it. These rare spiritual fruits are usually guarded by high-level ferocious beasts. Do you think we, a few first or second level awakened ability users, can handle them? Don't worry, my family bought me a spirit suppressing scroll, which can control a level 9 awakened beast for a period of time. We should take this opportunity to pick the spirit fruit and then escape. That's amazing, Brother Tian, you've thought of everything so thoroughly. Several of his underlings showered Yang Tian with praise. Yang Tian, standing in front, smiled faintly, thinking to himself. A bunch of fools, would we share any spiritual fruit with you? The spirit suppressing scroll can indeed control a level 9 awakened beast, but it can only last for a maximum of 5 seconds. It was obvious that these teammates were the cannon fodder Yang Tian was looking for. He had even secretly put a beast-attracting powder on them so that he could escape later. Yang Tian was extremely satisfied with his plan at this moment, as if it were flawless. Little did they know that Yang Qing, who was standing on the ancient tree, and Chen Xian and the others behind him had already locked onto Yang Tian. Even if they were lucky enough to obtain the spiritual fruit, it would only benefit Yang Cheng. At this moment, Yang Tian and his group also arrived at the location of the flame heart flowing berry. Looking at the fruit on the ancient tree, Yang Tian and the others were also very excited. Something's not right? Why is it so quiet here? One of them remained relatively calm and voiced his doubts. Could the guardian beast here have been killed? Or perhaps there are no guardian beasts here at all? Brother Tian, are we leaving? These red fruits don't look ordinary at all. Nonsense, if I'm not mistaken, this is the flame heart flowing berry, a spiritual fruit that can permanently increase fire attribute attack. Yang Tian's breathing was also somewhat halting at this moment, and his heart was pounding wildly, clearly showing that he was both excited and nervous. Yang Qing, standing atop the ancient tree, smiled slightly upon seeing this. Snowflakes and frost, approach my location. Yes, master. After issuing the order, Yang Qing looked at Yang Tian and the others, seeing their excited expressions, and reached out to pick the flame heart flow berries. Heh, you think you can touch spirit fruits? Yang Qing casually unleashed a red sword aura that swiftly sliced through the sky, directly slashing at the arms of the group. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the arms of Yang Tian and the other three were all severed. Ouch! My arm. There are more experts? Yang Tian's forehead was immediately covered in cold sweat, and his mind went blank. Yang Qing then flashed forward and picked all 5 flame heart flowing berries from the ancient tree. Yang Qing? What are you doing here? Did you cut off my arm? Upon seeing Yang Qing, dressed in black and with a thin frame, Yang Tian was also greatly surprised, as if he had seen a demon, his face filled with disbelief. Holy crap, isn't Yang Qing a useless guy who awakened an E-level ability? How could he unleash such powerful sword energy? Just as Yang Tian and his group were in a daze, Chen Xian and his group also flanked them from behind. Yang Tian? You finally met your match? Chen Xian looked at the miserable state of Yang Tian and the others, and then let out a cold laugh. Chen Xian? Yang Qing got the flame heart flowing berry, quickly help me kill him. From now on, Gu Hanzuang will be the #1 school beauty in Jiangning City, and I will be your follower. Upon seeing Chen Xian's appearance, Yang Tian seemed to have grasped a lifeline and spoke urgently. Heh, am I as stupid as you think? Chen Xian, your mission is complete. Go and carry out your first mission. Master, I understand. He then turned and left alone, leaving his 3 underlings standing there somewhat bewildered. Before they could react, several purple seeds of corruption suddenly appeared in the air and entered their bodies. Go and make your final contribution. Yang Qing said calmly. Chen Xian's 3 henchmen and Yang Tian's 3 companions were instantly controlled by him and turned into servants, and were sent out one by one. However, Yang Qing did not have high expectations for them, and would immediately dismantle them if they were in mortal danger. Yang Qing, what exactly did you do to them? Hee, the show has only just begun, don't be in a hurry. My dear brother. A wicked smile crept across Yang Qing's lips. Chapter 24, Shattered Dao Heart, Severed Limbs, Prologue to Revenge. Yang Qing, what do you want to do? Yang Tian said nervously, while covering his bleeding arm with his hand. Hee, aren't you feeling wronged? Why did you stop pretending? What do you mean by fighting over your health potions? What do you mean by being bullied by me? Today I'll show you what cruelty is. Holding a dark red wooden stick, Yang Qing vented his anger as he slowly walked towards Yang Tian. Although I don't know what power you gained, you still lost in the end. Even your biological parents despise your trashy superpowers and would rather take me, the child they picked up. You can't keep winning. Even if you kill me, Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao will only be more heartbroken, and you will live forever in the shadow of not being accepted by your new parents. Knowing he was doomed, Yang Tian didn't bother begging for mercy. Instead, he started mocking Yang Qing in front of him. Yang Qing then unleashed another sword strike, severing Yang Tian's other arm. Yang Tian, who had lost both arms, immediately coughed up blood and burst into maniacal laughter. At the same time, Lin Qingxue, dressed in a golden battlesuit, and Gu Hanzuang, in a black combat uniform, arrived at Yang Qing's side with dozens of ferocious beasts. With a wave of his hand, Yang Qing instantly controlled the dozens of ferocious beasts using the seed of corruption and arranged for them to guard the surrounding area. Qing Xue, what brings you here? Please save me. That demon Yang Qing has severed both my arms. He's not even human. Seeing Lin Qingxue dressed in a golden holy light battlesuit, Yang Tian mustered his courage once again. In his mind, Lin Qingxue, as an S-level awakened superpower, could not possibly lose to Yang Qing, this good for nothing. However, Yang Tian never expected that Lin Qingxue's next move would shock him. Master, why did you send Qingxue here in such a hurry? Why is there dust on your face? Let me help you clean it up. Lin Qingxue nestled against Yang Qing's chest and helped wipe the dust off his face. Qingxue, you. Yang Qing gently pinched Lin Qingxue's cheek, then gently stroked her hair. He then issued an order that completely overturned Yang Tian's worldview. Qingxue, looking at your number one simp, Yang Tian, what are you? Yang Qing reached out and gently stroked Lin Qingxue's cheek, smiling playfully as he spoke. Lin Qingxue's face immediately turned slightly shy, but her pair of clear blue eyes showed no resistance, instead filled with excitement and anticipation. Without any hesitation, she knelt on the ground with utmost devotion, leaning slightly forward, her delicate hands mimicking a puppy's paws as she slowly raised them, emitting an incredibly soft and submissive sound. Qingxue is Master's exclusive servant, Master's most loyal little dog, woof woof. Boom! This scene struck Yang Tian like a bolt from the blue. He was immediately dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on the incredibly exciting scene before him. The scene before Yang Tian was something he never dared to dream of, something he couldn't even imagine, but it had actually happened in reality. The goddess of his dreams, the school beauty, the white moonlight in his heart, is now making such a move in front of his mortal enemy. The once arrogant Lin Qingxue, who looked down on everyone else, was now kneeling before a useless person who had only awakened an E-level ability, begging for mercy like a pet dog. Are you crazy, Lin Qingxue? Lin Qingxue, what the hell is wrong with you? Wah! Qingxue, wake up. Yang Qing, are you even human? Yang Qing, I curse you to die a horrible death. Yang Tian was clearly in a daze at the moment, sometimes shouting and sometimes crying. Yang Qing, I want to die with you. Although Yang Tian had lost both arms, he still had 2 legs. He ran towards Yang Qing like a madman, opened his mouth, and attacked Yang Qing, revealing his teeth. Yang Qing then gave a look, and Gu Hansuang, who was standing to the side, released a sword aura that severed Yang Ping's legs at the root. At this moment, Yang Tian was like a human stick, lying on the ground unable to move an inch. Ah! My legs! Yang Qing, you are a demon! Yang Tian wailed in agony. Frost, tell him to shut up, he's being too noisy. Yang Qing said calmly. Immediately, Gu Hansuang extended her finger, unleashing a sword aura that severed Yang Tian's tongue, leaving him speechless with pain. Just as Yang Tian was about to faint from excessive blood loss, Yang Qing took out several qi and blood pills and medicines and had Gu Hansuang force feed them to him. Want to die? You'd be hard-pressed to die without my permission. A moment later, Yang Tian slowly opened his eyes, but the intense pain throughout his body prevented him from moving an inch. Let me tell you another secret. A few days ago, in the wilderness area of the western defense line, the 2 people you saw were me and Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, your number one simp is really infatuated with you. As Yang Qing spoke, he pulled Lin Qingxue up from the ground and pulled her soft, delicate body into his arms. Master, this slave has no connection with him and can't be bothered with him. Qingxue is merely the master's personal servant. As for other men, she is not allowed to even touch them. Yeah? Yang Qing also revealed a wicked smile, instantly capturing her alluring cherry lips and wantonly taking her sweetness and fragrance. Puff! Lying on the ground, Yang Tian looked at the goddess he had longed for day and night, the one who was sacred and inviolable, and saw her display such a charming and proud side in front of his mortal enemy. He was instantly filled with rage, but he was powerless to do anything about it and could only watch helplessly as the 2 of them indulged in their intimacy. He immediately spat out another mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. The first step of revenge is complete. Yang Qing stared at Yang Tian, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and thought to himself. He then released a seed of corruption into Yang Tian's body. He also wanted to see how many corruption points he could get if he decomposed an A-level awakened ability user. Ding, do you want to decompose a level ability awakener Yang Tian? Yes. Yang Tian, a level ability, 8 Desolate Flame Thunder, level 2 Awakening Realm. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 5,000 corruption points were obtained. Immediately, Yang Tian on the ground transformed into a purple light spot and entered Yang Qing's body. Not bad, the awakened A-level ability user has indeed gained a lot. Yang Qing nodded, he was quite satisfied with the result. At the moment of Yang Tian's death, his spirit seemed to be sublimated. The years of grievances and repression have finally been somewhat relieved. Of course, his path of revenge is far from over, this is only the first step. Chapter 25 Flowers See Illusion, You Run, I Chase. Master, what's the next step? Lin Qingxue then reverted to her aloof and dignified demeanor, and asked softly. They felt nothing about Yang Tian's death, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After all, in her eyes, Yang Tian was nothing more than an insect that she could easily crush at any time. Yes, this wilderness area is quite large. You all continue searching for ferocious beasts. Report to me immediately if you encounter anything good or a powerful enemy. Yang Qing said calmly. The two nodded and rushed off in different directions. Looking at the dozens of ferocious beasts the two had brought, Yang Qing then waved his hand, and the ferocious beasts that were on guard not far away instantly turned into purple light spots and entered his body. Ding successfully decomposed the level 5 Awakening Realm ferocious beast Skywing Thunderbird, gaining 5 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 6 Awakened Beast Storm Mammoth, gaining 6 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 4 Awakened Beast Ghostface Spider, gaining 4 fall points. Hearing the continuous notification sounds in his mind, Yang Qing looked satisfied. It's good to have subordinates I don't have to go out and search for ferocious beasts on my own. Otherwise, relying solely on one's own strength, it would take considerable effort to rapidly improve one's power in a short period of time. After a slight sigh, Yang Qing continued towards the core area of this trial grounds. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding environment gradually changed. The deep red ancient forest gradually disappeared, and the sunlight in the sky gradually became dazzling. It was midday, the sun was at its brightest, but Yang Qing was so captivated by the scene before him that he didn't find the sunlight too harsh. Before his eyes, the dense forest transformed into an endless sea of flowers. Various colorful flowers covered the ground, seemingly occupying the entire horizon. The most numerous of them are pink flowers, and we don't know what's special about them yet. Yang Qing took a deep breath and walked in along the path that adventurers had previously trodden. This place is quite beautiful, it's a pleasure to look at. Although Yang Qing didn't know where the path led, he didn't care. The trial grounds organized by the authorities probably didn't have any overly powerful ferocious beasts. Yang Qing looked at the flowers in front of her, her brows furrowing slightly. These flowers can actually move? And there's also an unknown gas attacking the body? Other teens of superhumans might not have noticed. However, Yang Qing's strength had already surpassed that of ordinary people. His nerves were extremely sharp, and although these mutated flowers moved very subtly, they were still detected by his sensitive nerves. Indeed, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. Yang Qing didn't bother to think about the reasons behind all this. Since it was a plant, fire attribute attacks should be effective, right? He raised the crimson wooden stick and gently unleashed a sword aura, instantly igniting the nearby mutated plants and flowers. Bang, bang, bang. Several violent explosions rang out, and flames shot into the sky and thick smoke billowed around Yang Qing, quickly forming a sea of fire. To his surprise, burning all the flowers within a radius of tens of meters revealed the reason that caused the flowers to move. They were just a bunch of burrowing golden rats. I thought they were some kind of monster. The burrowing golden rats underground also spotted Yang Qing at this moment, their eyes filled with shock. They seemed to be completely baffled by Yang Qing's actions, as it was the first time they had ever seen such violence. Who would be so violent? This human superhuman doesn't play by the rules. They launched a carpet bombing attack right from the start. Humph, even a small mosquito is still neat. Since I've run into you, you're just unlucky. Yang Qing looked at the burrowing golden rats trying to escape underground, and then released the seed of corruption to enslave them all. Although the burrowing golden rats are not very strong, there are quite a few of them, more than 100 in number. After leaving behind a few burrowing golden rats, the rest turned into purple light spots and entered his body. Yang Qing had hoped to get some useful information from these burrowing golden rats, but after asking them for a long time, he found that they knew absolutely nothing. Helpless, Yang Qing then dismantled them all and continued his journey alone. Continuing along the path ahead, all you see is an endless sea of flowers. The delicate fragrance of flowers on both sides, mixed with the scent of the wilderness soil, gave Yang Qing a unique atmosphere. At this moment, the whole world seemed to fall silent, with only the sound of Yang Qing's footsteps. Aren't there any ferocious beasts? Yang Qing didn't know how long he walked, but he didn't find any ferocious beasts or spiritual fruits. Suddenly, his mental energy seemed to sense something and reacted instantly. Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. Is this a mirage of a sea of flowers? However, he did not panic. He immediately released a red energy barrier to absorb the entire illusion attack into his body and store it temporarily. A human has actually shattered my dreamlike world of flowers? In the dense forest, a giant flower fairy suddenly opened its eyes, its heart filled with great surprise. The flower fairy's upper body is that of a woman, with a somewhat bewitching and beautiful face, long blue hair draped down her back, and her high breasts, though wrapped in red flowers and leaves, are still somewhat about to burst out. Its lower body consists of twisted, thick black roots, densely covered with green thorns and red leaves, deeply embedded in the ground. It is the creator of this flower sea illusion, the Azure Mist Flower Fairy, whose realm is as high as the first-level martial artist. Around it was an endless sea of flowers, so densely packed that they were countless. And in the sea of flowers were bones scattered all over the ground, some human and some beast, which had been there for an unknown period of time and had gradually piled up into small hills. How interesting! To encounter such a young human at the first level of martial arts in such a small place. We need to report to the fairy lady quickly, otherwise it may affect the plan. But such a young human must be incredibly delicious. TSK, humans smell so good. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. After the illusion of the sea of flowers was broken, Yang Cheng's surroundings returned to the red ancient forest. What's going on? Why is such a powerful illusion appearing in this trial grounds? This is not something that an ordinary awakened stage ability user can dispel. The instant he absorbed the illusion, Yang Qing also sensed the presence of the Azure Flower Fairy. After absorbing the opponent's attack, he was able to trace the source of the damage. Trying to run away. Will the wooden stick in my hand agree? Yang Qing dodged and immediately gave chase. Chapter 26. Go quickly and invite the Flower Fairy. Yang Qing released the 12-winged angel of light, golden light swirling around him like a dragon. Golden angel wings slowly unfurled, and he quickly tracked down the Azure Flower Fairy by following the source of the energy. Little Flower Fairy, where are you going? Floating in the air, Yang Cheng looked at the Flower Fairy moving wildly on the ground and laughed as he spoke. How did you catch up with me so quickly? The Azure Flower Fairy instantly tensed up, staring into Yang Qing's golden eyes, and for the first time felt the threat of death. The intuition deep in its soul told it that it would really die at the hands of the boy in front of it. Yang Qing didn't give it much of a chance to react. He directly sent a purple seed of corruption into the body of the Azure Flower Fairy, easily enslaving it. Take me to your lair, Flower Fairy. Master, Qinglan's lair is not here. Beyond here, there are only some of my companions and the Flower Fairy. We were only brought here on the orders of the Queen of 10,000 Immortals to intercept and kill human geniuses. The Azure Flower Fairy immediately provided an explanation to Yang Qing's question. How could this happen? This is the trial ground for our human race, so why would such a powerful race as yours appear here? Yang Qing muttered to himself. That's beyond my knowledge. I've only heard that the Queen of 10,000 Immortals and the humans of the Ancient God Society seem to have reached some kind of deal. Is it possible that there has been a traitor among your human race? The Azure Flower Fairy analyzed earnestly from the side. That's quite possible. This matter seems to involve many people. Never mind, take me to see the Flower Fairy first. Whether there are traitors among the human race is not something he can worry about with his current strength. He only sees the path to depravity now, everything else can wait. Qinglan, how far are we from here to the Fairy of 100 Flowers? About an hour, if things go smoothly. How strong is it? As far as I know, he has at least the strength of a level 3 martial artist. Apart from me, the other humans in this wilderness area are basically just newly awakened superhumans, at most around the second level of awakening. You actually sent a level 3 martial artist, isn't that a bit of a waste of talent? Yang Qing was slightly surprised by the information the Azure Flower Fairy had given him. Was it really that serious? If it's just about intercepting human geniuses, one of me is enough. There must be other reasons why we went to such great lengths to come here. As for the specifics, perhaps only you, Master, will be able to find out by defeating the Fairy of 100 Flowers. The Azure Flower Fairy said with a smile. Then it carried Yang Cheng along a path towards the location of the 100 Flower Fairy. Why haven't we encountered any other ferocious beasts along the way? Before you came in, Master, the Fairy of 100 Flowers had already cleaned all the ferocious beasts here. In that case, let's get going as soon as possible. Yang Qing had been hoping to encounter some other ferocious beasts, but it turned out that the Fairy of 100 Flowers had actually killed all of them. It seems there's not much peace between the ferocious beasts and the alien races. After a long journey, Yang Qing, led by the Qinglan Flower Fairy, finally arrived at the Flower Fairy's habitat. Yang Qing looked at the dense sea of flowers from the outside, and instead of being worried, he smiled. Are all the flower fairies in that sea of flowers like you? Well, not all of them. There weren't many companions with me, only about a dozen, since this was our first time here. If there are too many, it will attract the attention of your human powerhouses. The Azure Flower Fairy said calmly. Yang Qing observed the strength of the flower fairies in the sea of flowers before him. Some were at the second level of martial arts, while others were at the first level. He took out a red wooden stick and slashed at the enemy in the sea of flowers 3 times in succession, instantly igniting the entire sea of flowers with powerful fire energy. Suddenly, flames shot into the sky amidst the beautiful and vibrant sea of flowers, sending up plumes of thick white smoke. The flower fairies were instantly awakened by Yang Qing's attack. Seeing the sea of fire around them, they immediately fled in all directions. They couldn't understand why they would encounter such a terrifying human as Yang Qing in such a place. Quickly, go and summon the flower fairy. Humans have invaded. In an instant, screams, wails, and roars rang out, and the flower fairies in the sea of flowers were instantly burned and rendered powerless. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Qing released the purple seeds of corruption, controlling and disintegrating the flower fairies in his field of vision that had lost their fighting ability. Ding successfully decomposed the level 2 martial artist level ferocious beast red pink flower fairy, gained 22 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the first level martial artist realm ferocious beast Qinglan flower fairy, gaining 21 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the first level awakened beast purple enchantress flower fairy, gaining 21 fall points. The monsters at the martial artist level have actually increased their fall points quite a bit. Yang Qing was slightly surprised when he heard the notification in his mind. Master, you're amazing. My companions weren't weak either, but you killed them instantly. Upon seeing this, the Azure Flower Fairy stood to the side, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with shock. Go and awaken the Flower Fairy. Ignoring the Flower Fairy's sigh, Yang Qing immediately assigned it a task and said calmly. Immediately, the Azure Flower Fairy nodded and then pretended to be flustered as she ran towards the center of the flower sea, finally stopping in front of a solitary red flower bud in the center of the flower sea. Lady Baihua, help me. Something terrible has happened. A human with superpowers has broken into our area. The red flower bud in front of them was the 100 Flower Fairy mentioned by the Azure Cloud Flower Fairy. Her strength had reached the 3rd level of martial artist realm, making her a king-like existence in this trial ground. A moment later, the huge flower bud above the red root slowly opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman. What's going on? Why are you shouting like that? Qinglan? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to intercept and kill those human geniuses? The flower fairy frowned slightly and said with an impatient expression. It seems our plan has encountered an unexpected problem this time. A young genius at the martial arts realm has entered this area. He has invaded our home and slaughtered many of our sisters. We couldn't stop him at all, so we had to call you out urgently. The Azure Flower Fairy's blue eyes seemed about to burst into tears as she spoke with a tense expression. Humph. A human genius at the martial arts realm, his flesh must be incredibly delicious and highly nutritious. In that case, take me to see him and let me see just how strong he really is? The 100 Flower Fairy ignored the death of her subordinate and directly ordered the Azure Flower Fairy to take it to find Yang Qing. No need, I'm already here. You are the Fairy of 100 Flowers? At this moment, with the blessing of the 12-winged Angel of Light, Yang Qing appeared like a god descending from the heavens, uttering a cold voice. Chapter 27 Suppressing 100 Flowers with a Raised Hand, S-Rank Cultivation Resources. To have already reached the 1st level of martial arts at such a young age, no wonder he is so arrogant. Speaking of which, it has been many years since I have tasted the blood of a human genius like you. It seems I am quite lucky to have met you today. You're just a mere 1st level martial artist. You'd better submit to me. The Fairy of 100 Flowers looked at Yang Qing, who was descending from the sky, and her expression became more serious than before. She murmured to herself. Then came a roar, and many thorns and poisonous flowers appeared around it, attacking Yang Qing. Seeing this, Yang Qing did not immediately release Guardian of Guardians, as he wanted to test his combat abilities. He held a deep red wooden stick in his right hand and began to swing it continuously, unleashing several scorching red sword energies that crashed towards the mutated plants on the ground. Before the Fairy of 100 Flowers could even touch Yang Qing, the red sword energy easily pierced through him, and flames shot into the sky, turning the ground into a sea of fire. Human, you actually have fire attribute attacks? However, this attack alone is not enough to kill me. Seeing that her attack was so easily countered by Yang Qing, Fairy Baihua was also shocked, showing an incredulous expression. A sea of flowers in my dreams. It softly uttered a name, and the scenery around Yang Qing changed repeatedly, transforming from the ancient trees and dense forest back into a sea of red flowers. Another illusion? If you get infected the first time, will you get a second chance? Yang Qing sneered, and with his left hand he activated the power of holy light, and a golden barrier appeared, directly isolating the sea of flowers in his dream from the outside. Then another golden spear of holy light descended from the sky and was thrown at the Fairy of 100 Flowers, instantly piercing through her body. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the Fairy of 100 Flowers instantly lost her fighting ability, her massive body slowly collapsing unwillingly. Yang Qing then released a seed of corruption to enslave it. Seeing this, Qinglan stood frozen in place, looking completely incredulous. Master, the Flower Maiden is at your service. A moment later, the Flower Fairy awoke. The coldness and disdain that had filled her red eyes were gone now. She was filled with fervor and loyalty for the boy before her. It came up to Yang Qing, knelt on the ground with its arms around him, and said with a look of admiration, "Okay, you should recover first." Yang Qing said calmly. The Flower Fairy nodded, then transformed from a woman into a flower spirit, her thick roots digging deep into the soil, absorbing energy with abandon. Before long, the injuries inflicted by Yang Qing had begun to heal. What is your purpose in coming here? Seeing that Baihua Nunu was visibly recovering, Yang Qing stopped wasting words and asked directly. Our Queen of Flowers made a deal with Zilingshi, the Xian-level assassin of the ancient God Society, to disguise herself as an ordinary flower and come here to intercept and kill human geniuses. This is just one of the purposes. If it weren't for encountering the master, Qinglan could have easily solved it on her own. I was sent here to find the legendary Tree Heart Life Essence. According to the investigation, it is located in this area. The Tree Heart Life Essence can greatly help our Flower Fairy's strength advancement. After absorbing it, there is a high probability that we can improve our life level. Of course, you can also take it, Master. It contains a large amount of life force that can expand your body's energy storage and enhance your life level. The Flower Fairy recounted the story in detail. It also works on us humans? It can actually improve one's life level and expand one's energy storage. This is really a good thing. Have you found its location yet? Yang Qing also showed a hint of surprise on his face and said with a smile. Yes, I've already received it. I originally planned to leave after completing the interception plan, but I never expected to encounter you, Master. As the Fairy of 100 Flowers spoke, she took out a white jade bottle containing a ball of green energy. Yang Qing only took a light sniff, but he felt a life force soaring to the sky and enveloping his entire body. This is already an S-grade cultivation resource, and it actually appears in this small place. Baihua, are there any requirements for taking it? Well, under normal circumstances, each living being can take a maximum of 3 drops to reach its maximum effect, and taking more will have no effect. But I am not yet qualified to enjoy this level of cultivation resources. The Queen of 10,000 Flowers only asked me to take them back. The Flower Fairy looked at the life essence in the bottle and couldn't help but lick her red lips, saying with a longing expression. Hearing what the other person said, Yang Qing nodded. He then took the jade bottle and first took a drop. Smash it, smash it. It's alright, quite sweet. Yang Qing immediately felt a burning sensation within his body, and the area where he stored his primordial energy was slowly expanding, filling his entire body with energy. In addition, his mental strength has also improved significantly. Previously, his mental strength was just a speck of dust, but now it has directly transformed into a black dot. A vast amount of green vitality coursed through his body, constantly moving back and forth, continuously transforming his blood vessels, meridians, and bones. This transformation was not painful for Yang Qing at all, on the contrary, it was very comfortable and gentle. The 100 Flowers really works. Yang Qing then took 2 more drops, but this time it was nothing like the feeling of rain after a long drought, it was like mud sinking into the ocean, unfathomable. It seems that 3 drops weren't very effective? Yang Qing felt a little annoyed and poured a few more drops into his mouth. Master, you've taken too much. Too much of anything is bad, Baihua said with some concern. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After noticing that there was no significant change, Yang Qing took a few more drops, bringing the total to 10 drops. The 10 drops of green essence instantly caused a qualitative change in Yang Qing's body. A powerful surge of life force continuously impacted his meridians, and the 12-winged angel of light in the heart of the sword manifested directly beside Yang Qing. His cultivation level also progressed from the first-level martial artist realm to the second-level martial artist realm. Qinglan, stay away. Master is preparing to break through. It's like a god descending. Master actually consumed a full 10 drops of life essence, breaking the previous record. Baihua pulled Qinglan away and ran off into the distance, keeping a watchful eye on any potential emergencies that might occur. Boom! A green energy wave spread outward from Yang Qing, instantly destroying the surrounding ancient trees and forests. Yang Qing's cultivation level naturally advanced to the second-level martial artist realm. However, the overwhelming vitality was difficult for Yang Qing to digest for a while. At this moment, his eyes turned green and he seemed to have entered a mysterious state. Chapter 28 Children, don't look. Close your eyes. Xingxue, how was the harvest? Not many, only a little over 100 low-level ferocious beasts were suppressed. On my way here, I encountered a black fiend bear at the 9th level of awakening. I originally planned to run away. Unexpectedly, it was also the master's servant. It seems that the master intends to wipe out all the ferocious beasts in this trial ground. At this moment, Lin Xingxue and Gu Hansuang, after some effort, had lured over 100 ferocious beasts and were on their way to meet up with Yang Cheng. The two chatted as they leaped back and forth between the ancient trees, moving swiftly. It's quite surprising that we haven't seen a single ferocious beast around here. Is it possible that the owner has already cleaned it all up? Or, there is another possibility, that a very powerful enemy deep within the core wiped out this entire area. Hearing Gu Hanchuan's question, Lin Qingxue smiled and said. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, and their journey was smooth sailing. Suddenly, a purple light flashed within their bodies, and a message was transmitted to Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanchuan's minds. Qingxue, Hansuan, come quickly. Hurry, our master has sent us a message. The two received the message from Yang Qing, exchanged a glance, and then quickened their pace. As for Yang Qing, after successfully advancing to the second level of martial artist, he was unable to quickly digest the life essence of the ancient tree within his body. The energy within him gave him a feeling of having nowhere to vent, so he immediately thought of Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuan. Transferring the excess energy to them wouldn't be a waste. As for the two flower fairies not far away, his tastes weren't that extreme, and they weren't his personal servants, so they weren't worth cultivating or strengthening. Fortunately, his two personal servants were not too far away. Before long, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang arrived at the core area. Stop right there. What are you two doing here? Take one more step forward, and you will be killed without mercy. When the flower fairy saw Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang trying to enter their cordon, she immediately shouted sternly. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang, who rushed over, looked at the two flower fairies in front of them, and a few drops of cold sweat instantly dripped down their foreheads. The powerful aura released by the opponent made it seem as if he could kill him with a wave of his hand. For a moment, the two of them stood still, not daring to move an inch. Baihua, let them in. These two are my people. Yang Qing immediately sensed the arrival of his two personal servants and slowly spoke up. So you're also one of Master's subordinates. Alright, you two can go in now. Baihua said calmly. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang immediately rushed to Yang Qing's side and obediently knelt on the ground. Master, we've arrived. What's wrong with you? You two get ready. Yes, I need to transfer some of my energy to you. Yang Qing said calmly. The two nodded immediately, without the slightest hesitation or doubt. Under Yang Qing's watchful gaze, a stunning costume-changing scene unfolded. A moment later, Lin Qingxue appeared in a red cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her slender waist and delicate figure. The high slit of the cheongsam reached almost to the very top, and the fair skin of her thighs was faintly visible as she walked. Her long, shapely legs were encased in sheer, flesh-colored stockings, revealing her fair skin and perfectly outlining the graceful lines of her body. She was also wearing a pair of red high heels, and her every step gave her a unique and distinctive air. Gu Hansuan, standing to the side, was wearing a silk low-cut bodysuit, the low neckline revealing glimpses of her skin and cleavage, highlighting her two large breasts. The silk blouse was as thin as a cicada's wing, clinging tightly to Delay's body, even appearing somewhat hazy. Her lower body was covered by a tight-fitting short skirt, and 2 black stockings with lace trim encased her straight, slender, and long legs. Her plump and beautiful feet were clad in black high-heeled sandals with red soles, and her delicate and well-proportioned toes were painted with pink nail polish. Her beautiful outfit accentuated her slender figure, making her even more charming. An hour later, the life essence of the ancient tree within Yang Tian's body was also transferred to the two of them, helping him to release excess energy. This is called the essence of ancient tree life, and it is at least an S-grade cultivation resource. Normally, each person can take a maximum of 3 drops, but the two of you only need to take 2 drops. Yang Qing said calmly. Lady Baihua, what is Master doing? Why is the battle so intense? The Azure Flower Fairy stood beside the 100 Flower Fairy and asked, puzzled. Kids, don't look. Close your eyes. This is an adult's business. At this moment, the Fairy of 100 Flowers watched the epic battle between Yang Qing and the others, and thought to herself. Oh nar. Plants aren't out of the question either. The Fairy of 100 Flowers gradually felt unwell, but her 2 red eyes remained fixed on the center of the battlefield where Yang Qing was, without moving an inch. Soon after, Yang Qing's aura as a level 2 martial artist stabilized, while Lin Xingxue beside him successfully advanced to the level 9 awakening realm, and Gu Hansuang reached the level 8 awakening realm. Master, the life essence of this ancient tree is truly amazing. It saved us a period of arduous training. Lin Xingzhou said with a smile. Xingxue and Hansuang, you both did a great job, so it's only right that you get a reward. I feel like I don't need to eat all day. Gu Hansuang said with excitement on her face. Chapter 29, Laying a Hidden Pawn, The Ancient Gods Gathering, Zilengshi. Xingxue, Hansuang, you two should digest the energy in your bodies first. I'll go deal with those ferocious beasts. Yang Qing exhaled a breath of stale air, stood up and shook himself a few times, then flashed to the side of the Azure Flower Fairy and the 100 Flower Fairy. Without hesitation, he immediately decomposed the Azure Flower Fairy, turning it into a purple light point that entered Yang Qing's body. Baihua, things here are temporarily settled. Where does your Queen of 1,000 Flowers live? Or rather, where is the habitat of your race? Yang Qing asked casually. Our habitat is not on the blue planet, but in the deep rifts of the abyss. Abyssal rift? That's right, it's what you humans call the rift space. We usually live there. When does the Queen of Flowers want you to return? Can you contact Zilengshi of the Ancient God Society? There was no notification. As for Zilengshi, she's not someone at my level to contact. I've only heard the name. The Fairy of 100 Flowers broke out in a cold sweat, feeling breathless under the pressure of Yang Qing's barrage of questions. Okay, I understand. Then you can continue to lie low here. As for the essence of the ancient tree, just say you didn't find it. Contact me as soon as you reach the contact person. Yang Qing ultimately decided against directly dismantling the 100 Flower Fairy, instead planning to use her to set up a nest. Understood, Master. Baihua knows what to do. Baihua nodded with utmost loyalty. Okay, you may leave now. Yang Qing then stopped paying attention to her and went to the group of ferocious beasts. He used the seed of corruption to enslave and dismember all the hundreds of beasts in front of him. Ding successfully decomposed the level 6 awakened beast Bloodthirsty Tiger, gaining 6 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 5 awakened beast Purple Gold Thunder Serpent, gaining 5 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 3 awakening realm ferocious beast Azure Crystal Serpent, gaining 3 fall points. As Yang Qing's mind kept ringing with notification sounds, he watched as the ferocious beasts in front of him all turned into streaks of purple light and entered his body. Although there are quite a few ferocious beasts, many of them are only at the 3rd or 4th level of awakening. Therefore, the total points of demotion are only slightly over 400. Now, the ferocious beasts at the awakening realm are gradually no longer enough to satisfy Yang Qing's needs. There aren't enough low-level ferocious beasts for him to decompose. This is the drawback of the wilderness area of the trial grounds. The authorities cannot arrange too many high-level awakened ferocious beasts here, otherwise the trial would become a one-sided slaughter. Master, we've almost finished adjusting. Let's go, this is the last stop for now. The blazing silver moon wolves and the black fiend bears have also led their ferocious beast pack to a valley. We're going to join them now. Yang Qing touched their hair and said with a smile. On the way to the meeting point, Yang Qing also sent a message to Chen Xian and the others. Originally, including Yang Tian's 3 subordinates and Chen Xian's 4 men, there were a total of 7 servants, but now there are only 5 servants left. As Yang Qing expected, two of the unlucky ones not only failed to attract any ferocious beasts, but also encountered a herd of them. Yang Qing realized that the servant was at risk of death and immediately dismembered him. This is a pristine place of depravity, it certainly cannot fall into the belly of a ferocious beast. Ding, do you want to disintegrate the superpowered awakeners Lu Renjia and Lu Rini? Yes. Lu Renjia, B-level superpower, level 1 awakening realm. Lu Rini, C-level superpower, level 1 awakening realm. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 1,500 corruption points were obtained. There's no difference without comparison. Lin Qingshui and Gu Hansuang worked so hard for so long to break down more than 400 points of corruption. Now, you only need to dismantle 2 human servants to get 1,500 corruption points. Corrupted system, you're tempting me madly. Yang Qing's expression changed several times. Hearing the notification in his mind, his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. Forget it, just follow your heart. There is no need to kill innocent people indiscriminately. These people were hostile to me beforehand. At this moment, Yang Qing's feelings were also very complicated. He barely spoke the rest of the way, his mind in turmoil. By this time, night had fallen, and the moonlight shone down on the ground. The blazing silver moon wolf and the black fiend bear were already waiting for Yang Qing's arrival outside the valley. Looking at the dark mass of low-level ferocious beasts in the valley, Yang Qing stopped thinking about it and revealed a satisfied smile. Silver moon wolf and flame bear, you did a great job. Yang Qing immediately released a 12-winged golden angel that floated in the air, and released hundreds of fallen seeds that shimmered with purple light from his body, like a blooming dark flower. These corrupted seeds slowly flew towards the ferocious beasts in the valley, each seed entering one of them. It is worth mentioning that, apart from Yang Qing and his servants, no other creatures were able to detect these seeds of corruption. For example, the ferocious beasts in the valley could only sense something was wrong the moment the seed of corruption entered their bodies, but by then it was too late. The entire process lasted about a minute, and Yang Qing easily enslaved all the nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts in the valley. Most of these ferocious beasts are at the 2nd or 3rd level of awakening, with less than a third of them being at the 5th or 6th level of awakening. But Yang Qing was still very satisfied with this result. He then waved his hand and disintegrated it all. The number of fall points is also constantly increasing, and now it has reached 6,320. Yang Qing took a breath and saw the upgrade symbol in the realm section, then gently clicked it. How many degenerate points are needed to advance from level 2 martial artist to level 3? He couldn't help but feel curious. A flash of light, and Yang Qing's realm reached the 3rd level of martial artist, consuming a staggering 2,000 fall points. Hiss. Yang Qing gasped in shock when he saw the corruption points he had painstakingly accumulated being consumed so quickly. But seeing that there was still room for improvement made Yang Qing feel a little better. He then continued to improve, and after consuming another 2,500 corruption points, he easily reached the 4th level of martial artist. Looking at the remaining 1820 corruption points, Yang Qing did not continue to use them. Lin Qingshui and Gu Hanchuang's strength is not too low now, one is at the 9th level of Awakening Realm and the other is at the 8th level of Awakening Realm, which is not a disgrace to their S-level superpowers. You should all take a break for now. Let's find another place to continue hunting ferocious beasts later. Yang Qing looked at the ferocious beasts beside him and the other people, and smiled faintly. Chapter 30: A blend of good and evil, light and darkness. Master, we're sorry we're late. At this moment, Chen Xian and his companions, who had arrived late, finally reached Yang Qing's location. After all, the highest level among them was only the 2nd level of awakening. Whether it was the blazing silver moon wolf and the black fiend bear, or Lin Qingshui and Gu Hansuang, their speed was far inferior. Looking at the dozens of ferocious beasts behind the 5 people, Yang Qing nodded indifferently. You've done your best. Yang Qing then waved his hand, and except for Chen Xian, the bodies of the other 4 people all turned into purple light spots and flowed into his body. 1 B-level ability user, 3 C-level ability awakeners, and another 2,000 corruption points added. That can be considered as bringing out their greatest value. Seeing his men die, Chen Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Qing glanced at Chen Xian twice, said nothing, and then flashed to the front of the beast horde, instantly enslaving them all and breaking them down into points of corruption. Seeing Yang Qing's ruthlessness and decisiveness, Chen Xian was also somewhat flustered. He swallowed hard, and his body trembled slightly as he stood there. Let's take a break and replenish our energy. Let's move to another location. The ferocious beasts around here have been mostly eliminated. Half an hour later, we set off overnight. Yang Qing said indifferently. Blazing Silver Moon Wolf and Black Fiend Bear, use your own pressure to send 3 to the northwest and 3 to the northeast. We'll meet tomorrow in the due north direction of the wilderness area. We'll let you know the meeting point later. Understood, Master. Under Yang Qing's command, the 5 Blazing Silver Moon Wolves and 1 Black Fiend Bear each headed in different directions. Yang Qing led Lin Qingxue, Gu Hanshuang, and the others heading due north. The long night quickly passed, and the sun slowly rose in the eastern sky. The outermost area in the north of the trial grounds. Brother Feng, what's going on? We encountered quite a few ferocious beasts yesterday, but we've been searching around here for over an hour today and haven't seen a single one. A 7-foot-tall, imposing young man said somewhat listlessly. Yesterday, they encountered many Awakening Realm ferocious beasts on the outermost edge and obtained a lot of ferocious beast materials. I only rested for one night last night, and just as I was thinking of continuing to search for the ferocious beast today, I found that something was wrong. The entire wilderness area was eerily quiet, even somewhat unsettling. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Li Feng, who was walking at the front, said impatiently, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few ferocious beasts at the first and second awakening levels in this area. Could someone take advantage of the night to slaughter the ferocious beasts? Could it be Goddess Gu Hanshuang? She's an S-level awakened superpower from our Jiangning No. 8 high school. One of the boys frowned slightly and said thoughtfully. You know what, it might actually be possible. She's an S-class awakened superpower user. According to rumors, after this trial, professors from the 4 top universities will come to Jiangning City to recruit her in advance. The main targets are Gu Hanshuang from our Jiangning No. 8 high school and Lin Qingxue from No. 1 high school. This pair of exceptional talents is the pride of our Jiangning City this year. The only girl in the group who looked somewhat innocent spoke up. Just as the group was chatting, a ferocious roar suddenly came from the dense forest to the west. Roar! The group was startled when they saw the giant fire bear leap out of the nearby jungle. It's a Black Fiend Flame Bear. Brother Feng, what should we do? Old Qin, you jinx. You kept babbling on and on about no ferocious beasts, but a big one just showed up. This is a ferocious beast overlord at the high-level awakening realm. How could just a few of us possibly deal with it? As the team leader, Li Feng couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw the nearly 4-meter-tall bear. Run! Quickly, split up and run. We can only hope for the best with this kind of ferocious beast. Li Feng urged loudly. To their surprise, the Black Fiend Bear merely glanced at them, its fierce eyes revealing disdain, before charging straight ahead. Shortly after it left, the ground shook violently again, and a large, dark mass of ferocious beasts appeared in their field of vision. My God, so many ferocious beasts? No wonder we haven't encountered a single one. This can't be a beast tide, can it? Double-bladed mantises, crimson tigers, giant sand scorpions, and many other rare and ferocious beasts that are not commonly seen in daily life have all appeared here. Never mind that, let's just run away. With just a few of us, if a beast tide really breaks out, we'd be nothing more than a toothless morsel for others. The trial will end in a few hours. Let's find a safe place to hide. Li Feng, the team leader, said with a solemn expression. Okay, I'll do as the captain says. This time we've made some progress, so we can't be too greedy. The group quickly left the area and rushed towards safety. The black fiery bear was naturally Yang Qing's servant. Before this, Yang Qing had only given it the task of suppressing the ferocious beast, and had not instructed it to harm any human ability users. Therefore, the Black Fiend Bear and its pack of ferocious beasts simply ignored any human superhumans they encountered along the way. Yang Qing, accompanied by 2 personal servants, has arrived at the Tiando Plain in the northern region. He waited for the Blazing Silver Moon Wolves and Black Fiend Bears to lure the ferocious beast toward here, so that he could enslave them all and turn them into corruption points. After several long hours of waiting, all the ferocious beasts that had been dispatched returned to Yang Qing's side. The number of ferocious beasts they brought back this time did not disappoint Yang Qing. There were over 1,000 of them. Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction. 2/3 of these ferocious beasts were still at the 2nd or 3rd level of awakening, but the remaining 1/3 were all at the 5th level of awakening or above. He released a 12-winged angel of light, which floated in the air, with purple seeds of corruption emanating from his body. After a long wait of more than 10 minutes, all the ferocious beasts present were enslaved by him and slowly knelt on the ground. Not far away, the Black Fiend Bear and the Blazing Silver Moon Wolf, as well as Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanshuang, their 2 personal servants, all knelt down with utmost piety. Master, you are truly a god descended from heaven. Lin Qingxue looked at Yang Qing and murmured to herself with unparalleled fervor. Yang Qing, who was floating, was also acting strangely. He appeared to be a holy angel of light, but his body was surrounded by an extremely eerie purple light. Like a god who is both righteous and evil, he is lawless. Seeing the scene of so many ferocious beasts kneeling down, Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction and laughed heartily a few times. Chapter 31. The specially recruited teacher arrives, revenge? It's only just beginning. Yang Qing then waved his hand, and apart from Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang, all the other ferocious beasts, including the Black Fiend Flame Bear and the Blazing Silver Moon Wolf, were decomposed and converted into fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 9 awakened beast Black Fiend Flame Bear, gaining 9 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 9 awakened beast, the Blazing Silver Moon Wolf, and gained 9 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 9 awakened beast, the Blazing Silver Moon Wolf, and gained 9 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 9 awakened beast, the Blazing Silver Moon Wolf, and gained 9 fall points. Pleasant system notifications kept ringing in his mind, and his corruption points successfully increased to 6,700. Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction, then spent 6,500 fallen points to raise his cultivation level from level 4 martial artist to level 6 martial artist. A surge of powerful energy entered his body and continuously cleansed his internal organs, making him feel like a giant, blazing furnace. Boom! The next moment, a light flashed within Yang Qing's body, signifying that he had completely stepped into the 6th level of martial artist realm. Crack! Yang Qing clenched his fist slightly, making a cracking sound. It feels so good to have this power. He threw a light punch, which slammed into the ground. Without releasing any special abilities, the sheer pressure in the air created a massive crater in the ground, nearly a meter deep. Qingxue, Hansuang, let's go. Master, your special ability is still considered an E-level ability by outsiders. Will this affect your performance in the martial arts examination? If you were to unleash the powerful strength of a martial artist, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from the authorities. Before leaving, Lin Qingxue brought up this potential problem, which could be seen as a precaution for the martial arts exam a few days later. Hee, look what this is? Yang Qing smiled faintly, releasing a deep red and eerie flame from his hand, which slowly formed into the shape of red lotuses. Its scorching temperature made the surrounding air seem to be burning, hissing and crackling. Master, have you acquired a new superpower? Gu Hansuang exclaimed in surprise. It doesn't count. This is derived from the karmic fire within my body, and it is called the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Yang Qing explained calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a repulsive force appeared in the trial grounds. The next moment, a soft light enveloped the awakened survivors in the wilderness area, teleporting them back to their respective schools. On the playground of Jiangning No. 1 High School, with a series of spatial fluctuations, students appeared out of thin air on the originally empty playground. The vast majority of students looked exhausted, some were filled with lingering fear, some were terrified, and some of the awakened ones felt that the time was too short and they hadn't killed enough. But one thing they all have in common is that every new awakened one has some blood on their body, and their eyes have lost some of their naivety and gained more determination and courage. Having personally experienced the trials of blood and fire, everyone felt more confident about the upcoming martial arts examination. Yang Qing stood calmly in the crowd, unnoticed by anyone as a useless E-level superpower user. Suddenly, someone shouted. Where's Yang Tian? Haven't they come out yet? What nonsense are you talking about? The teleportation array is closed now, how could you not have gotten out? Could it be that everyone got separated? Several awakened individuals who were close to Yang Tian couldn't find him for a long time, so they couldn't help but call out to him in the crowd. But there was no reaction. The teacher responsible for receiving the life and death contracts changed his expression and said somewhat flusteredly. Yang Tian, an A-level awakened ability user, unfortunately perished in the trial grounds. At this moment, Qin Lan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, and Wang Taizhan, the principal, appeared in front of everyone. Upon hearing that Yang Tian had died in the trial grounds, Qin Lan looked at the principal with some anxiety and said, "This is indeed unexpected. It's a bit difficult to explain to the Yang family. The contract of life and death is here. Our school bears no responsibility. A genius who doesn't grow up isn't a true genius, that's just his fate. Teacher Qin, I'll have the head of the teaching department help you clean up this mess." Principal Wang Taizhan stroked his white beard and spoke slowly, his tone very calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever. The admissions officers from the 4 top universities have arrived. Lin Qingxue, come with me. That's the most important thing right now. Then Wang Taizhan turned to look at Lin Xingxue, who was standing calmly to the side, and said with a smile, "Master, what should I do? Which university should I choose later?" Lin Xingxue used the fallen flower to contact Yang Qing at this moment. Let's take a look at the requirements proposed by the admissions officers. If the conditions are similar, just choose the same university as your sister. Yang Qing said calmly. Understood, Master. I will contact you as soon as the special recruitment process is over. Lin Xingxue said with a slightly shy expression. Alright, this trial is now officially over. Everyone can disperse. Meet at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow to participate in this year's martial arts examination. At this point, the head of the teaching department gave a brief summary of the trial and then dismissed the many students on the playground. Yang Qing followed the crowd and left the school, arriving at a private room on the second floor of a hotel called Sunshine Hotel. Meanwhile, Chen Xian was already waiting for him in the private room. Master, you've arrived. Here is the menu, please take a look. Chen Xian waved his hand, signaling the receptionist to leave. He then handed the menu to Yang Qing while pouring her a cup of tea. After ordering a few main dishes, Yang Qing smiled faintly and said, How influential is the Yang family, to which Yang Tian belongs, in your circle? Chen Xian was also taken aback for a moment, then said, Master, the Yang family is at most a second-rate family in our Jiangning city. In Jiangning, the Lin family of Lin Xingxue and the Gu family of Gu Hansuang are considered first-class families. As for our Chen family, my father is the current city lord of Jiangning City. Taking care of a small Yang family is a piece of cake. What? Do you need the Chen family to take action against the Yang family? Hearing Chen Xian's statement, Yang Cheng nodded, then said in a detached tone. Yes, very good. I intend to eradicate the Yang family's influence in Jiangning City. The most important ones are Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao. Make them go bankrupt and homeless within 3 days. The Yang family's companies and other social businesses are easy to deal with, but Yang Zhenghua himself is a genuine martial arts master, so killing him in a short time will be difficult. It would be difficult for our Chen family to kill him without getting hurt. Chen Xian said hesitantly. Yes, after Jingxua and Hansuang are specially recruited, I will have them cooperate with you. We will spare Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiaoxian. For now we will simply disable their superpowers. Yang Qing gently swirled the teacup in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, Okay, with the help of the Lin and Gu families, we will definitely complete the mission on time. Chen Xian nodded, his expression solemn. Chapter 32 Sacrificing his cousin, Chen Xian's scheme. Yang Qing and Chen Xian discussed the specific plan for a while, trying their best to persuade Chen Xian's father. After all, wiping out a second-rate family for no reason would definitely cause a stir among the authorities. However, with Chen Xian around, Yang Cheng wasn't too worried. Targeting the Yang family wouldn't be too difficult. A few simple acts of bribery or smuggling against local officials would be enough to bankrupt the Yang family. By this time, the food and drinks were basically ready. The two quickly devoured the food, and after several rounds of drinks, Chen Xian said with a smile, Master, there is one more message for you. I only found out recently that one of the specially recruited teachers who came to Jiangning City to recruit students this time is my cousin. I reckon they're competing with teachers from other universities for Gu Hansuang and Lin Xingxue. She is only 25 years old this year, and she has already reached the 7th level of Martial General Realm. She is not far from the Martial Spirit Realm. I would like to introduce it to you, Master. What level of superpower does she possess? Instead of rushing to express his opinion, Yang Qing asked calmly, which was unusual for him. Her name is Yan Huanhuan. S-class superpower, rebirth of the sacred flame. Whether it's her extraordinary talent or her appearance, she's exceptional. I wouldn't waste your time on someone of average ability. A smug smile appeared on Chen Xian's lips. This is a superhuman at the martial general level. He could kill the two of us several times over with just one palm strike. I'm only a level 6 martial artist, you really have guts. Yang Qing looked at Chen Xian, who was slightly drunk, and said with a playful smile. Don't worry, I have a way. It just requires your personal servant Gu Hansuang to cooperate with me and put on a big show, which will definitely win over Yan Huanhuan. Do you need Frost's assistance? Yang Qing hesitated for a moment. His personal servant could not be touched by any other man. Seemingly sensing Yang Qing's worry, Chen Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, Master, I am also your servant. I know your rules. I will never touch Gu Hansuang. Besides, I can't beat her. Besides, my life is in your hands. Whether I live or die is entirely up to you. Yan Huanhuan is a prodigy at the martial general level. If we miss this opportunity, we may need you, master, to take action next time. Chen Xian then went to Yang Qing's ear and told him his detailed plan in detail. Yang Qing nodded repeatedly in agreement. Very good, very good. Chen Xian, you're not entirely useless after all. Okay, we'll do as you say. I'll have Frost cooperate with your operation. At the same time, the task of eliminating the Yang family should not be delayed. It is best to do it simultaneously. After listening to Chen Xian's plan, Yang Qing picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Chen Xian's. The two looked at each other and both revealed wicked smiles. Meanwhile, inside the Yang family villa. It's over, it's all over now. Young Guk, all our efforts over the past 10 years have been wasted. Tian'er actually died in the trial grounds. I didn't want Tian'er to sign that so-called life and death contract back then, but you insisted on it. What do we do now? Where are you going to find an awakened one of rank A or higher to train? Dressed in glamorous attire, Zhang Xiao sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face, and said, Cry, 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 all you know how to do is cry. Besides crying, what else can you do? Isn't there still Yang Qing? He's still alive. If things get tough, we can bring him back. Although he is only an E-level awakener, he can at least inherit the foundation of our Yang family. Besides, he's our biological son. I don't believe he could be so heartless. At this moment, a pile of cigarette butts that had just been extinguished lay scattered on the coffee table in the living room. Yang Zhenghua, sitting on the sofa, held a burning cigarette between his fingers and said in a solemn tone, You coward, if only it were as simple as you make it sound. Last time, Yang Qing and we signed a severance agreement and he was severely humiliated. We probably still don't know where he lives. Could it be that we were wrong? Sigh, forget it. There's no turning back now. It seems the vast Yang family fortune is going to be completely ruined in my hands. Zhenghua, do you think it's possible that Yang Cheng held a grudge and killed Yang Tian in the wilderness? Do you think it's possible? An E-level awakened superpower user killing an A-level awakened superpower user? I have already sent people out to investigate. I will definitely avenge Yang Tian. If it really was Yang Cheng who killed Yang Tian, I will take action myself. Yang Zhenghua stubbed out his cigarette and said with a somewhat crazed expression. Yang Cheng and Chen Xian arrived at Jiangning No. 8 High School, where they waited for Yan Huanhuan and the others to arrive. As soon as he reached the school gate, Lin Qingxue sent him a message through the fallen flower. Master, I have decided on my final choice of university, Shanghai Superpower University. Shanghai University of Superpowers? Among the professors recruiting for these 4 top universities, is there one named Yan Huanhuan? Yang Qing quickly asked. Whom? Yan Huanhuan, she is the teacher in charge of admissions for the Shanghai Superpower University this time. Master, you are truly amazing. You know the name of my admissions officer even before you've met her. Lin Qingxue was slightly surprised when she heard Yan Huanhuan's name and said with a light laugh. Wow, so your sister is also a student at the Shanghai University of Superpowers? Yang Qing was speechless. It's true what they say, enemies always meet. Well, the next destination is Shanghai. Yes, master. Teacher Yan has already gone to Jiangning No. 8 High School. I have also informed Han Shuang that she can go to Shanghai University of Superpowers with me. Teacher Yan said that there are quite a few genius girls in Shanghai. I'll find you a few personal servants then. The two of us, Frost and I, are not enough to withstand Master's enormous energy. Okay, after you finish with Han Shuang, you should meet with Han Shuang and Chen Xian. He will convey my latest mission to you. You and Han Shuang must cooperate with his actions and plans, and report any new developments to me. Yang Qing said calmly. Master, my cousin will be here soon. After the admissions process is over, we'll go see her face and see if she suits your taste. Chen Xian spoke to Yang Cheng with a confident expression. With Lin Qingxue's advance notice, Gu Hanshuang's special recruitment process proceeded very smoothly. Not long after, the other 3 specially recruited teachers from various universities left the campus of Jiangning No. 8 High School. In the huge office, only the principal, Gu Hanshuang, and Yan Huanhuan, the admissions officer of the Shanghai Superpower University, remained. Chapter 33 What's the difference between an ordinary awakened and a piece of trash? Han Shuang, you and Lin Qingxue are both quite formidable. He has already reached the advanced awakening realm without having learned any special body forging techniques. It seems our Shanghai Superpower University has struck gold this time. Since you are a special admission student, you can choose not to take the martial arts exam. If it's convenient, you can come to the Shanghai University of Superpowers to register in advance. Compared with Shanghai, Jiangning City is inevitably somewhat lagging behind. Yan Huanhuan said with a warm smile. Teacher Yan, I was just lucky I encountered some opportunities. He's only at the 8th level of awakening right now, which is still slightly inferior to the real geniuses of China. Gu Hansuan also changed her usual aloofness, appearing somewhat shy like a girl next door in front of a true powerhouse. What do you think of Chen Xian? I heard that the Chen family recently came to your Gu family to propose marriage? Yan Huanhuan suddenly changed her tone and started talking about Chen Xian, catching Gu Hansuan off guard. Seeing this, the principal of number 8 middle school, who was standing nearby, also said with great insight. Now that this special recruitment is over, I have other things to attend to. Gu Hansuan, I hope you can achieve great things at the Shanghai University of Superpowers and become a successful person as soon as possible. Remember to see Teacher Yan off later, I'll be going now. Principal, please take care. Yan Huanhuan and Gu Hansuan also greeted them. Teacher Yan, I don't want to think about these things right now. I only think about improving my cultivation level as soon as possible and driving the ferocious beasts and alien races out of Blue Star. Don't you think the same way? Gu Hansuan didn't answer Yan Huanhuan's question directly, but said with a slightly shy expression. Just as Yan Huanhuan was about to continue persuading Gu Hansuan, Chen Xian's voice came from outside the door. Cousin, since Han Shuang is unwilling, then forget it. Xiao Xian, what are you doing here? I was just about to contact you, and also to visit your father. Upon hearing Chen Xian's voice, Yan Huanhuan's face first showed a hint of surprise, then she smiled and said, I'll go with you later. There's something I'd like to trouble you with this time. Let me introduce you first. This is my good friend Yang Cheng. Chen Xian led Yang Qing into the conference room. Compared to the tall and handsome Chen Xian, Yang Qing appeared very ordinary, with average height, average appearance, and average abilities. Xiao Xian, didn't your father tell you not to make friends with just anyone? As the son of the city lord, you should keep your distance from strangers. Yan Huanhuan looked at Yang Cheng, and the smile on her face vanished instantly. She had never had a good impression of ordinary awakened individuals like him. In her eyes, without Chen Xian, an ordinary person like Yang Qing wouldn't even deserve to stand in front of her. Yang Qing remained silent with her head down behind Chen Xian. The faint aura emanating from the other party made him feel somewhat oppressed. At this moment, Gu Hansuan, seeing the awkward situation, stepped forward and whispered. Teacher Yan, Yang Qing is also my friend. We just participated in the wilderness area trial organized by the school a couple of days ago. I hope you can take a look at him. Although he was only an E-level ability user before, after consuming the Flameheart flowing fruit, his ability seems to have changed somewhat. What's wrong with you two? How could you become friends with such an ordinary awakened one? In a few days, you two will both be entering the Shanghai Superpower University, and you won't be from the same world anymore. Alright, for your sake and Chen Xian's sake, I'll take a look at this Yang Qing. Yan Huanhuan was very unhappy with Chen Xian and Gu Hansuan's actions, thinking that the two were simply making a fool of themselves and wasting their time. Yang Qing, right? Raise your head. You're just some nobody on the street, don't you even have the courage to look me in the eye? Senior, you are a martial general level expert, I am a little scared. Yang Qing's body trembled slightly as he spoke in a shaky voice. He then slowly raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him. She wore a fiery red long dress, the hem of which trailed on the floor, with a black ribbon adorned with lace tied around her waist. Her slender, boneless waist was gently pressed down by a head of black hair that fell behind her. Beneath that fiery red dress, a pair of beautiful legs were faintly visible, and when Yang Qing's gaze fell upon those jade-like feet, he was struck dumb. Those jade feet were as white as snow, delicate and small, like the finest mutton fat jade, exuding a warm and soft luster, and faintly emitting a faint fragrance. Yang Qing couldn't resist the urge to hold it in his hands or give it a foot massage. When Yang Qing looked up and met Yan Huanhuan's eyes, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of amazement and a flutter in his heart when he saw her stunningly beautiful face. Her oval face, imbued with classical charm, had skin as smooth as jade and exuded a faint, ethereal aura. Her lips, like rose petals, were delicate and alluring, captivating the soul. Those red eyes were fixed on Yang Qing, as if trying to see right through him. What's going on? I can't even see Yang Qing's strength? Could it be that the other party possesses some kind of secret treasure? Yan Huan frowned slightly, feeling a bit curious herself. Judging from what Frost said, you consumed the Flameheart Flowberry by chance? I really don't know what kind of incredible luck you had to have to be able to consume such a rare and precious treasure as this level of rare and precious material. I don't have much time, so show me your new superpower. She looked at Yang Qing and said coldly. Yang Qing didn't speak, but nodded respectfully. Then, he slowly opened his palm, and a deep red flame lotus appeared in his hand. This is a fire-based ability? Based on my experience, your flame lotus is only at the B grade level of superpower. Alright then, considering that Chen Xian and Han Shuang spoke up for you, as long as you meet the admission requirements of the Shanghai Superpower University in this year's martial arts exam, you will be directly admitted. For your reference, in previous years in Jiangning City, we only admitted the top 100 students at most. Yan Huanhuan's expression softened slightly, and she said calmly. Understood, thank you, senior. Thank you for your help today. Yang Qing said with a sincere expression. Okay, Chen Xian, let's go. Frost, you can consider what I just told you. After saying that, Yan Huanhuan led Chen Xian away from the conference room. Yang Cheng and Gu Hansuan were left alone in the huge conference room. Master, I'm sorry. Gu Hansuan looked at Yang Qing and said with a fanatical expression. Don't wear jeans after chapter 34, they're too inconvenient. Don't worry, Yan Huanhuan won't escape my grasp. As for going to the Shanghai University of Superpowers and then winning her over, that would be too slow. I want to take her down before she leaves Jiangning City. Yang Qing regained his composure and said with a playful expression. This. Master, she is, after all, a genuine martial general realm expert. With our current strength, it's still a bit unrealistic. Gu Hansuan was slightly surprised, and then voiced her doubts. You don't know about Chen Xian's relationship with her, do you? This Yan Huanhuan is Chen Xian's cousin, and she has been very good to him since they were little. Chen Xian will contact you and Xingxue later and tell you the specific plan. You and Xingxue just need to cooperate with him. Yang Qing looked at Gu Hansuan, touched her hair, and said with a smile. No wonder, Teacher Yan wanted me to accept the Chen family's marriage proposal earlier. So there was this connection. Gu Hansuan nestled against Yang Qing's chest, slightly surprised. Did Chen Xian go to your house to propose marriage? Master, Chen Xian wouldn't have the guts. It was his father who made the decision. It's all right. Chen Xian's value is almost used up. After we win over his cousin, he'll be going to see Yang Tian soon. Yang Chang looked out the window and said indifferently. At this moment, he sat in the main seat of the conference room, looking at Gu Hanchuang's rosy lips, so luscious and tempting, which made her feel a little shy. Sensing Yang Qing's expression, Gu Hansuan blushed slightly and said, Master, this is a school conference room. It's not the right place, and there are security cameras around. What's there to be afraid of? We won't be coming back anyway. Wouldn't it be better to leave with some memories before we go? With a gentle wave of his other hand, the conference room door and curtains closed completely, and the surveillance cameras were instantly blocked using the fallen flower technique. At this moment, Gu Hansuan was wearing a pair of light blue jeans that covered her slender and long legs, showing their graceful shape. The jeans were slightly tapered at the ankles, revealing her smooth and fair ankles. The light blue lace-trimmed blouse outlined her shapely figure. Yang Qing stroked her slender waist while feeling her unusually full breasts. I don't want to see jeans anymore, understand? Understood, master. An hour later, Yang Chang and Gu Hansuan ended their private meeting in the conference room. Yang Qing looked at the various fragments scattered on the ground, including a black lace shirt and blue jeans, and her face was full of joy. Gu Hansuan quickly put on a costume change show in front of Yang Chang, and then neatly tidied up the conference room. A moment later, Gu Hansuan left the campus of Jiangning No. 8 High School with Yang Chang. Chen Xian, how's the situation on your end? After leaving the school, Yang Chang and Gu Hansuan had a simple meal by the roadside and then sat down in a coffee shop. His mind was connected to Lin Xingxue and Chen Xian. Understood, master. Master, Yan Huanhuan is currently at my home. She plans to bring Gu Hansuan and me together in the next few days, and she won't be leaving for the time being. Are you available now? I've arranged for Han Shuang and Qing Shui to meet together. Please help them with your plan. Yang Qing said calmly. Master, it is not convenient for me to leave at the moment. My dad and all the elders are here. Chen Xian said somewhat embarrassedly. It's all right. Here's what I'll do, I'll get the three of you together, and you can discuss it. Yang Qing then temporarily connected Lin Xingxue, Gu Hanshuan, and Shen Xian together. Thus began a plan targeting the Yang family and Yan Huanhuan. An hour later, the three of them left. Master, I understand. I will return home now to persuade the elders to assist the Chen family. I will return to the Lin family immediately, and if nothing unexpected happens, we should have news by tomorrow. Lin Xingxue and Gu Hanshuan both expressed their feelings to Yang Qing before returning home. Yang Zhenghua, Zheng Xiao, now you two have nowhere to escape. The entire Yang family will be buried with you two for your wrong decisions. As Yang Chang watched Gu Hanshuan's departing figure, a cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Daylight passed quickly, and night slowly enveloped the entire city of Jiangning. The streets were still bustling with traffic and pedestrians, and the city was still brightly lit. No one expected that on this ordinary night, a crackdown on organized crime, led by the Chun family of the city lord's mansion and assisted by the Lin and Gu families, would quietly take place. In a villa estate in the southern suburbs, the usual atmosphere of laughter and joy has recently been tinged with a sense of melancholy. Yang Tian, the most valued genius of the Yang family and the future heir to the family fortune, died unexpectedly. This plunged Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao into a deep and constant grief. Young Guk, my eyelids have been twitching all day, I feel like something bad is about to happen. At this moment, Zhang Xiao and Yang Zhenghua, who had just finished dinner, were resting in the living room. Suddenly, Zhang Xiao seemed to sense something and said to her husband beside her with a worried expression. Stay calm. In Jiangning City, our Yang family has some influence. We're just facing some storms right now. It's inevitable that it will attract some sneaky prying eyes. Don't forget, I am at least a martial arts general level ability user. Do you really think our Yang family is a pushover that anyone can just bully? No sooner had Yang Zhenghua finished speaking than a black blade of energy slashed in from outside. Overlord Blade? Is there an expert? Zhang Xiao, quickly hide behind me. Yang Zhenghua immediately produced a long spear and directly clashed with the oncoming blade energy. Boom! Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the living room, and a violent explosion resounded throughout the entire villa. Chapter 35, Patricide and Matricide, Ruthless yet Compassionate. Before the thick smoke dissipated, two more blades of energy shot straight at Yang Zhenghua's body. Faced with a blade aura even more powerful than before, he dared not be careless, and his expression was extremely solemn. He then unleashed his B-level superpower, Gale Breath, altering the trajectory of the domineering blade energy and causing it to deviate from its target. Feng Jiang, Yang Zhenghua, you really have some skills. With this little strength, your Yang family won't survive this calamity today. Just as Yang Zhenghua was about to breathe a sigh of relief and reorganize the attack, a man slowly emerged from the shadows outside the door. Who exactly are you? I don't think there's anyone named you in Jiangning City, is there? Yang Zhenghua said with a hint of doubt. Heh, who am I? Want to know my identity? Take this blow and I'll tell you. Full Moon Overlord Blade. The stranger raised a long, blue-glowing sword in his right hand and drew a circle in front of him. A chilling and desolate aura instantly filled the villa's living room. Upon seeing this, Yang Zhenghua's body seemed to tremble slightly uncontrollably. However, he calmed down in just a moment. He unleashed his full power of the Gale Breath, and a blue wind dragon slowly coalesced behind him. Yang Zhenghua, holding an obsidian spear, floated in the air. Faced with a formidable and unfamiliar foe, he decided to take the initiative, otherwise he would likely not have a second chance. The obsidian spear, imbued with the power of a Cyan wind dragon, thrust forward, its powerful suction and tearing force destroying all the clutter in the villa's living room, including sofas, vases, and murals. Azure Dragon roars through the gale. Roar! Yang Zhenghua roared, and the fierce aura of the gale resounded through the sky like the roar of a dragon, directly attacking the unfamiliar man in black. Humph, a mere trifle. The stranger wielded a blue longsword with a sharp, cold blade. With a flick of his wrist, the full moon Overlord Blade swept out. The deep blue aura of the Overlord Blade instantly transformed into a ferocious beast in mid-air, the Heavenly Abyss Overlord Tiger, which pounced straight towards the Azure Dragon. Instantly, two terrifying energies, one dragon and one tiger, one blue and one green, collided in mid-air, staging a fierce battle. Bang, bang. Boom. Moments later, several explosions rang out. The Heavenly Abyss Overlord Tiger finally defeated the Azure Dragon and pierced through Yang Zhenghua's body in an instant. Puff! A stream of bright red blood spurted from Yang Zhenghua's mouth. He gripped his spear tightly and planted it in the ground, forcing himself not to fall. This was also his last vestige of dignity as a martial arts master and the head of the Yang family. Young Guk, don't die. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiao was immediately horrified, tears streaming down her face as she screamed loudly. His body immediately released healing abilities, wanting to help Yang Zhenghua, who was already seriously injured, recover as quickly as possible. 9th level Martial General Realm? You're not a superhuman from Jiangning City. Hee, you guessed right, but there's no reward. Since your Yang family is going to be completely wiped out tonight anyway, it won't hurt to tell you my identity. Northwest, the royal family. The stranger said with a faint smile. Are you Wang Xin, the Heavenly Blade Master? You came all this way just to destroy my Yang family in Jiangning City? Why are you coming from the northwest region to kill people in my Jiangnan region? What exactly do you want? Yang Zhenghua said with a look of fear. Is it enough that I dislike your Yang family? I'm in a good mood today and I don't intend to kill you two pieces of trash. Your lives will be taken by someone else. The big sword squad will wipe out the entire Yang family, except for Yang Zhenghua and his wife. Wanson said with a sinister look on his face. Yes. A man's voice came from the shadows, and moments later, screams echoed from the Yang family villa area, one after another. Wanson, you beast, are you even human? Don't punish family members. If you have any problems, come at me. Why kill ordinary people from the Yang family? Yang Zhenghua's face was filled with despair, and he spoke with immense resentment. But no one answered his question, so Wang Xin struck again, severely injuring Zhang Xiao, who was standing nearby. About a minute later, everyone in the Yang family except for Yang Zhenghua and his wife was killed. Sir, it's all taken care of. Very good, let's go. Wang Xin sneered and led his broadsword team away from the Yang family like ghosts, as if they had never existed. Young Guk, what should we do? Zhang Xiao lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, and spoke shakily. Wang Xin, a 9th level martial general, is indeed as powerful as his reputation suggests. Even a superhuman who has just entered the martial spirit realm would not have gained any advantage from his strike. And that overlord blade, that inhuman swordsmanship is just too ferocious. Zhang Xiao, let me help you to the secret room to recover first, and then we'll see how things go. Yang Zhenghua, barely clinging to life, said with a hint of helplessness. Okay, then I'll listen to you for now. Just as the two were about to help each other to the secret room, a figure appeared in front of them. Where do you two want to go? Upon hearing that somewhat familiar yet immature voice, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, followed by a sudden surge of panic. You. Was all of this because of you? Yes, that's me. I also killed Yang Tian. I'm only here now so that the three of you can reunite in hell. Xinger, why? I'm doing all this for the good of the Yang family. Over the past 3 years, we haven't been too harsh on you, and we've provided you with cultivation resources as usual. Even if you're not our biological child, anyone else would feel warm-hearted by now. Yang Zhenghua looked at Yang Qing, the instigator in front of him, and said with great surprise. Heh, still pretending to act even now. It's such a waste that someone with that talent isn't an actor. There's no point in saying more. The old Yang Cheng is dead. The current Yang Cheng is the real me. Without further ado, Yang Qing sent 2 fallen seeds into the bodies of Yang Zhenghua and his wife, who were already seriously injured. But Yang Qing didn't immediately break it down into points of corruption. Instead, he asked casually. Who attacked the two of you? Northwest, Wang family, Wang Xin, the Heavenly Blade, level 9 martial general. Yang Zhenghua explained everything in detail. Don't worry, I will avenge you too. After all, you did give birth to me. Wang family, Wang Xin, you're unlucky to have dared to take on this mission. Yang Qing smiled faintly and waved his hand casually. Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao transformed into bright purple light spots and entered his body. Yang Qing then went outside the villa and released red lotuses that instantly ignited the entire villa area. Moments later, the villa burst into flames, and the once glorious Yang family of Jiangning vanished from this world forever. Chapter 36 Master, do I look beautiful today? Ding, Yang Zhenghua and Zhang Xiao have been successfully separated. Yang Zhenghua, B-level superpower, Breath of the Gale, level 5 martial general realm. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 20,000 corruption points were obtained. Zhang Xiao, C-level ability, Healing Wind, realm 3 martial master. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 10,000 corruption points were obtained. After returning to the villa, Yang Qing heard the notification from the system in his mind, and he was immediately pleased. You two have made the most of your abilities. Everything from the past has vanished like smoke. Depravity, extra points. He then went to the cultivation chamber and adjusted his breathing. Yang Qing currently possesses 30,020 fallen points, and he immediately began to consume them in a frenzy. He instantly rose from the 6th level of martial artist to the 1st level of martial master, and 23,500 corruption points were consumed. A surge of powerful energy flowed into Yang Qing's body, and he emitted 3 colors of light: a golden 12-winged angel of light, a white sword heart, and a fiery red lotus karmic fire. The once pitch-black chamber was now radiant with light, dazzling and captivating. Yang Qing's aura continued to rise steadily, frantically breaking through his own cultivation level. His highly concentrated mental energy made him completely unaware of the changes within his body. The 3 supernatural powers swirled around him like dragons, stimulating the fluctuations of his internal energy. Time passed, and the Yuan energy within Yang Qing's body gradually stabilized, with a faint ripple appearing. Yang Qing slowly opened his eyes. His pupils still looked no different from those of an ordinary awakened person. However, a ball of 3-colored energy appeared in his heart, constantly injecting vitality into him. Phew, that feels so good. After successfully breaking through to the 1st level martial master realm, Yang Qing let out a heartfelt sigh. He then observed the environment inside the secret room and found that there was no major damage. He was secretly relieved. If it weren't for the secret room in Gu Hanchuang's villa, the breakthrough he just made might have destroyed the entire villa. A moment later, Yang Chang left the secret room and took a quick shower. I drew back the curtains, gazed at the lush greenery outside, took a deep breath, and felt incredibly refreshed. At this moment, the sun was gradually rising in the east, and the warm sunlight slowly shone through the window, giving Yang Qing a feeling of rebirth. Drop! Suddenly, the villa door slowly opened, and Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuan walked in carrying a box of breakfast. Good morning, master. The 2 young and beautiful personal servants said in unison. Master, have you seen the news? The Yang family villa complex has now been reduced to ruins. Today's news in Jiangning City is also making headlines, but the vast majority of the discussions have been controlled by the authorities. Lin Qingxue took out a steamed bun and came to Yang Qing's side, slowly feeding it to him. I really didn't notice. I cultivated in the secret room for a while last night. Yang Qing said calmly, then took out his phone and saw several news articles from Jiangning City that had been pushed to him, some of which had very sensational headlines. Shocking. Over 1,000 members of the Yang family died overnight. Was it a distortion of emotions or a decline in morality? Shocking. Martial General Realm expert Yang Zhenghua has mysteriously disappeared, and the Yang family has been completely wiped out by a mysterious force. The Yang family colluded with Japanese pirates and betrayed crucial Chinese intelligence. They are suspected of being exterminated? The titles of the articles were full of speculation and conjecture, which whetted the appetite of the gossip-loving public. Despite the authorities' efforts to control the situation, many netizens still clicked and viewed the content immediately. The vast majority of local netizens in Jiangning City left messages and comments under the article. The Yang family is really unlucky. Just a few days ago, an A-level superpowered genius died, and now the whole family has been wiped out. Which living Yama did they offend? Good riddance. You have no idea how arrogant the Yang family is. They've bullied us locals a lot. Heaven has eyes. The Yang family has finally received divine punishment. Yang Qing glanced at it briefly, then turned off his phone. These things had nothing to do with him, a mere E-level ability user. During the years he lived in the Yang family, whether at home or at school, he was practically invisible, with no presence whatsoever. Therefore, no one would suspect Yang Qing even after the Yang family was wiped out, especially since the Chen, Lin, and Gu families in Jiangning City were there to clean up the mess. A martial arts master might be considered a figure in Jiangning City, but if you look at the whole of China, they're practically just starting out. How is the situation progressing with Yan Huan? Yang Qing said with a smile while eating breakfast. Qingxue and I don't need to take the martial arts exam. Chen Xian's idea is for the 2 of us to keep her calm for the time being. After the martial arts exam ends tomorrow, Chen Xian and I will put on a play tonight, with Qingxue assisting us. We can make our move when she's off guard. Gu Hansuan gently massaged Yang Qing's shoulder with her delicate hand, and said with a soft laugh. I really want to see the scene of a proud daughter of the martial general realm kneeling before her master. It's something to look forward to. Master, we haven't done our morning exercise yet. It seems you 2 were prepared in advance. Yang Chang looked at Lin Qingxue in front of him. Today, she was wearing a fitted school uniform JK that perfectly outlined her stunning curves. Her full, proud breasts filled out the upper part of the dress, and the neckline was slightly open, revealing a patch of skin as delicate as mutton fat jade, which aroused the imagination of the tantalizing scenery that was half hidden. The gaze slowly moved downwards, revealing a pair of slender, long legs encased in black stockings under a short skirt, paired with black leather shoes that made them look somewhat cute and alluring. Gu Hanswang, standing to the side, was also quite unique. Perhaps it was because Yang Qing was somewhat unhappy that she wore jeans yesterday. Today, her outfit was at the other extreme compared to yesterday. Underneath an elegant purple cheongsam, two long, sexy legs covered in flesh-colored stockings were revealed. "Master, do I look beautiful today?" Gu Hansawang breathed warm breath into Yang Qing's ear and spoke softly. Chapter 37. Tonight I'll give her to you to enjoy. Happy times always pass quickly. The next morning, Yang Qing got up early. According to the message sent by the school, each candidate needed to gather at their respective school first, and then take a bus to the examination venue together. Every 100 meters along the way, there were professional guards with supernatural abilities to keep watch. After all, in China, martial arts examinations are almost related to the cultivation of future talents, so they are taken very seriously. Preparations typically begin 6 months to a year in advance each year. The exam is about to start, and I'm feeling a little nervous. What's the panic? You've at least awakened a C-level ability, so there's still hope for you to attend a superpower university. I haven't even said anything about my D-level ability, let alone having classmates with E-level abilities to be your foils. I, Wang Tong, am determined to pass this exam with flying colors, get into university, and soar to great heights. The test takers on the bus were whispering amongst themselves. Some were nervous, some were expectant, some looked indifferent, and some had their eyes closed, trying to calm themselves down. Yang Qing sat by the window, gazing calmly out the window, showing no interest in her classmates' discussion. After all, he has already reached the first-level martial arts master realm, and he no longer has any interaction with most of his classmates who are still in the first or second level of awakening realm. About 2 hours later, after a long and bumpy journey, the candidates finally arrived at the meeting point for the exam. The wilderness testing grounds were somewhat similar to the previous trial grounds, both involving powerful human warriors captured by the authorities and brought into pre-cleared designated areas. However, there are some differences. The martial arts examination has a very strict screening process for ferocious beasts and a very strict level of protection for the candidates. Outside the examination hall, the number of guards had increased several times over, and their strength was all above the 7th level of martial arts. They were all fully armed and had serious expressions. Students of Jiangning No. 1 High School, we have arrived at the assembly point. Please line up and get off the bus in order to prepare for this year's martial arts exam. Here, I wish everyone the best of luck in achieving a result that satisfies them. The teacher in charge, Li Lan, spoke in a gentle voice, signaling that the students could start getting off the bus and giving them a final word of encouragement. The examination room for the martial arts exam feels so serious, quite different from the ordinary wilderness areas we've been to before. Stay calm. Most of the ferocious beasts are only at the first or second level of awakening. We have no problem killing them. As soon as the candidates got off the bus, they saw the towering energy grid and the high walls made of special materials, and their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Some students were so intimidated by the serious atmosphere that their legs went weak even before they entered the examination room. On a large open space not far away, many other candidates from Jiangning City were already standing. According to the information Yang Qing had gathered, there were at least 500,000 candidates in the entire Jiangning City for this martial arts examination. The wilderness test site where Yang Qing was located was just one of more than 20 test sites. At this moment, Yang Qing calmly observed his surroundings. The temporary stage that had been set up in advance, the large screen not far away, and of course, the teachers from various middle schools in this examination room as well as the official leaders. Among them were some strangers who appeared out of nowhere, who seemed to be spectators. Yang Qing, over here. Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. Yang Qing looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was Chen Xian. The moment he saw Yang Qing appear here, he ran over as fast as he could. You students from Jiangning No. 8 High School were also assigned to this exam room? Yang Qing said with a smile. Yes, I only found out when I saw you. Master, how did yesterday's plan go? Chen Xian first greeted him warmly, then whispered with a smile. Not bad. Your execution ability is still very strong. How is Yan Huan doing? Master, don't worry, I've already arranged for Gu Hanshuang and Lin Xingxue to accompany Yan Huanhuan shopping. You know, girls like this kind of thing, let's keep her calm for now. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to enjoy her tonight. After a brief private conversation, Yang Chang and Chen Xian returned to their respective groups. As time passed, all the candidates in this examination area had gathered. A voice came from the loudspeaker above the podium, announcing the examination rules for this year's martial arts exam. Please be quiet. Next, we will announce the exam rules and requirements. Each student participating in this assessment will receive a smart bracelet, which will record your points and video recordings. In addition, it has an energy barrier inside to protect itself, which can be used in an emergency, but the consequence is that the game will be terminated immediately. The smart bracelet has a real-time points ranking, which you can check yourself. The examination area is divided into 4 regions: the edge, the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core, each corresponding to a different level of ferocious beasts. Candidates should go to different areas according to their own abilities. There are cameras recording at all times and drones flying in the examination room. Do not even think about cheating. Teaming, mutual harm, and malicious attacks on other candidates are strictly prohibited in this exam. Anyone found doing so will be disqualified from taking the exam immediately. Now I announce that candidates may enter the examination hall, and the martial arts examination will officially begin. Exam duration, 8 hours. As the broadcast ended, a series of booming sounds began, and the examinees set off towards the wilderness area. Chapter 38: The Flames of Karma Burn, Ping'an County. Charge. Pass the exam with flying colors, bring glory to your ancestors. Today is the day. I must strive to get more points and get into a university with superpowers. Kill all these ferocious beasts and protect our homeland. Among the crowd, many candidates were also encouraging themselves, hoping to achieve good results. But after hearing the rules of this martial arts exam, Yang Qing shook his head and smiled wryly. I feel like this is targeting me, even though there's no evidence. You need to kill ferocious beasts to gain points, but to gain corruption points you have to enslave the beasts and then decompose them. These are clearly conflicting, and we can only choose one of them. Indeed, nothing in this world is perfect. After thinking for a moment, Yang Qing decided to first accumulate enough points to enter the Shanghai University of Superpowers. According to Yan Huanhuan, to get into Magic University, one must at least rank in the top 100 of the martial arts exam in Jiangning City. Fortunately, I can check the points ranking of Jiangning City at any time, which makes things much more convenient. Having set a goal, Yang Qing then followed the other examinees toward the wilderness area. After entering the wilderness area, he did not choose to compete with his classmates for those low-level awakened beasts, but went straight to the core area of the wilderness area. The higher your level in defeating ferocious beasts, the more points you will gain. Therefore, hoping to get a high score in the outermost area is nothing short of wishful thinking. Roar! They hadn't gone far when the roars of several ferocious beasts echoed from the jungle. Yang Qing glanced at the ferocious beasts that had sprung out of the jungle. They turned out to be several purple lightning lizards. The lizard can grow up to 4 meters long, with unusual purple skin and covered in sharp spines. Its eyes glowed with a blue light, like ghostly fire in the darkness. Its enormous body resembled a sports car, and purple arcs of electricity flashed across its surface from time to time. A purple lightning lizard at the 5th level of Awakening Realm? Yang Qing merely glanced at the other party indifferently, and 2 fiery red lotus flowers appeared in his eyes. Immediately, the 3 purple electric lizards in front of them burst into flames and were burned to black ashes in less than a second. Points plus 150. Looking at the increased points displayed on his wrist, Yang Chang nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, he could instantly kill these awakened beasts. But Yang Qing did not slow down his pace, and all the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way were instantly burned by his red lotus karmic fire. Many ferocious beasts at the Awakening Realm didn't even know how they died. Any ferocious beast within Yang Qing's mental range would die instantly. Therefore, Yang Qing's points increased rapidly along the way, and soon broke through 1,000 points. His real-time ranking also rose from over 90,000 to within the top 100. Such results surprised Yang Qing after he checked them. Are the test takers in Jiangning City really that weak? It's only been an hour, and they've already broken into the top 100? Yang Qing suddenly began to doubt Yan Huanhuan's words. Even if such a score puts them in the top 100 in Jiangning City, it would probably be difficult for them to get into the Shanghai Superpower University. Without further hesitation, Yang Qing chose to continue heading towards the core area. Before long, he arrived at the core area of this examination site, the ruins of Pingan County. Decades ago, this was a very prosperous and populous county town. Later, it was invaded by ferocious beasts from the rift space, turning it into the ruins it is today, a dilapidated mess. The once tall and magnificent building has now become a ruin, with only the exposed steel frame remaining. The ground was littered with scattered bones and remains, some human, some beasts. The original asphalt road is now overgrown with weeds, and the grass along the roadside is even several tens of centimeters taller than Yang Qing's body. Roar! Awu! From time to time, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from within the ruins. However, it is quite obvious from the frequency of the roars that there are far fewer ferocious beasts here compared to the inner area. At the top of a tall building, 5 giant frost wolves were walking in a pack, all of them having reached the 9th level of awakening. Therefore, they act with extreme impunity in this area, and other ferocious beasts of the same level dare not provoke them. Just as they were leisurely searching for prey, a cluster of red lotus flowers suddenly descended from the sky and slowly landed on the frost giant wolf. Boom! A terrifying burst of fire erupted instantly, and flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowing from the area centered on the frost giant wolf. Before the 5 frost wolves could even react, they were pierced straight through by this powerful force. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the spot where the frost giant wolf had just been was now a pile of black ash scattered on the ground. Points plus 450. Yang Qing, the one who created this red fiery lotus, stood atop a tall building with a faint smile on his lips. His score has now reached 2,750 points, and his ranking has instantly surged to first place in Jiangning City. Easy done, currently ranked number 1. Now I can finally enslave these ferocious beasts and gain corruption points without worry. Yang Qing thought to himself. At this moment, he pressed the button on the smart bracelet. First place, Yang Qing, 2,750 points. Second place, Zhang Mukan, 1985 points. Third place, Yi Chen, 1976 points. Hee, let them chase for a while. Seeing the current rankings, Yang Qing nodded. His goal was simply to get into the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Whether he was number 1 or not was not that important. Yang Qing then flashed away and continued searching for the ferocious beasts in the core area. Not long after, he encountered a level 9 awakened flame lion, which was resting in the ruins of a tall building. It's you I've chosen, lucky one. Yang Qing immediately released a purple seed of corruption, which entered the other party's body and instantly enslaved him. However, instead of immediately taking action, he opted for entrapment. Master, please give your orders. Mad Lion at your service. Immediately, the fiery lion, still asleep, opened its eyes and came to Yang Qing, bowing its head in submission. Take me to find the other ferocious beasts here. Yang Qing said calmly. Understood, Master. With the guidance of the fiery lion, Yang Qing quickly enslaved 5 ferocious beasts at the 9th level of awakening. Yang Qing then dispatched them all out, luring all the ferocious beasts within the assessment area to the core area. He continued searching for powerful ferocious beasts in the core area, making the most efficient use of his time. In Yang Qing's mind, rankings were just empty titles. The real way to improve himself was to strive for the martial general realm as soon as possible. Chapter 39, the assessment is over. The gears of fate begin to turn. Ding successfully decomposed the level 9 awakened beast, the venomous scorpion, and gained 9 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 9 awakened beast, Thunder Rhinoceros, and gained 9 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 9 awakened beast, the Digging Lizard, and gained 9 fall points. As time went by, Yang Qing's accumulated points of corruption continued to increase. Meanwhile, assessments are being conducted in other parts of the wilderness area. The test takers fought off the ferocious beasts while keeping a close eye on the leaderboard. Holy crap! Who is this Yang Qing who's ranked number 1? They've actually reached almost 3,000 points, far ahead of second place. I've never heard of Yang Qing among the A-level awakened abilities in Jiangning City. Where did he come from? Could this Yang Qing be the one in our class? Or maybe it's just someone with the same name? When this unfamiliar name came into everyone's view, many candidates were shocked. Somewhere in the dense forest, after checking the real-time rankings, Chen Xian casually turned them off. His eyes held a mixture of excitement and distress as he sighed and said, Master is amazing, easily taking first place. I wish I had the same strength as my master. At this point, he was only in 5th place, with the 4th-placed player ahead of him and the 6th-placed player behind him both closing in. Everyone is chasing after each other, and the outcome and rankings are unknown until the very last moment. In the core area of the wilderness, Yang Qing continued searching for other high-level awakened beasts while constantly monitoring the servant beasts heading into the inner area in his mind. This was, after all, a martial arts examination, and he didn't want to attract attention and lure in a large number of ferocious beasts. Although others cannot see the seed of corruption, the fact that such ferocious beasts have come to his vicinity would arouse suspicion even in a fool, let alone the experts on the platform. Therefore, Yang Qing also instructed that the few ferocious beast servants he dispatched should be sent out in batches, with the number not too large, and the meeting points should be chosen in different regions. In different locations, Yang Qing used the power of the fallen flower to temporarily block the nearby cameras, quickly releasing the fallen seed to enslave and decompose the ferocious beast horde. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Yang Qing easily gained dozens of fall points, and this was only in one area. Soon Yang Qing arrived at the herd of ferocious beasts lured by the other level 9 awakened beasts, frantically reaping the fall points. At this moment, Yang Qing glanced at the time. There were still nearly 2 hours left, and he needed to return to the exam assembly point as soon as possible. If you do not return to the meeting point on time, the points you earn will be invalid. He then glanced at the real-time rankings. Several hours had passed, and his score was gradually caught up and overtaken by the second and third place winners. But Yang Qing's expression didn't change, as if everything was within his expectations. Without hesitation, he broke down all the enslaved beasts into corruption points and then rushed towards the exam assembly point. Time passed quickly. On his way back, Yang Qing encountered almost no other examinees, only occasionally encountering some scattered ferocious beasts that he casually enslaved and dismembered. Suddenly, a red notification popped up on his smartwatch, accompanied by a voice prompt. Attention, there is 1 hour left before the end of this assessment. Please return to the starting point assembly area as soon as possible. Attention, there is 1 hour left before the end of this assessment. Please return to the starting point assembly area as soon as possible. Attention, there is 1 hour left before the end of this assessment. Please return to the starting point assembly area as soon as possible. The notification was repeated 3 times in a row, and all the candidates who were further away or still engrossed in hunting ferocious beasts to gain points were momentarily stunned. Half an hour later, Yang Qing arrived at the outermost area of the assessment and found that there were still many candidates there. In some places, there are even more students than ferocious beasts. We're all smart people. Yang Qing looked at the crowded group of examinees in the distance and smiled faintly. Everyone was hoping to try their luck in the outer area before the exam ended, hoping to encounter a few low-level ferocious beasts and gain a few more points. After all, the martial arts exam involves competing for rankings with students from the entire Jiangnan province, and often just 1 point can put you ahead of at least 10,000 other students. Yang Qing didn't care about that. He didn't care about the points. As for the points of depravity, the number of ferocious beasts he had was far from enough to meet the needs of a martial master. Therefore, Yang Qing left the wilderness area with some classmates who had arrived at the starting point earlier, waiting for the final assessment to end. At this moment, Yang Qing glanced at the latest real-time rankings. His score remained unchanged at 2,750 points, while his ranking had dropped to 8th place. 8th place? Not bad. It seems that it will be difficult for Wang Tong, who is in 9th place, to go any further. Yang Qing looked at Wang Tong, who was in 9th place. There were still 10 minutes left in the exam, and he only had a score of 2050. This ranking makes getting into the Shanghai University of Superpowers quite likely. This Yan Huanhuan actually dared to lie to me, just you wait. Recalling what she had said earlier, Yang Qing was also somewhat displeased. If Yang Qing really believed Yan Huanhuan's words, it would be almost impossible for him to pass the admission line. Master, the martial arts exam is over. Wait for my message. I'll send you the exact location later. Gu Hanshuang and Lin Qingxue have already taken the first step. At this moment, Chen Xian contacted Yang Qing through the seat of fallenness and spoke in a fervent tone. Okay, you go and get ready. Make sure you introduce that woman to me tonight. Yang Qing said calmly. The martial arts examination is over. Looking back years later, it was just an ordinary day of hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness. For Yang Qing, who had already reached the martial master realm, the end of the martial arts exam was just the beginning of everything. Chapter 40 Hunting down the specially recruited mentors of the Magic University, the clam fishing plan begins. Tianhai Building, downtown Jiangning. This is the most luxurious and bustling commercial building in the entire Jiangning city. Even on a hot and busy afternoon, there are still a lot of people shopping inside the building. Brother Zhang Ning, this dress is so beautiful, but it's a bit expensive. It costs a whopping 100,000 star coins. Chingy, what do you think? The clothes here are alright, aren't they? I just brought you here today to show you around. You can come back when you have more money. A young couple stood in front of a women's clothing store, looking at the price tag on a pale yellow dress. After a moment of amazement, they also lamented their lack of funds. It's alright. I had never even heard of this place if you hadn't brought me here. I never knew there were so many wealthy people in Jiangning City. This is truly an eye-opening experience. The woman spoke to the young man beside her. But the young man did not respond to her immediately. The woman turned around and saw that the man was looking elsewhere, so she also shifted her eyes. 3 stunningly beautiful women walked hand in hand through the building, chatting and laughing, their every move exuding elegance and grace. Not only did it attract the attention of many passers-by, but it also made the young man unable to look away for even a moment. Brother Zhang Ning, Brother Zhang Ning? Humph, men really are all big pigs. Although they are indeed very beautiful, I am your girlfriend. The woman named Chingy pinched him hard, and it took the man a while to react. Just as he was about to apologize, 3 beautiful women walked straight toward him. It gave him the illusion that the other person had come to find him. Hello, waiter. Pack this pale yellow dress for me. One of the women smiled slightly, captivating Zhang Ning completely, as if he had found true love. The girl in front of me was not only stunningly beautiful, but also a very wealthy young woman who was incredibly generous with her money. The clothes worth 100,000 star coins were easily acquired without even blinking an eye. Humph, I'm ignoring you. Zhang Ning, let's break up. After saying that, the woman walked outside. Only then did Zhang Ning come to her senses, and hurriedly said anxiously, Chingy, I'm sorry, I was wrong. He apologized as he ran outside. Sister Yen, look what you've done. You've even stolen everyone's soul. Just by her own aura, she caused other couples to break up. Gu Hansuang covered her cherry-like mouth and said with a soft laugh. Humph, I shouldn't have listened to you two and brought me to a place like this. Do you think people like us are suited to be around ordinary people? If it weren't for you and Qingxue, I probably would never have come to a place like this in my entire life. Look at those perverts, they look like they want to eat us alive. If it weren't for my status, I would have killed them on the spot. Yen Huanhuan said with a cold expression. That's right, these 3 stunningly beautiful women are Lin Qingxue, Gu Hansuang, and Yen Huanhuan. Sister Yen, it's been several years since you've been back to Jiangning City, hasn't it? Take this opportunity to relax. Yes, Teacher Yen, after we go to Shanghai in a few days, we don't know when we'll be back next time. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang stood on either side of Yen Huanhuan, chatting and laughing. You 2 girls, have you really been staying in Jiangning City for far too long? Once we get to Shanghai, I'll show you what a real super city is like. By the way, Frost, what about the thing I mentioned to you a few days ago? What have you thought about it? As long as you and Shen Xian agree to date, once you arrive in Shanghai, you can practice our Yin family's top-tier supernatural body forging technique, the Southern Bright Fire Sword Body. This is a supernatural body forging method of grade S or above, and it is basically not passed on to outsiders. Yen Huanhuan said with a faint smile. The Southern Ming blazing sword style? Teacher Yen, you're really generous. I'm already a little tempted, Frost. This Southern Bright Fire Sword Body is almost a perfect match for your sword heart. Why don't you agree? With Teacher Yan's help, Chen Xian's strength will definitely not be too bad in the future. Lin Qingxue pretended to give Gu Hansuang a subtle hint. This. Gu Hansuang was still somewhat hesitant, looking quite troubled. Just then, a pleasant cell phone ringtone sounded. Cousin, the martial arts exam is over. I'm planning to have a proper celebration tonight, are you free now? Over the phone, Chen Xian spoke with a warm laugh. Ha? Shouldn't you be going to find your cronies? Why did you suddenly decide to contact me? Yen Huanhuan frowned slightly and said calmly. I just wanted you to give me your opinion on whether I could get into the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Room number 3 at Lanxiang Restaurant has been booked, it's just the 2 of us. What do you think? Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Yen Huanhuan instinctively felt reluctant to go, but then she heard that there would only be 2 people. He then glanced at Gu Hansuang and Lin Qingxue beside him and said softly. Didn't you ask Frost if she was going? I already asked. I wish Gu Hansuang would agree so easily. That's why I was about to ask you for help. What? Are you implying that Gu Hansuang is with you now? Then please put in a good word for me, dear cousin. Chen Xian said in a slightly coquettish tone. I will do my best, but whether or not Frost will go is not up to me. Yan Huan said with a smile. See you at 7:30 p.m. Chen Xian then hung up the phone. Han Shuang, you heard it too. Chen Xian has already prepared a banquet and is just waiting for you. With me by your side, what are you afraid of that brat Chen Xian eating you up? Xing Xue, come along too. The three of you will be alumni in the future, so it's good to get to know each other beforehand. Alright then, it's up to you, sister. Seeing that Yan Huan had already said this much, Gu Hanswang pretended to be embarrassed and nodded shyly. Sir, your dress has been packed. Please come to the front desk to settle your account. This is such a hassle. You two wait here for a moment while I go swipe my card. Hearing the waiter's words, Yan Huan said with slight impatience. Watching Yan Huan's departing figure, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswang exchanged a smile. Everything is understood without words. Chapter 41 A good show, a gathering that changed fate. Xingxue, Sister Yan insisted on offering herself up, so don't blame us. After she becomes our sister, she can still cultivate that Southern Ming Fire Sword Body supernatural body forging method. How are the preparations going on Chen Xian's side? Teacher Yan is, after all, a level 5 martial general. If a mistake is made or she realizes it, it will be bad. Our lives are a small matter. If we discover our master and she harms her, then that would be our sin. Don't worry, he's only at the martial general level. It's far from the serious situation you're making out to be. Just wait and see what I do. Watching Yan Huan's retreating figure as she paid for the star coins, Gu Hanswang exchanged a few words with Lin Qingxue in her mind through the fallen flower. My two sisters, it's getting late, let's go keep our appointment. At this moment, Yan Huan came up to the two of them carrying the light yellow dress and said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. The three of them immediately left Tianhai Building, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and headed towards Chen Xian's location. Meanwhile, in private room number 3 of the Lanxiang restaurant, Chen Xian had already made arrangements, specially ordering several dishes that Yan Huan liked, and adding special medicine to each dish. This drug was obtained by Chen Xian from the underground black market in Jiangning City for hundreds of thousands of star coins. It is said to be extracted from the blood of ferocious beasts. It can temporarily seal the yuan energy within the body of a superhuman below the martial spirit realm, causing them to briefly lose consciousness for 30 seconds. It is colorless and odorless, making it almost impossible to detect. It is usually added to food or beverages. This was the method Chen Xian suggested to Yang Qing. As long as they could find a way to get Yan Huan to eat a bite of food or drink a sip of wine, the effects of the medicine would be quickly activated. Yang Qing could then easily plant the seeds of depravity in him during this time, enslaving this genius from the Yan family in Shanghai. Yang Qing was already eating in the next private room, waiting for Chen Xian's signal. To minimize Yan Huan's vigilance, Chen Xian borrowed 2 of Yang Qing's personal female slaves to help him put on a good show of wits. Judging by the time, Chen Xian personally came downstairs at the hotel to greet the 3 beauties. Before long, a blue taxi drove up from a distance. Before the taxi had even come to a complete stop, Chen Xian approached the car door with a solicitous expression and personally opened the door for Yan Huan, who was sitting in the front, and Gu Hanswang, who was sitting in the back. Sure, little Schwanzi. They're quite perceptive, they even knew to open the car door for us. Frost, don't you think so? Yan Huan looked at Chen Xian in front of her and said jokingly. Gu Hanswang, standing to the side, remained indifferent, showing Chen Xian no kindness whatsoever. But out of consideration for Yan Huan, she forced a smile. Hurry up and go upstairs, I've already ordered some food. You 3 beauties can take a look at the rest of the dishes yourselves. As Chen Xian spoke, he personally led the way. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Yan Huan walked at the front with a relaxed expression, led by a waiter. Chen Xian followed behind Gu Hanswang and Lin Qingxue, walking a little further back. Your acting is pretty good. How are your preparations going? Don't worry, just watch my expression and do what I say. It's best to insult me a few more times to make it more convincing. The master's side is also ready. The two looked at each other, but their expressions remained unchanged. Little Schwanzi, you have a good eye. This hotel has a nice environment. I love so much. After entering private room number 3, Yan Huan looked around and said with a smile. Waiter, the food is ready. And bring me my 1982 Lafite and a bottle of Mauzi too. Cousin, since you're in such a good mood today, it's okay to have a little drink, right? Seeing this, Qin Xian quickly pulled out the chair in the main seat, gesturing for Yan Huanhuan to sit down, and said with a smile. No, you know my personality. I won't drink in hotels. Besides, there are 2 girls here, so we should just have some drinks. So, cousin, you're saying you'll only drink if I convince Gu Hanshuang and Lin Xingxue to drink with you? Your brain really knows how to misinterpret what I mean. But now that things have come to this, Han Shuang and Xing Shui, what do you two think? Yan Huanhuan looked at the 2 girls on either side of her and smiled as she spoke. Before Lin Xingxue could speak, Gu Hanshuang, standing to the side, said with a cold smile. Shen Xian, don't think I don't know what's going on in your head. Look at the wolfish look on your face, it's like you want to devour me right now. So you want to get me and Xingxue to drink some wine, and then get me drunk so you can do something bad to me, right? Speaking of which, did you drug the drink beforehand? So that I'll instantly lose consciousness? You shameless scoundrel, I really shouldn't have come here to eat. Gu Hanshuang said coldly. It seemed as if they could see right through Chen Xian's wicked schemes. You. Gu Hanshuang, don't push your luck. How could I, the eldest son of the city lord of Jiangning City, do such a despicable thing? Besides, cousin Yan Huanhuan is here, what are you afraid of? Even if you don't trust me, sister Yan wouldn't harm you, would she? Hearing Gu Hanshuang's extreme malice towards him, Qin Xian immediately looked displeased and said with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Alright, can't you two just shut up when you meet? Don't worry, Frost, if you don't want to drink, no one will force you to. But to say that there is something wrong with Chen Xian's wine, I don't think so. Xiao Xuanzi, bring me your 2 bottles of wine and fill them up. Yan Huanhuan said it quite casually. Alright, for your sake, Sister Yan, I'll have a couple of drinks with you. Xingxue, what about you? Since everyone is having a good time today, I'll join you for a drink too. Upon seeing this, Chen Xian immediately became attentive, opening a bottle of Maotai and coming to Yan Huanhuan's side, filling her glass to the brim first. Then he poured a cup for Gu Hanshuang and Lin Xingxue, who were standing next to him. Finally, he poured himself a glass as well. This wine. Yan Huanhuan picked up the wine glass, first gently smelled it, and then said in a low voice. The unfinished sentence made the hearts of the other 3 people at the table jump to their throats, fearing that Yan Huanhuan, as a martial general, would notice something amiss. At this moment, Gu Hanshuang, who was standing to the side, also spoke up quickly. Sister Yan, let me toast you. Please take good care of me at the Shanghai University of Superpowers in the future. Of course, please also take care of my affairs with Chen Xian. These words slightly diverted Yan Huanhuan's attention. So she didn't think much of it and instead smiled. Han Shuang, you've finally figured it out. Okay, let's clink glasses first. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3 men, he drank the specially made liquor in one gulp. At that moment, Yan Huanhuan never imagined that this ordinary glass of liquor would change the course of her life. Chapter 42 Red Stockings, my first time wearing them too. Seeing that Yan Huanhuan drank the wine without any suspicion, Gu Hanshuang and the other 2 exchanged glances and revealed indescribable smiles. Frost, didn't you drink it? Just as Yan Huanhuan was feeling a bit confused, and had just asked Gu Hanshuang a question, the drug took effect. She immediately felt that she could not mobilize the energy in her body, and her consciousness gradually entered a coma. Chen Xian, you, all of you. Master, hurry, now. Upon seeing the effects of the medication taking hold in Yan Huanhuan's body, Gu Hanshuang immediately contacted Yang Qing. After all, this time is only a brief 30 seconds. If anything unexpected happens, the wrath of a powerful psychic at the martial general level is something they cannot withstand. At the same time, Yang Qing flashed into private room number 3. Seeing Yan Huanhuan, dressed in a white dress, lying on the chair, briefly unconscious, he smiled slightly. Immediately, a purple seed of corruption was released and entered the body of this aloof and stunningly beautiful professor from the Magic University. It may have triggered some kind of self-protection equipment on Yan Huanhuan's body. The moment the seed of corruption touched Yan Huanhuan's body, a fiery red energy barrier appeared on her body. Ah! Does Sister Yan possess such a skill? Master, what should we do now? The effects of this drug only last for 30 seconds, and almost half of that time has already passed. Gu Hanshuang, standing to the side, looked slightly anxious and quickly looked at Yang Qing and said, No rush, let the bullets fly for a while. Just as Yang Qing said, in no time, the purple seed of corruption easily broke through the red energy barrier on Yan Huanhuan's body and entered her body. A strange purple mark slowly appeared below her navel, deeply rooted in Yan Huanhuan's body. Call. We finally succeeded. The three of you deserve a lot of credit for subduing this proud beauty at the martial general level. Yang Qing ignored Yan Huanhuan for the time being and instead looked at Lin Qingxue and the other two. It is our honor to relieve our master's worries. With Yan Huanhuan, we can say that we have opened the first crack in the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Upon seeing this, Gu Hanswang and the other two immediately knelt down before Yang Qing and said with utmost loyalty. At this moment, Yan Huanhuan, who had been unconscious, gradually woke up. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, she let out a soft groan, and then slowly opened her eyes. At first, her eyes were filled with confusion and doubt, but the moment her gaze fell on Yang Qing, all her previous contempt, indifference, and arrogance vanished. What follows is a kind of obsessive and fanatical worship, a deep-seated loyalty, and heartfelt obedience. It seemed that the boy in front of her was the only one in her life, the sole meaning of her existence in this world. She slowly stood up, swaying her white dress, revealing glimpses of her flesh-colored sheer stockings, and came before Yang Qing. Without reservation, she knelt naturally at Yang Qing's feet, raising her stunningly beautiful face that had once captivated countless boys, her rose-red lips slowly appearing. Oh nar! Hearing Yan Huanhuan's gentle voice, Yang Qing felt extremely satisfied. Not long ago, she was an arrogant goddess who looked down on ordinary people as trash, but now she was like a little dog under his command. Yang Qing looked at Yan Huanhuan kneeling on the ground, lifted her handsome chin with his toes, admired the fervent expression on her face, and said with a smile. Let's go back to the villa. Chen Xian, your mission is complete. You can leave now. Qingxue, Hanswang, you two pack a few more meals and bring them back. He then took Yan Huanhuan back to the villa to prepare for the final ceremony. Yang Qing hailed a taxi and gave them the specific address. Soon the two arrived at the secret villa in the suburbs. Yan Huanhuan stayed close to Yang Qing as they entered the villa. As soon as she entered the living room, Yan Huanhuan couldn't wait to say, Master, unlock my fallen flower. Is it all right here? Whatever you like, I'm fine with anything. Yang Qing said calmly. Immediately, the sounds of fierce fighting echoed throughout the villa, sometimes high-pitched and melodious, sometimes screaming and broken, resounding intermittently. After some time, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswang returned from outside, carrying a large pile of food takeout containers. Seeing the mess in the living room, the two looked a little embarrassed and quickly put the things they were carrying on the dining table. They sat on the sofa, waiting for their master's next instructions. Without their master's command, they dared not clean the floor casually. Qingxue, it seems that master has already allowed Sister Yan's flower of depravity to bloom. We've got a new partner too. This is just the beginning. Once we get to Shanghai, my sister Lin Qingyue will also be yours. Let the flowers of depravity bloom even more. Gu Hanswang and Lin Qingxue also exchanged greetings with smiles. Just then, Yang Qing's voice, tinged with a hint of laziness and satisfaction, came from inside. Huanhuan, I still prefer the way you look in a red dress. Yang Qing stood up and said with a faint smile. At this moment, Yan Huanhuan's tear stains had not yet dried, and a satisfied smile hung on the corner of her mouth. Amidst the chaotic scene, a striking crimson hue quietly bloomed, standing out vividly against the white bedding. If my master likes it, I'm happy to oblige. Immediately, Yan Huanhuan endured the pain in her body after the battle and took out a red dress and a pair of dark red stockings from her spatial ring, changing her outfit. A rustling sound came from inside. Chapter 43 The Third Fallen Flower, a brand new fire-based ability. Yang Qing stood to the side, his gaze undisguised, enjoying the unique costume display that was uniquely his. Yan Huanhuan's costume change show ended quickly in no time. She was wearing a red dress that reached her knees, which accentuated her full breasts to the fullest extent, making them appear almost bursting open. Beneath her slender waist were a pair of long, straight legs, partially hidden beneath the irregular hem of her skirt. The curves of her slightly exposed calves were beautiful, and her figure was accentuated by a pair of sheer red stockings, showcasing what could only be described as devilish. A pair of perfect jade feet were wearing red high heels, with pink and cute little toes peeking out in glowing red. A thin strap was tied around her fair and rounded ankles, making her look charming and alluring. This Huanhuan, red clothes suit you better. He is an S-class fire-type ability user and a direct descendant of the Yin family of Shanghai. The goddess of the Yin family, the goddess of Shanghai, are still no match for me. Looking at the Flame Queen before him, he found her to be even more stunning and alluring than he had imagined. Hearing the sounds from inside, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswang outside were also somewhat at a loss. Nighttime always flies by, and another hour has passed. Come in. Yang Qing's voice came from inside, two simple words that made the two girls in the living room feel as if their breath had stopped. Even a martial arts master is no match for you? Qingxue, it seems we've met our match. Gu Hansuang was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise. Lin Qingxue, standing to the side, licked her lips, her face full of excitement and eagerness for the upcoming skill demonstration. Let's go, don't keep the master waiting. Skill practice is something that can't be easily delayed. Lin Qingxue smiled slightly, then took Gu Hansuang's hand, and with her long, shapely legs and swaying waist, she walked towards her final destination. Soon, loud music rang out again from the destination. This time it wasn't a solo performance like before, but a joint performance by several stunningly beautiful female singers with different styles. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the beautiful and pleasant night quickly slipped away. The warm and inviting sun slowly rose from the distant eastern horizon, casting its rays into the room through the curtains that were not fully closed. Yang Qing opened her eyes groggily. In her field of vision, fragments of red, white, and black stockings were scattered all over the ground, and dresses, shirts, and t-shirts were strewn about everywhere. Especially Yan Huanhuan, whose delicate feet were dangling a red high heel, and the tattered red stockings remained on her exquisite ankles. Ding! Detected that the exclusive servant Yan Huanhuan and the host have intertwined their bloodlines, the flower of corruption has bloomed, and the sharing of supernatural abilities has been unlocked. Do you wish to share Yan Huanhuan's S-level ability, Nirvana Sacred Flame? After sharing, the host will possess the host's special ability, but it will not affect the original special ability of the exclusive servant. Congratulations, host, you have fully unlocked your third exclusive servant. The damage reflection effect of Guardian of Guardians has been increased to 30%. At this moment, a pleasant system notification sound rang in Yang Qing's mind. An S-class superpower, the Nirvana Sacred Flame? How does its power compare to my Red Lotus Karmic Fire? Just as Yang Qing was about to release two different flames for comparison, another sound rang out. Ding! Crimson Lotus Karmic Flame and Nirvana Sacred Flame have been detected as being of the same type of ability. Do you wish to fuse them? After fusion, it is possible to generate new fire-based abilities. Yes, integration. Yang Qing hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Then, the two flame abilities within his body collided and merged. His whole body gradually became hot, and the temperature in the room continued to rise. This unusual situation instantly woke Yan Huanhuan from her sleep. Master, your superpower seems to be mutating? As a superhuman at the martial general level, Yan Huanhuan also showed a rare look of surprise on her face. At the same time, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang, who were standing nearby, were also awakened by this massive fire energy. Qingxue, Hansuang, you two retreat quickly. Upon seeing this, Yan Huanhuan immediately released a red energy barrier to isolate Yang Qing within it, preventing the violent energy within him from destroying the room, or even the entire villa. After an unknown amount of time, the energy within Yang Qing's body gradually stabilized, and ultimately no explosion occurred. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your fire-type ability has been upgraded to Crimson Lotus Nirvana Fire, with a grade of SS. Holy crap, it's actually SS rank? This is too outrageous. Yan Huanhuan, you are truly my lucky servant. Pop! Upon hearing the latest notification sound, Yang Qing excitedly picked up Yan Huanhuan beside him and kissed her directly. Master, what's wrong? Is there any good news? Yan Huanhuan was unaware that Yang Qing had inherited her S-level superpower, and therefore felt somewhat puzzled. Gu Hansuang, who was standing to the side, seemed to have noticed something and explained with a smile. Sister, after your fallen flower is bloomed by your master, he will share your S-class superpower, the Nirvana Sacred Flame. In addition, the master originally had fire-type abilities. It is possible that the two of your abilities resonated with each other, which greatly enhanced the master. This is possible? Yan Huanhuan's expression changed, and she said with a smile. Master, how are you feeling now? Huanhuan, do you know about SS-level superpowers? Yang Qing suddenly asked a question. I've only heard about it. The most powerful superpower on the entire planet right now is only S rank. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that some powerful, secretive families may have SS-level superpower successors. But at least for now, none of the 4 top universities have produced SS-level superpowers. Upon hearing Yang Qing's question, Yan Huanhuan readily shared all the information she knew. After receiving Yan Huanhuan's message, Yang Qing nodded, then turned to Gu Hansuang and Lin Qingxue beside him and said with a smile. Qingxue, Han Suang, you two heat up the food. Let's eat first. Chapter 44 Crimson Phoenix Skirt, Luxury Carriage and Beauty. The four of them sat at the dining table and finished their simple meal. Lin Qingxue began cleaning the villa, while Gu Hansuang turned on the smart computer to help Yang Cheng check his college entrance examination results. Yan Huanhuan was wearing a crimson phoenix dress. She was tall and slender, almost the same height as Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang, around 173 centimeters. Master, these are flame mountain grapes specially cultivated by our Yin family. They are helpful for cultivating fire-type abilities. At this moment, Yan Huanhuan sat beside Yang Qing, nestled close to him, with a bunch of bright red grapes on the coffee table. It exudes a faint, warm aroma, and each grape is like a ruby burning with flames, crystal clear and without any extra seeds. Then Yan Huanhuan slowly fed the freshly washed grapes into Yang Qing's mouth. How? Not bad. As expected of the Yin family, which has been researching fire-based abilities for generations, does your Yin family really not have any SS-level awakened ability users? Yang Qing asked with a smile as he ate grapes. I really don't know. Although I am a direct descendant of the Yin family, I am only a 7th-level martial general with superpowers, and I cannot access many core secrets for the time being. After we get to Shanghai, I'll look in the library at home or ask the elders in my family. Yan Huanhuan blushed slightly and said somewhat shyly. But there's no need for that. If you don't have the strength to do so, knowing more about certain things is not necessarily a good thing. Yang Qing looked at Yan Huanhuan with some self-reproach and casually said a few words. Master, your martial arts exam results are in. Ranked 88th in Jiangnan Province and 8th in Jiangning City. At this moment, Gu Hansuang, after some effort, also found Yang Qing's ranking and said with a gentle smile. It's alright, as expected. Huanhuan, with these grades, you should have no problem getting into the Shanghai University of Superpowers, right? Of course, no problem. Although I am not mainly in charge of the martial arts examination and admission, I do have a few places available for those who participate in the martial arts examination and are admitted. Don't worry, I'll take care of your enrollment procedures. Yan Huanhuan smiled playfully. Master, when do you plan to depart for Shanghai? If possible, let's do it today. However, I don't plan to take the high-speed rail, I'll drive there instead. Ha? Driving? The other three were slightly surprised when they heard Yang Qing's plan. Then Yan Huanhuan's eyes darted around a few times, and she said with a smile. Is Master planning to hunt ferocious beasts across the wilderness? You're right. I'm already a level 1 martial master, and ordinary wild beasts in the wilderness pose almost no threat to me. Besides, don't we still have you, a 7th level martial general, to protect us? This way, we can also take the opportunity to appreciate the beautiful landscapes and natural scenery of our motherland. Yang Qing said with a faint smile. Yes, that works. Jiangning City is not too far from Shanghai, only about 5,000 kilometers away. This route involves traversing vast wilderness areas and may even lead to entrances to spatial rifts, which would undoubtedly be death zones for ordinary superhumans. But for the few of us, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yan Huanhuan looked at Yang Cheng and analyzed the situation with a serious expression. Well, let's do as you say. However, I have something to do before I leave. Qingxue, Han Suang, you two come here. You two are at too low a level. I plan to help you improve your strength. Yang Qing said with a smile. Really? Master? Am I now able to receive your power once again? Since you infused me with power last time, I haven't neglected my cultivation, but my improvement speed is still too slow compared to yours. Just the day before yesterday, I had only just stepped from the 8th level of Awakening Realm to the 9th level of Awakening Realm. Gu Hansuang listened to Yang Qing's words with a mixture of anticipation and self-reproach. That's good. You're quite impressive among your peers. It's just that the requirements are relatively high in our team. You two should take a moment to calm down. Yang Cheng offered a few words of comfort. At this moment, Yan Huanhuan, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded when she learned that Yang Qing had such methods. She seemed to be petrified on the spot. But Yang Qing ignored her for the time being, brought up the system panel, and glanced at the current number of corruption points he had, 7,259. That should be enough to help Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang improve their cultivation levels. He then transferred 2 streams of purple energy, transformed from the point of corruption, into the bodies of his 2 personal female slaves. First, 1,000 fall points were used to raise Gu Hansuang from the 9th level of Awakening Realm to the 1st level of Martial Artist Realm. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue, who was standing to the side, only used 500 fall points to successfully advance from the 9th level Awakening realm to the 1st level Martial Artist realm. This was also because Lin Qingxue had cultivated at the 9th level of Awakening for a period of time, which saved Yang Qing some points of degeneration. Call. After the two massive energies entered Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanxuang's bodies, they flowed continuously within them, nourishing their internal organs, nerves, and bones. In the blink of an eye, both of them reached the 1st level of martial arts realm. It feels so good to have improved my strength. Thank you, Master. Master, Qingxue loves you so much. After a while, Yan Huanhuan also came to her senses from her shock. Yang Qing's actions shattered her values, which she had cultivated over many years, and overturned her understanding of life. So, advancing in one's cultivation level is this simple? Generally, awakened ability users will encounter bottlenecks when entering the martial arts realm, requiring at least several days of consolidation or practical combat training. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanxuang, on the other hand, entered the martial artist realm with ease, as if water had flowed naturally. Level 1 martial artist realm, barely enough. You two go back and pack your things, and let your families know while you're at it. Huan and I are waiting for you to gather at the villa. Yang Qing looked at the two excited girls and said calmly. Watching the two figures disappear, Yan Huan smiled and said, "Looks like my sports car will come in handy." Sports car? Where is it? I want to see it. Hearing Yan Huan mention the sports car, Yang Qing was also somewhat excited. Chapter 45 The Banner of Flames, the Handsome Red Flag. The two arrived at the parking lot outside the villa, and the red ring on Yan Huan's hand sparkled slightly. A sleek, fiery red supercar appeared before Yang Qing, with a bright red 5-pointed star logo on the side of the car. This is the Banner of Flames? Yang Qing asked, somewhat surprised. Master is right, this is indeed the Banner of Flames. This year's latest upgraded model runs like a red flag, hence it is also known as the red flag by many people. Yan Huan said with a smile. It really is this, Hongqi, supercar. Rumor has it that this supercar was independently developed by high-level superhumans in China, and each one costs as much as 20 million star coins. Huan, you are the real rich woman. If the master likes it, this car is yours. As my master's exclusive servant, everything I do is for my master. You mean we'll drive this sports car to Shanghai? We don't need to prepare an SUV or a camper van or anything like that? This Hongqi is enough. It's not just a sports car, it has two forms. If it encounters danger, it can switch to defensive mode and is equipped with high-tech supernatural laser weapons, energy defense barriers, and so on. In response to Yang Qing's question, Yan Huan explained with a smile while switching the device to defensive mode. In an instant, the fiery red supercar transformed into a sleek, high-tech steel fortress, entirely red in color. Master, let's go up and experience it. I have transferred ownership of this Hongqi supercar to you and linked it to your genetic sequence. As soon as Yang Qing got into the sports car, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart, as if he had become one with the sports car. Upon hearing Yan Huan's explanation, Yang Qing immediately understood. Hongqi, switch to supercar mode. Yang Qing said with some excitement. In the blink of an eye, the mobile fortress returned to its previous form. In addition, Yang Qing also discovered that this sports car can also be driven autonomously. It can drive automatically as long as the route and start and end points are set according to the map. But for him, this feature seems somewhat useless. Driving a supercar, whether in his past life on Earth or now, is something Yang Qing looks forward to, and it has been his dream for many years. Once you enter the rift space, you can hunt any ferocious beasts or encounter any rare treasures. You'll have as many star coins as you want. I have a nationally valid star card here with 100 million star coins inside. The password is pasted on it. You can take it and use it first. That's not enough, I have more here. Yan Huan sat in the passenger seat, smiling charmingly as she spoke. Are all the beautiful women with supernatural abilities in this world rich? It seems I'm really headed down this path of living off a woman and there's no turning back. Yang Qing accepted the star card handed to him by Yan Huan without any hesitation. Master, when will I be able to receive your blessing? Yan Huan asked boldly. You? My little Huan, you are a powerful expert at the 7th level of martial arts. Even if you squeeze me dry, I still can't afford to support you. Yang Qing couldn't help but swallow hard, then shook his head and said with a wry smile. Of course, if you want to improve your strength quickly, you'd better help me hunt more ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts are very helpful to me. The stronger they are, the better. It would be best to cripple them all, rendering them unable to fight or even conscious. After pausing to catch his breath, Yang Qing added, "Let's go, accompany me to the city center to buy some daily necessities before we leave. The journey to Shanghai is quite long." "Understood, master." Time flies, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Qingshui and Gu Hanshuang returned to the villa safely, while Yang Cheng and Yan Huanhuan purchased a large amount of supplies, snacks, drinking water, and so on. "Let's go, you three beauties." Yang Qing sat in the driver's seat of the Hongqi supercar, fastened his seatbelt, and sped off towards Shanghai along the pre-planned route. The convertible sports car sped along the asphalt road at 500 km/h. The bright red Hongqi sports car streaked across the ground like a fiery meteor, making a roaring sound. The exhilarating feeling caused Lin Qingshui and the others in the sports car to gasp in surprise. This kind of extreme speed is so exhilarating. I felt like I was flying in the sky. Soon Yang Qing drove out of the city and into the road near the first wilderness area. At this moment, the speed of the sports car driven by Yang Qing gradually decreased. The asphalt road on the ground gradually disappeared, and ancient trees and jungles in the wilderness, as well as weeds and vines on both sides of the road, rampantly invaded the desolate road. It is clear that the roads in this wilderness area are rarely used anymore. Now only traces of the roads that were once in use can be seen. "Huanhuan, go deep into the wilderness and catch a few powerful flying beasts. It would be best to bring some other ferocious beasts with us, and we'll meet at the next stop." Yang Qing issued the first command, speaking calmly to Yan Huanhuan in the passenger seat. "Understood, master." Upon receiving Yang Qing's order, Yan Huanhuan instantly flashed away and rushed into the depths of the wilderness, leaving behind several fiery red afterimages. "You two go too, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Remember, safety comes first. If things go wrong, saving your life is the most important thing." "Don't worry, master." At the edge of the wilderness, the strength of a martial artist is sufficient. Immediately afterwards, Lin Qingshui and Gu Hanshuan each left the Hongqi sports car, one heading east and the other west. As for Chen Xian, he was not taken on this trip. In Yang Qing's eyes, Chen Xian was no longer of any use and was practically a dead man. It just depends on his mood. He can decide when to dissolve it. The mere fourth level of Awakening Realm could no longer offer him any help. Watching the three figures leave, Yang Qing immediately took out a special item resembling incense, lit it, and placed it on the Hongqi SUV. This item is called Beast Attracting Incense, and it is generally used to ambush others in the wilderness and divert trouble. Its incense smoke drifts into the air, attracting ferocious beasts within a radius of up to 3 kilometers. At this moment, Yang Qing felt the fierce wind blowing across the wilderness, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees and the scent of earth, while the smoke from the beast-attracting incense gradually drifted away into the distance. Yang Qing continued driving the Hongqi sports car toward the second agreed-upon stop, with thick black smoke billowing from the car and spreading across the wilderness. Before long, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed from the nearby wilderness. Roar. Awu. Moo. Hiss. Half an hour later, Yang Qing's beast-attracting incense indeed took effect. A large, dark mass of ferocious beasts charged toward the Hongqi sports car that was driving ahead. Chapter 46 Dimensional Radiance, a Millennial Scheme. As Yang Qing sat in the car, he felt the ground shaking violently, and a smile appeared on his lips. It worked. Now we're just waiting for you to take the bait. Unlike other human superhumans, Yang Qing actually used the beast-attracting incense to attract a horde of ferocious beasts to surround him. If the authorities found out about this, wouldn't they give me a huge banner of honor? Yang Qing stopped the car and looked at the incense that was about to burn out, thinking to himself. Before long, the ferocious beast herd in the distance came into his sight. It was a dark, oppressive mass, like dark clouds about to bring rain, giving people a very terrifying sense of unease. Moonshadow Grey Wolf, Azurite Three-Eyed Serpent, Flaming Lion, Frost Rhinoceros, etc. are basically ferocious beasts around the 9th level of Awakening Realm, the 1st level of Martial Artist Realm, and the 2nd level of Martial Artist Realm. Before the beasts could even get close, Yang Qing released hundreds of fallen seeds, easily enslaving and disintegrating them. Ding successfully decomposed the level 3 martial artist level ferocious beast Flaming Lion, gaining 26 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 2 martial artist level ferocious beast, the Azurite Three-Eyed Serpent, and gained 24 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the 1st level martial artist realm ferocious beast Moonshadow Grey Wolf, gaining 22 fall points. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing easily dealt with the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the horde. It was effortless, and his points of depravity kept increasing. In less than 5 seconds, more than 2,000 new points of corruption were added. A mere 100 or so ferocious beasts wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. Yang Qing was somewhat speechless. He then lit another incense stick to attract beasts and drove the sports car forward. An hour later, Yang Qing arrived at her second stop. He was split into 2 more waves of ferocious beasts along the way, causing his corruption points to surge. Shortly after Yang Qing arrived, Lin Xingxue and Gu Hanshuang also rushed towards his location from different directions. Behind him followed hundreds of ferocious beasts at the martial arts realm. Yang Qing looked at these ferocious beasts, his eyes filled with a longing for the fallpoint, just like a puppy seeing orgy. He said with a smile, "Xingxue, Hanshuang, you two should take a rest for now. Leave these ferocious beasts to me." Yang Qing then waved his hand, and the purple seed of corruption entered the ferocious beast horde, quickly enslaving and decomposing them, turning them into streaks of purple light that entered his body. "Let's wait here for Huan Huan for a bit." After dealing with the ferocious beast before him, Yang Qing said calmly, "Master, when I returned just now, I spotted several human figures in the jungle, seemingly searching for something in secret. They were dressed in black robes with a strange pattern on their backs. Most importantly, my 12-winged angel of light produced a faint reaction there. It's as if there's some kind of treasure there." Seeing this, Lin Xingxue hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Something that can trigger your S-rank ability must be something extraordinary. Let's go. No matter who they are, the fact that you've encountered the aura of treasure proves that we are destined to meet. Han Xuan, wait for Huan Huan in the Hongqi sports car. Jing Xue, take me there. At that time, we will connect and meet through the fallen flower. Yang Qing said with a smile. Master, you and Xingxue should be careful. When Sister Yin comes back, I'll go with her to find you. Gu Hanshuang had absolute confidence in Yang Qing's abilities, so she wasn't too worried. Half an hour later, led by Lin Xingxue, Yang Cheng arrived at the location she had just mentioned. There was no trace of those mysterious figures left. But a faint sense still lingered in the air. They are at least high-level martial arts masters, and may even have reached the level of martial generals. Yang Qing keenly sensed the opponent's strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue's expression changed slightly. Master, should we continue searching for their trail? Their level of understanding is a bit too high, isn't it? Upon hearing Yang Qing's information, Lin Xingxue said somewhat nervously. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go, let's continue our journey. The two then continued to follow the scent. On the other side, in the dense and complex jungle, a group of 4 people were running at high speed. The afterglow of the setting sun shone slowly through the tall and lush foliage of the trees, casting streaks of orange light on the ground. The group of 4 wore black hooded robes with a strange beast god mark printed on their backs. The leader, while holding a black instrument and searching for something, cautiously observed the changes in the surrounding environment. White lights flashed intermittently on the black instrument, guiding them in the right direction. Brother, why did the higher-ups send us to such a remote place this time? Could there really be dimensional radiance here? One of the men in black asked casually. Nonsense, this time it's led by the Yellow Envoy, one of the 4 great masters of heaven, earth, black, and yellow. He's an 8th-level martial arts master with superpowers. Why would he joke around with people like us? The middle-aged man at the head of the group said with a solemn expression. Moreover, the dimensional radiance is related to the grand plan of the millennia above, and this is no joke. The fact that the envoy entrusted us with such an important task shows his trust in us brothers. Dimensional radiance contains incredibly pure light energy. If we can find it, our strength and status will be greatly enhanced in the Ancient Gods Council. After a pause, the man continued, his face filled with fervor. If that's the case, we'll risk our lives to get this treasure. Then why doesn't Your Excellency come to search for him personally? Another person asked, with a hint of doubt. Naturally there are more important things to do. Before this operation, Your Excellency discovered that this place is not far from Jiangning City. It just so happens that there are 2 human geniuses in Jiangning City who have awakened S-level superpowers, and I heard they are both beautiful girls. The envoy has decided to take the initiative and infiltrate Jiangning City to intercept and kill them. If they are allowed to grow stronger, the consequences will be unimaginable. The middle-aged man then said calmly. Are 2 mere awakening realm geniuses really worth the personal intervention of an envoy at the 8th Martial General realm? One of them said with a hint of disdain. What do you know? Do you think everyone in Jiangning City is useless? They also have a martial arts master in charge there. Moreover, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. With him personally taking action, there's nothing to worry about. Just then, the instrument in the middle-aged man's hand emitted a bright white light, which suddenly became extremely dazzling. Chapter 47, The tiger's mouth seizes food, and thousands of thunders in heaven seize it. Let's go, we're almost there. It's just 10 kilometers away from us. The middle-aged man in the lead was overjoyed and led the other 3 men to rush towards the direction of the dimensional radiance. The 4-person team had just left when Yang Chang arrived with Lin Xingxue. Seeing the fresh footprints and marks on the ground, Lin Xingxue said with delight. Master, they just left here, they haven't gone far. It seems they've found something good. Let's hurry and catch up with them. Don't rush, don't chase too closely, lest you alert them. Besides, we don't know how many people they have, or how strong they are. It's best to be careful, this could be a trap. Yang Qing said calmly. Should we still chase after them? Of course, keep up with me. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Chang and Lin Xingxue arrived at a patch of grass. Directly in front of the two was a cold pool, and next to the pool were the 4 members of the Ancient God Society. Beep. 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 At this moment, the black instrument in the hand of the middle-aged man leading the group, Gui, kept beeping beside the cold pool. It was as if the dimensional light was right in front of them, but they couldn't pinpoint its exact location, so the 4 of them could only wander around in circles. What kind of junk is this device? Where is the dimensional glow here? There are only weeds, thickets, and a cold pool. Gui complained somewhat irritably. Brother, the 3 of us have searched the entire area around here. There is no trace of dimensional radiance whatsoever. There's only one place we haven't searched yet, and that's the bottom of this cold pool. The man in black beside him said, looking somewhat nervous. The bottom of the pool? That makes sense. How come I didn't think of that right away? Alright, the 3 of you stay here and keep watch, I'll go down and search myself with the equipment. The beasts in this area aren't particularly powerful. I believe the 3 of you at the martial master level shouldn't have much trouble dealing with them. Gui patted the man on the shoulder and said with a casual smile. No problem, besides, you're still here, aren't you? Even if you encounter a powerful enemy, with your strength as a martial general, you would be hard-pressed to find an opponent here. Just as Gui was about to enter the icy pool to search for dimensional light, the ground suddenly shook. More than 10 one-horned rhinoceroses, their bodies gleaming with golden light, leaped out from the nearby jungle. They are over 3 meters tall, covered in strong muscles, and have a large bull horn that displays their majesty, making them look like they are not to be trifled with. This is a golden rhinoceros with a single horn at the martial master level? Yang Qing, hiding in the bushes, stared at the ferocious beast in the distance, somewhat shocked. Xingxue, it seems there really is an important treasure here, even the ferocious beast guarding it is a martial master. How could such a powerful and ferocious beast appear in such a remote place? He said it calmly. Master, what should we do? Seeing this, Lin Xingxue's expression also showed some anxiety. This was the first time she had encountered such a powerful enemy. Now that we have discovered their trail, your mission is complete. For your safety, please enter my private servant space. The battles to come are beyond your control. Yang Chang looked at Lin Xingxue and said with a smile. Master, I want to stay and help you. You'll have your chance to prove yourself in the future, but not now. After saying that, Yang Qing didn't give Lin Xingxue a chance. With a wave of his hand, he made her hide in the servant space. That way, Yang Qing won't have to worry about protecting her during the battle, and can focus entirely on the fight. Then, while the group of people by the cold pool were engaged in a fierce battle with the golden rhinoceros, Yang Qing continued to advance. Brother, it seems that these golden rhinoceroses are the ferocious beasts guarding this place. We'll deal with these ferocious beasts. You should enter the icy pool as soon as possible to obtain the dimensional radiance. At the edge of the icy pool, the 4 members of the Ancient Gods Society also discovered the herd of golden rhinoceroses. Immediately, one of the men in black spoke anxiously. Brother, these ferocious beasts are all at the martial master level. The 3 of you won't be able to defeat them in a short time. I'll make the move, he's just a mere martial master. Seeing this, Gui did not choose to enter the cold pool directly. At this moment, more than a dozen golden rhinoceroses not far away saw Gui and his group and roared angrily. Roar! As if they had touched something forbidden, golden beams of energy gathered from the large bullhorn and shot out toward the group in front of them. Gu Yi, a martial general, stepped forward. His entire body emanated a powerful aura, with purple lightning power swirling around him like a dragon. It crackled and hissed. Release, purple radiance thunder. Gu Yi roared, his whole body crackling with purple lightning power, and muffled thunder rumbled in the sky. With a gentle clench of his fist, streaks of purple lightning gradually gathered in the sky. Thousands of thunders from heaven. Several bolts of deep purple lightning, as thick as ancient trees, formed a massive purple lightning net with a terrifying, world-destroying power. Sizzle. Rumble. It blasted directly at the bodies of more than 10 golden one-horned rhinoceroses on the ground. The golden rhinoceros herd panicked upon seeing this, seemingly realizing that the purple lightning in the sky was extremely powerful and that anyone who touched it would die instantly. Seeing this, Yang Qing smiled slightly. The opportunity has arrived. He was prepared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and seize that sliver of opportunity. He had just used the Fallen system to see the enemy's realm information. The middle-aged man leading the group, Gu Yi, was a level 1 martial general with supernatural abilities, while his subordinates included 1 level 7 martial master and 2 level 4 martial masters. This lineup is undeniably impressive, especially in this remote wilderness area. They're practically invincible. Those dozen or so golden rhinoceroses were no pushovers either, with an average cultivation level of around level 5 martial arts masters. A typical team of human ability users would be no match for them. However, they were still somewhat outmatched by Gu Yi, a powerful martial arts expert. Even if the opponent has only just entered the martial general realm, it is still far beyond what these ferocious beasts at the martial master realm can contend with. Upon seeing Gu Yi make his move, Yang Qing immediately unleashed Guardian of Guardians. A red energy barrier enveloped Yang Qing, instantly absorbing and storing the myriad thunder prison released by Gu Yi. At this moment, Yang Qing's realm was at the first level of martial arts master, while Gu Yi's realm had not directly surpassed a major realm, so he was still within the range that Yang Qing's skills could withstand. What's going on? Is there another expert? This scene shocked not only Gu Yi and his companions, but also the herd of golden rhinoceroses on the ground who were waiting for their deaths. Chapter 48 Old Acquaintances, The Mysterious Yellow Code. I'm so bored, why isn't Sister Yen back yet? I don't know how long I'll have to wait, it's so lonely. Gu Hansuang waited for Yen Huan alone at the second location. At this moment, she was sitting in the Hongqi sports car, watching short videos she had downloaded in advance while eating potato chips and other snacks. This rare time in the wilderness made her feel bored and lonely. Suddenly, a powerful aura of destruction descended upon Gu Hansuang. Ha! Why is there only one person? A faint voice rang out from the sky. This aura? Could it be that Sister Yen has returned? But it feels a bit unfamiliar. It doesn't seem to be the aura of fire-based abilities. It's more like lightning-based abilities. Sister Yen, is that you? While manually controlling the red flag to enter defensive mode, Gu Hansuang asked warily. A raptor's roar echoed from the sky, instantly startling Gu Hansuang inside the Hongqi car so much that she dared not move, and even broke out in a cold sweat. This is a ferocious beast at the martial general level, the purple lightning soul-chasing eagle? If it weren't for Sister Yen, how could a place like this actually have a ferocious beast at the martial general realm as a mount? What do we do now? We need to find a way to buy time. Her heart was pounding, her heart rate was noticeably high, and her body was very tense, trembling slightly. Little girl, I've been looking for you for ages. I've already been to Jiangning City once, and I've even looked around the surrounding high-speed rail stations and airports. I never expected you to use the method of crossing the wilderness to travel. It's like you're choosing the wrong path when there's a way to heaven. Now it's convenient for me. An unfamiliar male figure slowly appeared in the sky. Gu Hansuang endured the oppressive aura and secretly glanced at the other person through the mirror inside the sports car. First, there was the fierce purple lightning soul-chasing eagle on the man's back. Its wings, which were shimmering with purple light, flapped their 4-meter-long wings, and purple arcs of electricity crackled on its body from time to time. Its sharp blue eagle eyes were fixed on the location of Gu Hansuang. Looking further up, the mysterious man was wearing a black trench coat, his body was muscular, he had a deep scar on his face, a long black scarf was wrapped around his neck, and his short purple hair stood up like a bang. He was indeed not very tall, only a little over 1.6 meters. What was most unusual about him was his forehead, which showed a purple-yellow character, the meaning of which was unknown. Girl, stop hiding. You can't escape. Judging from the soaring sword intent emanating from you, you must be Gu Hanswang. He's only been awakened for a short time, yet he's already at the first level of martial arts. If I let you grow up like this, you'll probably catch up with me before you even graduate. The mysterious man said calmly. Who exactly are you? I've already been accepted into the Shanghai University of Superpowers. You'd better think it over. Besides, my sister lives nearby, and her strength is no less than yours. Gu Hanswang paused to calm herself, suppressing her fear as she spoke, while switching the Hongqi sports car into defensive mode. The students of the Shanghai University of Superpowers, I killed them. Besides, I was also a student at Magic University back then, I just didn't graduate completely. I'm too lazy to waste any more words with you. If I kill you, what about Lin Qingshui? Soul Chaser, 100,000 volts. Upon receiving the man's command, the purple lightning soul-chasing eagle beneath its feet gathered a terrifying and violent bolt of lightning, emitting a deafening roar. Crackling sounds. Sizzle sizzle. In an instant, purple lightning burst forth, striking Gu Hanswang inside the Hongqi sports car. You? Why doesn't this bad guy play by the rules? Shouldn't we have started with some small talk first? I've been watching too many short dramas. These days, bad guys just take action without saying a word. A martial arts master bullying a girl, using his ultimate move right away, is there no justice left? Gu Hanswang was completely numb at this moment, and had no thought of resisting in the face of absolute power. Moreover, this was only an attack from the ferocious beast. The mysterious man himself hadn't even made a move yet, which made her feel even more desperate. The only saving grace is that the owner wasn't here, otherwise he might have been in mortal danger. Stop! Who dares to harm my students from the Magic University? At this critical moment, Yan Huanhuan descended from the sky riding a blazing sun eagle, and a huge ball of fire energy intercepted the purple lightning soul-chasing eagle's 100,000 volts in mid-air. Ha! Who is it? You dare to ruin my grand plan? The mysterious man asked with a hint of doubt. The two energies exploded in mid-air, instantly creating a thick cloud of smoke that filled the air. This scorching aura, this pure fire energy, why does it feel so familiar? Hee, I didn't expect to run into the Yen family from Shanghai in this place. The mysterious man quickly grasped Yan Huanhuan's basic information, and his mind remained unusually calm. Yan Huanhuan also arrived at Gu Hanswang's side immediately. Hanswang, are you alright? Where is Master? Isn't he with you? She asked with some concern. Sister Yan, I don't know the specifics of our master's situation either. He and Qingshui went to search for treasures. Right now, we can only sense his location through the fallen flower. He's quite far from us. My master originally intended for me to wait for you here, and then we would go to find him together. I never expected to run into this weirdo. It seems he specializes in intercepting students from the Shanghai University of Superpowers. He's really powerful. If you hadn't appeared in time, I might have already perished. Gu Hanfu briefly explained the cause of the matter, his face turning somewhat pale. It's okay, I'm here. Let's deal with the person in front of us first, then we'll go find our master together. Yan Huanhuan resumed her indifferent expression and said coldly. At this moment, the thick smoke in the air gradually dissipated, and Yan Huanhuan was able to see the other person's face clearly. He was immediately surprised, because this person seemed somewhat familiar. You? Gu Sanyang, it's actually you. A lackey of the ancient gods, a traitor to humanity. They've actually managed to become yellow rank envoys now. A moment later, Yan Huanhuan's expression changed slightly, and she angrily cursed. Who do we have here? It's Huanhuan. We used to have a meal together back then, but now things have changed so much. My only targets today are Gu Hanswang and Lin Qingshui, and you have nothing to do with me. For the sake of your Yen family, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. The mysterious man, Gu Sanyang, was initially surprised, but then laughed arrogantly and said, Do you think it's possible? Moreover, I have also obtained intelligence that your ancient god society's deployment this time is not just for intercepting S-class awakened ability users, is it? It seems you're searching for something. Aren't you worried that someone else might get there first? Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Yan Huanhuan ignored them and instead asked another question. Chapter 49 Heaven and Earth, Mysterious and Yellow, Celestial Purple Thunder. It's been so many years, Huanhuan has grown a lot. Not only is his intelligence work excellent, but his strength has also reached the 7th level martial general realm. But to think you can take me down with this little bit of strength is a bit of wishful thinking. Gu Sanyang said with a playful smile. Your level 8 martial general realm has grown rapidly over the years since you joined the Ancient God Society. But you are no longer the towering figure you once were in front of me, Brother Sanyang. The Ancient God Society has 4 levels of assassins: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. You were rated as Yellow, so it seems you've suffered quite a bit, Yan Huanhuan said with a slight smile. Upon hearing Yan Huanhuan's tender words, Gu Sanyang's expression changed slightly, and a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. But in an instant, he reverted to his cold demeanor, once again appearing as an emotionless killer. Alright, stop with the verbal sparring. If you have something to say, talk to my thunderous abilities. Gu Sanyang ignored Yan Huanhuan's words and instead spoke impatiently. So many years have passed, let me see if your Nirvana flame has improved at all. Heavenly Purple Thunder, Lightning Illusion Poem. Immediately, Gu Sanyang let out a loud shout, and his body was surrounded by terrifying and extremely destructive purple lightning. His right palm slowly opened, and countless purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air, gradually gathering together in Gu Sanyang's palm. Then, with lightning speed, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and vanished in an instant, leaving only a black afterimage on the back of the purple lightning soul-chasing eagle in the sky. Upon seeing this, Yan Huanhuan let out a cold laugh. It's been a long time since we've fought. Let's see if your purple lightning is powerful, or if my holy fire is superior. Nirvana Flame, emerge. Vermilion Bird Nirvana Fist. Even when facing a powerful expert at the 8th level of martial arts, Yan Huanhuan was not afraid at all. The sacred flame of Nirvana burst forth from her body in an instant, its intense heat seemingly burning the surrounding air. Her entire body was instantly enveloped in flame energy, and the deep red flames gathered on Yan Huanhuan's left fist, instantly piercing the sky with an extremely hot red light. In an instant, Gu Sanyang and Yan Huanhuan's attacks collided, instantly sending flames soaring into the sky and unleashing a violent energy explosion. Boom! Explosions rang out continuously, but the two figures, one purple and one red, did not stop fighting. Instead, their battle intensified and became even faster. From the air to the back of an eagle and then to the top of an ancient tree branch, they darted and weaved, engaging in a fierce battle. Guhan Shuang, who was watching the battle from the ground, was stunned and stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe. Is this what it means for high-level martial generals with superpowered abilities to fight? Terrifying. I wish I could be that good someday. Guhan Shuang's heart was also filled with turbulent waves and surging emotions. Ha, it's been a long time since I've fought against an evenly matched opponent like you. Readily. A moment later, Gu Sanyang's voice came from the air, and the two temporarily stopped fighting and returned to the eagle's back. The S-rank fire-type ability, Nirvana Sacred Flame, truly lives up to its name. Even a 7th-level martial general can fight me to a standstill. Hee, your heavenly purple lightning is still as domineering as ever. They have absolutely no sense of chivalry or respect for women. Upon hearing Gu Sanyang's words, Yan Huanhuan responded in a cool and aloof tone. Never mind, anyway, the main task I was given this time wasn't to intercept and kill these two S-class awakened superpowers. Since you're here, I'm going to complete another task. You can't protect them forever, the future is long. Gu Sanyang knew in his heart that defeating or killing Yan Huanhuan was not something that could be done in a short time. Who knows what powerful trump cards this direct descendant of the Yan family possesses. Therefore, he immediately made a statement, appearing as if he was about to leave. Yan Huanhuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Gu Sanyang's words. If the other party is truly determined to fight to the death today, she won't gain any advantage if she doesn't use her trump cards. This Gu Sanyang is not only stronger than her, but his superpower is also no weaker. He is also an S-class lightning-type superpower, which is extremely domineering and unparalleled in attack. Just as Yan Huanhuan was about to let Gu Sanyang leave, Lin Xingxue contacted her through the fallen flower in the servant space. Sister Yan, what's the situation on your end? My master and I encountered a mysterious treasure here, but the other side is numerous and powerful. They are all at least martial master level ability users, and there may even be martial general level ones. They were dressed in black robes with mysterious and eerie patterns on their backs, and they look like a mysterious organization. Master, we need your help here. After hearing Lin Xingxue's brief introduction and analysis, Yan Huanhuan couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. Little sister, is it really that much of a coincidence? It seems I can't go to your place for the time being. Those mysterious people are heretics of the Ancient Gods Society. They are probably looking for some important treasure. Remind your master to be careful, and if things get too dangerous, retreat immediately. I have an ancient god envoy here who is at the 8th level of martial arts general level. We must keep him from going to your side. Otherwise, the master's life will be in danger. Alright, that's all for now. Yan Huanhuan gave a brief explanation, and then in a flash, she appeared in front of Gu Sanyang. Brother Sanyang, I'm not in a good mood today. Please don't go. My sister mentioned you not long ago. You were so handsome and charming back then. If it weren't for some misunderstanding, you wouldn't have ended up on this path. She looked at the man in black in front of her and said with a tender expression. What? Your sister? She really mentioned me? Is she alright now? Sure enough, when Yan Huanhuan mentioned her sister, Gu Sanyang was immediately drawn to her and stopped in his tracks. It's alright, it's just that sometimes they bring up things from the past. Wouldn't it be better if we found a quiet place to talk this out? Gu Sanyang was slightly taken aback, his eyes constantly struggling and changing, but in the end, reason prevailed over emotion. Yan Huanhuan, your little tricks won't work on me. You think you can buy me time and stop our ancient god society's millennium-long plan? Don't even think about it. It seems something must have happened with Gui. You want to stall me here, is that it? Since you figured it out, then let's fight. Wherever you want to go today, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Before Gu Sanyang could speak, Yan Huanhuan made the first move. The fighting, which had barely subsided, has now begun a second, brutal battle. Chapter 50. An Eye for an Eye. By the cold pool, Yang Qing looked at the somewhat bewildered golden rhinoceros herd in Gui and the others, and smiled knowingly. The 10,000 thunder prison that Gui had just confidently released was easily absorbed and stored by his red energy barrier. Then Yang Qing emerged alone from the bushes. A mere first-level martial arts master human with superpowers dares to disrupt our plans. I thought he was some kind of expert. Today I'll show you how many eyes Lord Horse has. Gu Chen, go up. Gui did not make a move immediately, but instead sent out Gu Chen, the 4th-level martial arts master with the lowest cultivation level beside him. It seems that we Gu brothers have been out of the public eye for too long, and no one knows our reputation anymore. Fine, I'll start with you today, you little brat. Yellow sand and dust, buried by sand waterfalls. A man in black stepped forward from among the four, looked at Yang Qing, whose face was somewhat immature, and spoke sarcastically. His entire body was enveloped in an earthy yellow supernatural power, with countless dust and sand swirling and dancing around him. Gu Chen stretched out his calloused, heavy hands, which were covered in yellowish-brown sand, and suddenly clasped them together. Then the ground shook, and the surrounding ancient trees, jungles, and boulders were all eroded by the yellow sand and transformed into part of it. The air was filled with rich earth energy, and countless yellow sands rushed towards Yang Qing, with yellow dust surging in like a tidal wave. Hey, not bad. Your trick seems pretty convincing. Yang Qing smiled faintly, and the eerie red energy barrier reappeared, easily absorbing all the yellow sand attacking from the sky, as if it had never existed. What kind of skill is this? It can actually absorb all my attacks? So, you were the one who orchestrated Big Brother's Thousand Thunder prison just now? When Gu Chen and the others witnessed Yang Qing's strange skills, they were all shocked. But Yang Chen wouldn't hold back at this moment. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. Let you taste the power of your own skills. We're giving it all back to you. As Yang Qing spoke, he released the buried sand waterfall back into the air, its target Gu Chen. Seeing this, Gu Chen hurriedly tried to dodge, but with Yang Qing's skill enhancement, the attack he launched was even stronger than before. This made him absolutely unwilling to face the enhanced sandfall barrier head-on. But how could Yang Qing give him that chance? He instantly unleashed the Crimson Lotus Nirvana Flame, the power of which, as an SS-level fire element, caused the surrounding air to ignite. Immediately, Yang Qing gathered terrifying flame energy in his hands, and then his whole body transformed into a streak of red light, directly arriving in front of Gu Chen. With a single, effortless palm strike, a fiery palm carrying the power to destroy the world struck Gu Chen. In an instant, flames burst forth. Gu Chen's entire body was directly engulfed by the Crimson Lotus Nirvana Flame, but he was not killed by Yang Qing. Its speed was so fast that even Gui, a martial general, was a beat too slow to react. You flames. It's at least an S-rank ability. It's truly astonishing that a level 1 martial master could instantly defeat a level 4 martial master with superpowers. Gui said with a half smile. Yang Qing didn't waste any words, and simultaneously released his SS-level superpower and Guardian of Guardians. After a while, he also started to feel the strain. Therefore, a swift and decisive victory is the best option. Before the enemy could launch another attack, Yang Qing decided to take the initiative. Let me show you what it's like to be imprisoned by the heavenly thunder. Yang Qing glanced at Gu Yi and the other two, and instantly released several terrifying bolts of lightning energy from his body. A series of muffled thunderclaps echoed in the sky, and thick, purple lightning bolts, carrying a destructive aura like thunder dragons, struck down towards the three of them with a force that seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth. Sizzle! Instantly, a deafening thunderous explosion resounded, striking directly at Gu Yi and his two companions. Upon seeing this, Gu Yi exclaimed with excitement and madness. Good! 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 A mere first-level martial master was able to absorb my 10,000 thunder heavenly prison and then return it. That's quite impressive. You must be hiding a big secret. If I kill you, that secret will be mine. Purple Radiance Thunderstorm, Thunder Shield. Stand behind me, your bodies cannot withstand this thunderous energy. Gu Yi immediately released a purple energy barrier, protecting the two behind him. Yang Qing was not alarmed when he saw this, as his primary goal was not to kill these three people. The reason I injured Gu Chen just now was merely to test the power of the Crimson Lotus Nirvana Flame. His real target at that moment was the herd of golden unicorns not far away. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a powerful and fierce flame that attacked the beast horde. His SS-level fire ability instantly burned the beasts, causing them to scatter in all directions. But he still couldn't escape the raging flames and soon collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. This was also Yang Qing's deliberate restraint. With the experience of defeating Gu Chen just now, he was clearly more skilled at controlling his strength this time. While rendering the herd unconscious, it did not directly attack any of the golden rhinoceroses. After all, these are all blatant points of corruption. Yang Qing then waved his hand, and more than 10 purple seeds of corruption entered the bodies of the ferocious beast horde, instantly enslaving and decomposing them into purple energy points that entered his body. Ding successfully decomposed the 5th level martial master level ferocious beast golden one-horned rhinoceros, gaining 55 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the level 6 martial master level ferocious beast golden unicorn rhinoceros, gaining 65 fall points. Ding successfully decomposed the 7th level martial master realm ferocious beast golden unicorn rhinoceros, gaining 72 fall points. A continuous stream of system notifications rang in Yang Qing's mind, and instantly his corruption points increased by 1314. The total number of fall points accumulated so far has reached 15,020. Seeing the realm advancement symbol on his personal panel, Yang Qing did not hesitate and consumed 15,000 fallen points. His cultivation level successfully advanced to the 2nd level martial arts master realm. Just as Yang Qing was preparing to deal with the remaining three, Gu Yi and Gu Yi, Lin Qingshua's voice came from the servant space. Master, Sister Yan has also encountered mysterious people from the same organization as the one you are facing. He seems to be a yellow-ranked envoy from some ancient god society, with strength reaching the 8th level of martial general realm. I'm being held back by Sister Yan right now, so I probably won't be able to get here anytime soon. Either leave here as soon as possible, or finish this quickly, otherwise it won't be good for Sister Yan to keep dragging this out. An ability user at the 8th level martial general realm? Understood, leave this to me. Hearing Lin Qingshua's words, Yang Qing was also slightly surprised. What exactly was the treasure here? It has attracted such a formidable enemy to compete for it. Then, looking at the three people in front of him, Gu Yi and Gu Yi, who still had fighting power, he took a deep breath. Chapter 51 A Brutal Battle, A Cruel Enemy. Good lad, he can actually break through in battle. To have reached the 2nd level of martial arts master at such a young age, she is almost on par with the holy maiden of our ancient god society. Even S-class awakened ability users aren't as exaggerated as you. Judging from your appearance, you haven't been awakening your ability for very long. We didn't want to bother with you originally, but now you've delivered yourself to our doorstep. After Yang Qing dealt with the surrounding ferocious beasts, Gu Yi and the others also withstood the 10,000 thunder heavenly prison. At this moment, besides the critically injured and dying Gu Chen, only Yang Chang and Gu Yi remained in the center of the battlefield. Therefore, Gu Yi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Yang Qing in front of him. Enough with the nonsense. Today, only one of us can obtain that treasure and leave this place alive. If you only have the strength of a 1st-level martial general, then stay here forever. Yang Qing ignored Gu Yi's exclamation and casually replied. A mere child, yet he speaks so presumptuously. No matter what, we are now 3 against 1, so the advantage is on my side. I refuse to believe that you can defeat the 3 of us by yourself. Let's attack together, my two brothers. Gui seemed to sense the disdain in Yang Qing's words and retorted angrily. He then called to his two brothers beside him and began to unleash their full power in preparation for a full-scale attack on Yang Qing. Without hesitation, he took the initiative and shouted loudly. Purple lightning bursts, thunder serpents dance wildly. Gui raised his hands high, and a purple thundercloud instantly condensed in the sky, staring at Yang Qing as if carrying the power to destroy the world. In an instant, countless purple lightning snakes, like swimming dragons, burst forth from the thunderclouds, their purple arcs flashing as they swirled and danced in the air. They then coalesced into a gigantic purple lightning serpent that descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, and pounced toward Yang Qing. At the same time, the two men in black robes beside Gui also launched a decisive attack. They each unleashed their unique abilities. One was enveloped in a blue whirlwind, while the other was surrounded by deep blue, extremely cold ice. The azure wind, sweeping away the clouds. Deep blue frost, extreme ice slaughter array. In the blink of an eye, another gust of wind swept across the sky, and the white clouds in the sky gradually gathered towards Yang Qing's head. The surrounding blue gales gradually converged, forming a powerful blue tornado that moved towards Yang Qing. Its terrifying suction force forced Yang Qing into the center of the blue storm, where he was constantly subjected to endless wind blades cutting him. On the ground, a dense frost-like energy spread throughout Yang Qing's body. Instantly, dozens of deep blue, icy swords appeared around Yang Qing. 1 handle, 4 handles, 16 handles. Yang Qing counted them. A full 16 terrifyingly powerful ice swords flew rapidly toward his body. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Yang Qing's entire body was surrounded by 3 powerful attack energies, a giant purple lightning serpent, a cyan death hurricane, and a deep blue icy sword. If it were an ordinary superhuman, even a genius with S-level superpowers, they would probably die with regrets when faced with these 3 terrifying attacks at the same time. All the attacks, carrying terrifying energy, rushed towards Yang Qing. Instantly, the battlefield area centered on Yang Qing was engulfed in flames, with continuous explosions and thick smoke billowing out. Its energy aftershocks completely destroyed ancient trees, jungles, boulders, and other objects within a radius of tens of meters. Ha ha ha. Brother, if we brothers join forces, even a second-level martial general will have to back down. Not to mention Yang Qing, a mere level 2 martial arts master with superpowers, he's probably already ashes. Upon seeing this, one of the men in black robes also laughed wildly and shouted. Yes, even if he has that strange ability to absorb other people's attacks, there must be a price to pay, and he can't use it all the time. He's already used it twice in a row, and now he can only wait to die. Humph, what an ignorant child, daring to try and sabotage our ancient god society's plans. It's too late to regret it now. Seeing this, another man in black robes also began to analyze the situation seriously, saying contemptuously. Wait, something's not right. That kid doesn't seem to be dead yet. I sensed an even more terrifying energy gradually gathering. No way. A moment later, Gui seemed to realize something was wrong on his previously happy face. Despite his strength as a martial general, he actually sensed an aura of death descending upon him. He then swallowed nervously, and said in shock. Oh no, my 2 brothers, run. That kid really isn't dead. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. As soon as Gui finished speaking, he turned and ran off into the distance. It's too late to run now. You don't really think my methods are so limited that I can only absorb your attacks, do you? At this moment, Yang Qing's body had transformed from a red energy barrier into a blue energy barrier, reflecting all of Gui and the other two's attacks back, and the damage was increased by an additional 30% on top of the original energy. To ensure that the 3 people not far away would not be killed immediately, Yang Qing also chose to control the energy burst as much as possible. In an instant, the purple lightning serpent, the cyan hurricane, and the deep blue icy sword all bounced back. The terrifying energy bombardment left the opponent with no time to react before their body was pierced through in an instant. Are you a human or a ghost? Why does such a domineering power still exist in this world? They were actually able to deflect our attack back? No. I'm not reconciled. The ancient 3 Sons envoy will avenge us. Gui stared in terror at the purple lightning serpent attacking him. He never expected that he would perish in such an unknown place so soon after advancing to the martial general realm. He never expected to die at the hands of Yang Qing, a second-level martial arts master with superpowers, so he was particularly unwilling, but now it was too late. Looking at the 3 unconscious people on the ground, as well as Gu Chun, whom he had already defeated, a total of 4 ability users from the ancient god society were now lying in a neat row on the ground. Hee, a family should be together all the time. Upon seeing this, Yang Qing immediately released 4 purple seeds of corruption, which slowly entered the bodies of Gui and the other 3, instantly enslaving them. The black device naturally ended up in Yang Qing's hands. Looking at the black instrument in his hand flashing a blinding white light, he was also curious about what kind of treasure was worth these people going to such lengths. Chapter 52. A step back, a reluctant compromise. Qingxue, come out. Yang Qing said calmly. Lin Qingxue emerged from the servant space and was instantly shocked by the changes in her surroundings. The once lush and complex jungle of ancient trees had vanished, replaced by a desolate wasteland of blackened earth. Apart from the cold pool, which was largely unaffected, everything else was completely destroyed. It's easy to imagine how fierce the battle must have been here just now. Her gaze then fell on the 4 men in black lying on the ground, and she covered her cherry-like mouth. Although the 4 members of the ancient god society were not yet dead, their bodies were charred black, and they had long since become crippled. Master, you defeated all these members of the ancient gods society? Lin Qingxue was overjoyed and said with a smile that was both surprised and delighted. I also consumed a lot of my internal energy during the battle just now. This is the search instrument for that treasure. Take it with you and dive to the bottom of the pool. Bring out that mysterious treasure. Yang Chang waved his hand, completely ignoring Lin Qingxue's admiration and shock, and handed the black device in his hand to her, speaking in a somewhat hurried tone. Understood, Master. Lin Qingxue quickly took the black device and released her S-level light-type ability, the 12-winged Angel of Light, directly into the icy pool. Yang Qing looked at the people lying motionless on the ground and then waved his hand. The 4 people's bodies then transformed into a purple light spot and entered his body. Ding, successfully separated Gui, Guchen, Gui, and Guer. Gui, B-level ability, Purple Radiance Thunderstorm, Realm Level 1 Martial General. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 17,500 corruption points were obtained. Gui, C-level ability, Azure Wind, Level 7 Martial Artist Realm. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 14,000 corruption points were obtained. Guer, C-level ability, Deep Blue Frost, Realm Level 4 Martial Master. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 10,500 corruption points were obtained. Guchun, C-level ability, Yellow Sand and Dust, Realm, Level 4 Martial Master. Based on comprehensive evaluation, 10,500 corruption points were obtained. A series of system notifications rang in Yang Qing's mind, and his number of corruption points quickly reached 52,520. As expected, the decomposition of ability users yields more corruption points. In the future, if we have the opportunity, we should find more of these ancient god societies' bases and destroy them. Yang Qing nodded with satisfaction as he watched the rapidly rising depth points, thinking to himself. After looking at the advancement symbol after his realm, Yang Qing decisively chose to continue advancing. After consuming 45,000 corruption points, he successfully advanced to the 4th level of Martial Master. Call. Readily. We need to contact Huan as soon as possible. She's still struggling. Yang Qing did not forget Yan Huan and Gu Hanzuang, who were dozens of kilometers away. He then used his mental power to contact Yan Huan through the fallen flower. Huan, I've already dealt with the members of the Ancient God Society here. How's the battle going on your end? Yan Huan did not respond to Yang Qing's message. Yang Qing can only know that Yan Huan is not dead through the fallen flower, but he cannot know the specific details. Unable to get any news from Yan Huan, Yang Qing shook his head helplessly. It seems this yellow-ranked envoy is quite powerful, an 8th-level martial general. He's no joke. Yang Qing gazed in the direction of Yan Huan and muttered to himself. On the other side, Yan Huan looked somewhat disheveled. Her red dress was torn, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. She stood in the air, panting slightly. Gu Sanyang, the messenger of the Ancient God Society, was also in a very bad state. His purple hair had been burned to ashes by the flames, and bright red blood seeped from his right palm as it slowly fell through the air with a dripping sound. Gu Hansuang dared not move an inch in the Hongqi sports car. At this moment, the ancient trees and forests around her had long since turned to ashes, and all living things within a radius of nearly 100 meters were dead. If it weren't for Yan Huan protecting her, Gu Hansuang, with her mere 1st-level martial artist strength, would have been affected by the energy ripples and died instantly. My god, can a high-level martial general cause such widespread damage when attacking at full strength? Sister Yan's strength is much greater than I imagined. Looking at the scorched black earth on the ground and the huge crater beneath Yan Huan and Gu Sanyang's feet, Gu Hanchuang's heart was filled with unease. Yan Huan, are you really going to fight to the death today? Otherwise what? If you want to reunite with your men, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Why bother? Are the people there really that important to you? Perhaps he is already dead. I left a level 1 martial general level ability user there to keep watch, as well as several martial master level ability users. So what? It's not certain who will have the last laugh. After a fierce battle, both Yan Huan and Gu Sanyang suffered injuries of varying degrees and had to stop their attacks. Since you and I both know that the main battlefield is not here, then why continue this struggle? How about this, let's each take a step back. No one can leave here. Let's see who gets which treasure, shall we? Gu Sanyang smiled slightly and said with a faint smile. Yan Huan would naturally disagree if Yang Qing died. She, as a servant, would also die instantly. The other party can gamble, but she has no choice at all. You're really good at scheming. Yan Huan said coldly, and immediately prepared to contact Yang Qing to inquire about the situation there. But at this moment, Yan Huan discovered the information that Yang Qing had previously transmitted. She hadn't noticed because she was still fighting. Now we see that Yang Qing is safe and sound, having already dealt with the members of the Ancient God Society. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and said with a slight smile. Gu Sanyang, it seems I have one. Your men have been killed. Remember to keep your word. You. Very good, very good. I'll let you off this time, but next time we meet, it will be a fight to the death. Gu Sanyang's expression changed as if he had received some news. But looking at Yan Huan in front of him, he felt somewhat helpless. He really had to fight to the very end. He had to admit that he wasn't absolutely certain either. He then looked at Yan Huan intently for a few moments before disappearing with a flash, taking the purple lightning soul-chasing eagle with him. Frost, let's go quickly. Go and meet up with the master. It wouldn't be good if Gu Sanyang went back on his word and went directly to where the master was. Seeing Gu Sanyang leave, Yan Huan didn't even have time to catch her breath. She put the Hongqi sports car back into her spatial ring and then left with Gu Hansuan and the other two. Chapter 53: The Possibility of Supernatural Evolution, The Mysterious Envoy Zilanshi. Half an hour later, the once calm surface of the cold pool began to ripple. Gulp thud. Several bubbles gradually rose to the surface of the water, and soon a girl's forehead gradually became visible. Master, I've found it. This young girl was none other than Lin Xingxue, who had recently entered the icy pool. Holding a crystal that shimmered with golden light in her hand, she excitedly approached Yang Cheng. Change your clothes first, you're all soaked, be careful not to catch a cold. Yang Qing held the golden crystal handed to him and said with a smile. He then examined the crystal in his hand that was emitting a bright golden light. The stone was not very big, about the size of a thumb. The golden light emanating from the crystal gave Yang Qing a sense of sacredness, making it seem somewhat mysterious and inspiring reverence. Ding! Fragment of dimensional radiance found. Obtained light-type inheritance, radiant crystal body. Just as Yang Qing was deep in thought, the notification from the Fallen System rang in his mind. What are dimensional radiance fragments? Yang Qing suppressed his excitement and asked the question that had been bothering him. Ding! Dimensional radiance can evolve the host's light-type ability grade. Ha! You can do that? The Ancient God Society really goes all out. They managed to discover such an important treasure? However, the dimensional radiance in my hand seems to be just a fragment, and it cannot directly improve the grade of my ability. Hearing the system's explanation, Yang Qing was slightly shocked. Such an important treasure was indeed a hot potato in the hands of a mere martial master. At this moment, there seemed to be some movement in the grass not far away. Yang Qing immediately put away the golden dimensional radiance fragment and turned his gaze over. It turned out that Yan Huan and Gu Hansuan had arrived. Master, are you all right? When Yan Huan saw that Yang Qing's face was a little dusty, she quickly reached out her delicate hand to gently wipe it off. It's all right, we've gained quite a bit this time, let's leave here first. How's the situation on your end? Faced with Yan Huan's enthusiasm, Yang Qing did not refuse, and then asked with some concern. I knew that yellow-ranked messenger from the Ancient God Society before. He was also a genius student at the Shanghai University of Superpowers. But some things changed later, and he joined the Ancient God Society. In just a few years since we last met, he has already advanced to the 8th level of Martial General. Upon learning that the members of the ancient god society here were all dead, he saw no other way and temporarily retreated. I couldn't stop him. Yan Huanhuan gave a brief explanation. I really have to thank you this time, Huanhuan. If it weren't for your strength as a 7th level martial general, which allowed you to hold off that envoy to the death, I estimate that I would have been in grave danger. Yang Cheng looked at Yan Huanhuan with a solemn expression and expressed her gratitude. It is Huanhuan's duty to share her master's burdens. Master, let's get to Shanghai as soon as possible. I'm worried that Gu Sanyang will make a comeback and ambush us on the way. Okay, whatever you say. Yang Cheng nodded in agreement with Yan Huanhuan's suggestion. At this moment, Lin Qingxue, who had also changed into a new outfit, stood with Gu Hanswang and looked at Yang Cheng and Yan Huanhuan. Qingxue, Hanswang, let's go. We should not stay here any longer. Let's head to the Shanghai University of Superpowers as soon as possible. Yang Cheng and his group then left the area and continued their journey towards the Shanghai University of Superpowers. On the other side, deep within the core of the Yunlan Mountains, Gu Sanyang, the yellow-ranked envoy of the ancient god society who had just fought Yan Huanhuan in the wilderness, looked at a blood-red ancient tree, and a few drops of cold sweat involuntarily dripped from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Gu Sanyang, how did things go? Did you get the dimensional radiance fragment? A cold voice slowly rang out. Although the voice was not loud, it frightened Gu Sanyang, who was standing not far away, so much that he knelt down on the ground. Sanyang failed in his duties and both tasks were unsuccessful. Please punish him, sir. Gu Sanyang, his body bent over, spoke in a trembling voice. How could anyone hurt you in a place like this? Which force did we encounter? The beastmen, the humans, or the vampires? At this moment, a cold, stern voice faintly emanated from the ancient tree. A woman sat on a branch at the top of the tree, her short legs dangling. She was less than 1.6 meters tall. Her long purple hair was tied into 2 ponytails that fell from her shoulders. There were a pair of hair ornaments that looked like scorpion pincers on the ponytails. Her unusually full breasts were perfectly accentuated by her purple dress. She wore black over-the-knee stockings and ankle boots on her lower body, but what was most eye-catching was the blue Shin character mark on her cool and lovely forehead. Shanghai, the Yan family, Yan Huanhuan. Gu Sanyang answered truthfully, without daring to conceal anything. Oh? It turns out to be an old acquaintance. Yan Huanhuan's strength has improved so quickly. It's only been a few years since we last met, and she can already hold her own against you, an 8th level martial general realm ability user? If this operation fails, I won't be able to explain it to Her Highness. My lord, please give me another chance. That dimensional radiance fragment may not be in Yan Huanhuan's hands, there may be others involved. Alright, I'll explain to the Holy Maiden for you first. But remember, this is your last chance. If we fail, I don't need to say anything more, do I? After a brief exchange with Gu Sanyang, the woman vanished in a flash. Only Gu Sanyang remained, still somewhat dazed. Seeing the woman leave, Gu Sanyang gradually came to his senses and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The Shen-level envoy, Zilunshi, is indeed terrifyingly strong. Judging from this aura, he'll probably advance to the Martial King realm soon. After muttering a few words to himself, Gu Sanyang also left. Huanhuan, is it possible for your superpower to evolve again? On the way to the Shanghai University of Superpowers, Yang Qing drove his bright red Hongqi sports car and suddenly asked a question. There are indeed some, but the conditions are extremely stringent. The method I know is to find the legendary rare and precious materials that correspond to the superpower, and only after absorbing them can the superpower undergo an acquired transformation. However, treasures of this level are the object of contention among major powers. Apart from a few lucky individuals, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain them. Even our top-tier university in the country, Shanghai University of Superpowers, doesn't have this kind of resource exchange center. It's something you can only come across by chance. Yan Huanhuan said casually, tossing her hair between her fingers. Master, the treasure you just obtained wouldn't happen to be related to the evolution of your superpower, would it? Hee, you guessed right, it's just one fragment. It's estimated that it can only enhance some of the superpowers, and cannot fully evolve them. Yang Qing said with a smile. Huanhuan, at this rate, how much longer until we reach the Shanghai University of Superpowers? Well, the earliest it will be is around 9 a.m. tomorrow. Master, I've almost recovered. You can rest for a bit, I'll take over driving. Hearing Yan Huanhuan's words, Yang Cheng nodded, and then the two switched places. It was already late at night, and the roadsides were unusually quiet, with only the roar of the Hongqi sports car audible. Yang Qing, however, was wide awake, gazing out the window, her heart filled with anticipation for the university life that was about to begin. Chapter 54 Reporting in, Being Treated Differently. The next morning, a cool and wild Hongqi sports car was parked at the entrance of the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Before Yang Cheng and Yan Huanhuan could even get out of the car, passers-by stopped in their tracks and looked on with surprise when they saw the Hongqi sports car. Wow, look at that Hongqi supercar, it's the latest model this year. Looks like another rich kid from Shanghai has come to study at Shanghai University. Is he a handsome guy or a beautiful girl? This sports car is said to be worth at least tens of millions of star coins, which is not something that ordinary superhumans can own. I wish I could buy one someday, it's so cool and stylish. The onlookers couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their faces filled with envy. Master, we've arrived at the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Yan Huanhuan said gently. In the back seat of the sports car, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanshuang were already drowsy, lying on their seats in a daze. Yang Qing, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. Ever since entering Shanghai, he had been looking around with great curiosity about this super base city. At this moment, Yang Qing saw the main gate of the Shanghai Superpower University, which was over 100 meters high and nearly 50 meters long. Below the main gate are 6 smaller gates, each constructed from special materials such as alloy or marble of different colors, giving it a very imposing feel. Above the main gate are the 6 large characters Magic City Superpower University, which seem to convey the spirit of a powerful being. Master, don't stare at those big characters. This was personally inscribed by Zhou Yuan, the martial saint of our China, back then. If your strength is insufficient, looking at it for too long will have an impact. Yan Huanhuan explained with a respectful expression. He, not bad. Let's go inside. Yang Cheng nodded and said with a smile. Let's go, I'll take the 3 of you to complete the enrollment procedures first. Let's make other plans after you've become more familiar with the campus environment, Master. Yan Huanhuan also said with a smile. This is the main gate, we don't usually enter the school from here. After all, this is your first time here, and the main purpose is for the host to have a tour. Normally we enter the school from the east gate. Ignoring the onlookers, Yan Huanhuan easily drove her Hongqi sports car away from the school's main gate. The Shanghai Superpower University is very large, covering more than 50,000 acres of land, and this is just one campus. Fortunately, Qingxue and Yu, Master, both possess elemental abilities, and Hanshuan's Sword Heart, as a special type of ability, is also located in this main campus. Otherwise, just registering for school would take a lot of effort. Were you an E-level ability user when you registered? It was revised before the martial arts exam. The latest news should be that it's a B-level superpower, Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Hearing Yan Huanhuan's question, Yang Qing explained calmly. Wow, Frost, look. The Shanghai University of Superpowers is so beautiful. Yes, so many buildings and towers, they're probably all related to superpower cultivation. As expected of China's top university, it's truly exceptional. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanshuang woke up at some point. Looking at the tall buildings standing on the road, the surrounding trees and greenery, the colorful flowers, and the birdsong, they couldn't help but sigh. Not long after, Yan Huanhuan parked her car in front of a building. Master, can this car fit in your spatial ring? I can't let go, but I'm not as rich as you, who can spend tens or hundreds of millions of star coins in one go. Yang Qing smiled and shook his head, saying calmly. Then I'll put it away first. Here you are, this unclaimed spatial ring. It has a volume of 100 cubic meters, more than enough to fit this sports car. Yan Huanhuan showed off her wealth by generously giving Yang Qing a black spatial ring. He then led the 3 of them to the registration area. Huanhuan, did you personally lead the new students to register today? This is a very rare thing. The person in charge of registering new students was an elderly man. Although his hair was completely white, he was still very energetic and spoke in a clear and resonant voice. Grandpa Bai, look at what you're saying, I come here often too, okay? This time, I personally brought 2 S-class awakened ability users. Oh, it seems you've had quite a haul this time. Let's take care of business first, we can talk again when we have time. 3 students, please show your relevant documents and identification. The white-haired old man said with a warm smile. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanshuan then each produced their special recruitment contracts, which contained their genetic sequences and school certifications. Yang Qing only had a simple identity document and an electronic admission notice that she had just downloaded from the internet. The old man first processed the formalities for Lin Xingxue and Gu Hanshuang, and then gave them some instructions. Our Shanghai University of Superpowers offers excellent benefits to specially admitted students. I'm sure Huan has already told you about it. The most important thing is academic credits. Basically, everything related to cultivating superpowers at school requires academic credits. For example, you can use the training room to exchange for training resources, skills, body tempering techniques, weapons, equipment, and so on. As for how to earn credits, there are many channels, such as completing tasks posted in the school's task hall, achieving good rankings in various official or school-organized competitions, and challenges like climbing the body refinement tower. These are your student IDs, school uniforms, and enrollment handbooks. As special admission students, your dormitories are all in a separate area, double rooms, and the bedding and daily necessities inside are all brand new. It just so happens that you two are both girls, so Villa number 8 will be your new dormitory. The key is your student ID. The old man patiently explained as he handed the two packages to Lin Xingxue and Gu Hanshuang respectively. He then turned to look at Yang Qing again and said with a smile, Yang Qing, although you are not a specially admitted student, your grades are still among the top 100 in the country. Although they can't live in the villas for specially admitted students, they can still stay in regular double dorm rooms. This is your student ID, room number 88. The bag also contains brand new personal items and bedding, as well as the school uniform and enrollment handbook. As for the final class assignment notice, it will be assigned by your respective colleges. Just wait for the notification. Lin Xingxue is from the light department, Yang Qing is from the fire department, and Gu Hanshuang has been assigned to the special department. Alright, you can leave now. After the old man gave them some advice, Yang Qing and the others thanked him. Then, led by Yan Huan, they left the registration hall. Chapter 55. You're the first to stare at me so brazenly. On the way to the dormitory, Yang Qing said casually. Huan, you're more familiar with Shanghai. Let's find a villa in a nice, secluded location. We basically want to be living in the dorms, as it would be inconvenient to implement the plan. Master, I understand. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Yan Huan nodded with a slight blush. Let's go now, we can find our own dorm. Master, the enrollment handbook contains a map showing the regional distribution of our Shanghai Superpower University. I'll be going now, contact me if you need anything. Seeing Yan Huan's departing figure, Yang Qing looked at Lin Xingxue and Gu Hanshuang beside him and asked, What are you two planning to do? Master, Hanshuang and I will go back to the dormitory to take a shower first. We're starting to stink. Master, how about we? Gu Hanshuang spoke softly through her cherry-like lips, a charming expression on her face. Even Lin Xingxue, who was standing to the side, blinked and covered her mouth to chuckle. Calm down, look at how impatient you all are. But visiting your special recruitment villa area is quite interesting. If it weren't for the two of you being there, I wouldn't have been qualified to go. Yang Qing nodded first, then joked. The three then looked at the map and the admission handbook and arrived at the villa complex where the specially admitted students lived. What comes into view is a large area of two-story villas, surrounded by lush green plants and other colorful flowers. It was summer, and the plants were growing lushly and abundantly, and the flowers were in full bloom. Everything was full of vibrant life. Walking on the path paved with special materials, with a winding stream flowing by, passing through a corridor covered with grapevines, and then crossing a small bridge, you arrive at Villa number 8. Wow, the atmosphere here is amazing. The environment and layout here are comparable to the villas of the city lord in Jiangning City. Yes, Master, Sister Yin mentioned the accommodations at the Shanghai Superpower University before, and now it seems to be even more beautiful and comfortable than I imagined. Xingxue, it seems we too are truly inexperienced. Look at Master's expression, it remains completely unchanged, always with an air of indifference. Seeing the incredibly beautiful scenery before them, Gu Hanshuang and Lin Xingxue couldn't help but exchange a few words. Yang Qing appeared expressionless on the surface, but in reality, his heart was in turmoil, and he was too shocked to speak. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and said with a smile. Let's go, we have a long life ahead of us. Lin Xingxue and Gu Hanshuang then flanked Yang Qing, placing them on either side. The two of them showed none of the aloofness they usually displayed in front of others. Instead, they were two adorable, clingy girls. Lin Xingxue, bold and unrestrained, linked arms with him, her smile full of enthusiasm, while Gu Hanshuang on the right was somewhat shy, her delicate hands gripping his arm as she nestled beside him. This made Yang Qing feel as if he was surrounded by endless gentleness and fragrance at all times. The two completely different girlish styles and body fragrances intertwined and lingered together, giving him a unique feeling. You guys are really bold, aren't you afraid of being seen by others? What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, all the villas here are detached, so everyone can keep to themselves. Master, this is called asserting sovereignty, to prevent those men from harassing us in the future. The two girls chatted and laughed, one after the other. As expected, this scene did attract the attention of many students admitted through special admissions programs. The men were filled with envy and jealousy that Yang Qing was able to get close to two stunningly beautiful girls, while the women cast curious and comparative glances at Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanzuang, silently lowering their heads and no longer paying attention. Master, we've gotten to know this area well, so we'll keep an eye out for any decent beauties for you. Unlock the fallen flower as soon as possible. This is a special recruitment area. Me too. Let's split into two groups that will be more efficient. Upon entering the villa, they found it fully equipped with all the necessary living facilities, including an intelligent robot butler, but these clearly failed to capture the attention of Yang Qing and his companions. The group quickly rinsed off at the same time and took a bubble bath. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Qing left the bathroom, feeling relaxed and refreshed. The bathroom was a mess, filled with the delicate fragrance of young girls, the scent of shower gel, and other faint smells. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanzuang, on the other hand, had rosy complexions, like ripe red apples. They took a breath in different corners and then revealed satisfied and gentle smiles on their faces. After tidying up briefly, Yang Qing left the detached villa. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a pretty figure from the dormitory across the street come into his view. Her soft, silvery white hair cascaded over her shoulders, with natural curls at the ends. Her features were delicate, her fair skin highlighting her small, exquisite features. Her clear, azure eyes were the most captivating, her long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently, and her soft, full, pink lips were slightly parted, exhaling a fragrant aroma. She was wearing a light-colored dress, and beneath the dress were a pair of slender legs encased in delicate white lace stockings, the exquisite lace pattern shimmering faintly in the sunlight. On her feet were a pair of white leather shoes, polished to a spotless shine, exuding a clean and sweet charm. She looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a picture book. It seems there are some beauties among these special admissions who are no less beautiful than Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanzuang. Such stunning beauties will unlock your flower of depravity sooner or later. Yang Qing made no attempt to hide his greedy gaze. Even though he had just entered a state of enlightenment, the girl in front of him still stirred up some impulses in him. No rush, let Han Shuang get to know her first. Yang Qing then left a message in the Fallen Flower Forum, telling the two to keep an eye on the girl in Villa number 7, and then left the special recruitment villa area humming a little tune. This person's gaze is really aggressive. How dare he look at me like that? Among your peers, you are number 1. If I let you leave so easily, how am I, Xia Weiyang, supposed to face the world at the Shanghai University of Superpowers? Upon realizing this, the woman immediately shouted. Stop right there. You're the first person to dare look at me so brazenly. What do you want? Upon hearing this, Yang Qing smiled faintly. Apologize to me, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xia Weiyang said angrily. Sorry, those two words don't exist in my dictionary. Is it really necessary to get so angry just because I glanced at you twice? Isn't being so beautiful meant to be admired by others? Yang Qing smiled slightly, completely ignoring her fiery eyes. If he were handsome, that would be fine. But with your ordinary appearance, you're not worthy to look at me. I really don't know how a piece of trash like you, who doesn't have a single trace of superpower aura, could get into this Shanghai Superpower University. Xia Weiyang looked annoyed. She felt uncomfortable being looked at by someone like Yang Qing, as if she had been covered in excrement, which made her want to vomit. The tense atmosphere between the two also attracted the attention of the other specially admitted students in the villas, who opened their windows to watch the spectacle unfold. Chapter 56 Xia Weiyang, One Palm? Among the many specially admitted students, one boy stood out for his unusually low-key demeanor and particularly deep gaze. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a well-defined face. He was tall and stood calmly at the window of one of the villas, watching the scene unfold before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yifan, this Xia Weiyang is said to be from the Xia family in the capital. Whether it is her own special talent or her family's influence, she is among the top in China. Yesterday I saw on the campus forum that she was ranked number 1 on the list of goddesses for this year's freshmen at Magic University. I've heard from everyone that she's very strong, and she's already reached the 9th level of awakening. I estimate that she'll be able to break through to the first level of martial artist in a few days. Beside the boy, another chubby boy with black glasses chattered on, his words full of envy and admiration. Upon hearing his chubby roommate's introduction, Yi Fan smiled slightly, thinking to himself. Unexpectedly, this future human empress was so outgoing and flamboyant during her student days, and her appearance remained as aloof and proud as ever. Yi Fan is actually a reincarnated person. In his previous life, he experienced the most dangerous and darkest moment for the human race, when ferocious beasts and alien races joined forces to invade Earth. At this critical moment of life and death, it was she, Xiao Weiyang, who shouldered the heavy responsibility alone. Alone with a gun, with a full head of silver hair and a green robe, she fought so fiercely that the sky darkened, the sun and moon lost their light, and the world changed color. In the end, all the ferocious beasts and other alien races bowed down. He experienced countless hardships and obstacles throughout his life. From the very beginning of his awakening realm, he was invincible among his peers until he broke through to the 9th level of Martial Emperor realm, becoming a martial god realm, ruling the world, and never suffering a defeat. That final battle is something Yi Fan can never forget. The martial god realm expert of the Ghost Clan and Xiao Weiyang, who was also a martial god realm expert, fought to the very end at the pinnacle of the universe. In the end, Xiao Weiyang sacrificed her martial god body to completely seal the martial god realm expert of the Ghost Clan. It protected the safety of humanity and Earth, deterring all races and ferocious beasts in the universe from continuing their attacks on Earth, forcing them to retreat to their respective planets and live timidly. Xiao Weiyang, on the other hand, became the eternal sun, reigning supreme over the world, her power shaking all directions, leaving the geniuses of her time breathless, and she was revered as the Emperor Weiyang. Decades later, Xiao Weiyang reformed her god of war body before leaving Earth to travel the universe, leaving behind the immortal legend of the human Valkyrie. In his previous life, Yi Fan had only cultivated to the martial saint realm at most. After wasting several hundred years, he was fortunate enough to witness the Valkyrie's heroic demeanor and her unparalleled figure throughout the ages. In the end, he also died of old age. Just as he was dying, Yi Fan triggered a secret treasure he had obtained in a secret realm, which allowed him to be reborn into the same era as Xiao Weiyang. Upon learning this news, he used the powerful force brought by the secret treasure to awaken an S-level superpower and was specially recruited by Yan Huanhuan to enter the Shanghai Superpower University. Xiao Weiyang, with me by your side in this life, you will have a much easier time and won't need to be so tired. Recalling all of this, Yi Fan's eyes were filled with determination and admiration as he looked at Xiao Weiyang. Xiao Weiyang and Yang Qing, who were on the verge of conflict outside the villa, were naturally unaware of all this. You won't apologize, huh? Then we'll beat you until you do. Before Yang Qing could speak, Xiao Weiyang released a purple energy ball the size of a basketball, which hurtled straight toward him. Boom! Seeing this, Yang Qing tilted his body slightly and easily dodged the energy attack. Bang! The purple energy ball bombarded the ground, creating a crater that sent chills down the spines of the special admissions students watching nearby. Are you serious? You think you can just kill me because I only glanced at you a few times? Seeing this, Yang Qing frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. He then flashed forward, his body radiating intense flames, and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Weiyang, unleashing a palm strike. Seeing this, Xiao Weiyang hurriedly released the purple heaven divine lightning in an attempt to defend herself, but it was easily broken by Yang Qing's flames. Just as the flames were about to touch Xiao Weiyang's body, they vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. You? Xiao Weiyang was also somewhat shocked and speechless. She had always been proud and arrogant and had never failed since she was a child. She had only just entered the Shanghai University of Superpowers, and in front of so many geniuses from all over the country, she had been so easily defeated by this unfamiliar young man. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. Holy crap, who is this guy? Is he also a special admissions student this year? When and where did this guy come from? My goddess Xia actually lost? The battle was decided in just one move? A freak has emerged in the Fire Academy this year. I need information about this guy within 10 days. Many of the specially admitted students looked on in disbelief at what was happening before their eyes. Their goddess Xia was defeated by the other party just like that? Many boys were eager to teach Yang Qing a lesson, but after assessing their own strength, they deflated like punctured balloons and dared not step forward. Brother Fan, goddess Xia actually lost to this unknown guy. This is really strange. Based on the information I've gathered, there doesn't seem to be anyone like this among the top scorers or special recruits from various provinces who joined the Shanghai University of Superpowers this year. This is really strange. Could there really be a dark horse emerging? At this moment, the fat man next to Yifan looked at the scene before him, his brain working at lightning speed, but he still couldn't figure out which genius Yang Qing was. This made him somewhat doubt himself and fall into deep thought. Yifan himself was dumbfounded, his entire body standing still as if petrified. The invincible empress in his heart, the Valkyrie who could dominate for all ages, lost as soon as she entered the Magic City Superpower University. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth? Or perhaps those legends from past lives aren't all true? After all, when I met Xiao Weiyang in my previous life, she was already a martial emperor. I had only heard about her past deeds. Yifan's mind raced, considering whether or not to help Xiao Weiyang now. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to wait and see. If the trajectory of this Valkyrie's growth were altered, causing the human race to lose a powerful martial god, that would not be the outcome Yifan wanted to see after his rebirth. For the first time, however, a sliver of doubt arose in my heart regarding those legends from my past life, the myth of invincibility, the unrivaled among my peers. It's possible that this is a test for Xiao Wuxian, so that she can defeat her next time they meet and thus elevate her realm. Yes, that must be it. Yifan kept reassuring himself, but at the same time, a sense of pressure made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 57 1/5 Evolution, Cultivating the Radiant Glazed Body. Fighting is prohibited in the villa dormitory area. What are you doing? Just as everyone was looking at each other, not knowing what to do, a stern voice suddenly rang out, causing the specially admitted students to disperse and return to their dormitories. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be a middle-aged man with short hair and a thin build. He stood in the air with a serious expression, looking at Yang Chang and Xiao Weiyang on the ground. Standing in the void, with wings formed from energy, the mark of a martial king realm expert. Seeing this, Xiao Weiyang and Yang Qing's expressions changed slightly, and they quickly admitted their mistakes to each other. Teacher, I was wrong. Considering that you two have just entered the Shanghai University of Superpowers and your attitude is relatively sincere. Since no one was injured, we will not pursue your mistakes. Now leave here immediately. Return to your respective dormitories. If this happens again, you will be dismissed immediately, and no university in the country will be allowed to accept you. The middle-aged man spoke with a solemn expression and great seriousness. If you want to spar and exchange skills, the school has a special training ground for you to use. These are all in the admission handbooks, you can check the relevant regulations yourself. He paused, then added. Seeing this, Yang Qing quickly nodded and left the villa area for specially recruited students. Xiao Weiyang, who was standing to the side, did not say anything and turned to enter villa number 7. This year's batch of students are really troublesome, each one more troublesome than the last. They haven't even officially started school yet, and they're already fighting over the slightest disagreement. They're really hot-blooded. Seeing the two leave, the man scratched his head and thought to himself. Then, in a flash, he also left the place. That's really interesting. Xiao Weiyang, right? As Yang Cheng walked towards his dormitory area, number 88, he recalled Xiao Weiyang's attack just now. Although he could easily enslave this hot-tempered girl right now using the seed of corruption, Yang Qing felt that would be rather boring. There was no thrill of conquest whatsoever. It wouldn't be too late to wait until she had grown a bit more. To completely corrupt someone, you must first make them arrogant. It would be even better if there was a simp or a childhood sweetheart. Otherwise, the difficulty level is too low, and there's no fun in it. This is one of Yang Qing's few perverse pleasures, conquering the other person in front of a simp or a lover. The contrast is so exciting and pleasurable. Before long, Yang Chang arrived at the regular dormitory area. Compared to the villa area for specially admitted students, this place seems rather ordinary. The two simple buildings are exactly the same in architectural style, without any distinctive features. It was built as if on an assembly line. It was just a place to live. Yang Chang arrived at the entrance of dormitory number 88 with her student ID, opened the door, and entered the building smoothly. The environment of the regular dormitories is obviously not as comfortable as the specially recruited villas, but the basic facilities are all available. The dormitory is also equipped with a training room, which is convenient for everyone to train during their spare time or when they do not want to go out. Of course, the training rooms in the dormitories only have a basic set of functions and are certainly not comparable to the training facilities built by the school. Hearing the sound of showering in the dormitory on the first floor, Yang Qing was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. Looks like my roommates have arrived. Everyone's been very eager to check in. Seeing that the other person was taking a shower, Yang Qing did not disturb them immediately and went up the stairs to the room on the second floor. After observing for a while, I found that the two floors had basically the same style and furniture. Apart from some minor differences, the rest of the rooms, bathrooms, meditation rooms, and even the kitchen are the same. He casually turned on the air conditioner, and a cool breeze blew into the room, instantly bringing a refreshing coolness. This made Yang Qing feel very comfortable. He looked out the window at the stream and the surrounding green bamboo through the glass and closed his eyes slightly. A moment later, Yang Qing arrived at the cultivation chamber on the second floor. Upon opening the door to the cultivation room, he instantly sensed a rich aura of elemental energy. As expected of a top university's training room, the concentration of elemental energy even surpasses that of the wilderness area in Jiangning City. Practicing your superpowers here will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Yang Qing looked at the room's furnishings and muttered to himself. He then took out a fragment of dimensional radiance from his spatial ring, and the entire room was instantly enveloped in golden light. Immediately, a rich and pure light energy surged from the crystal. Looking at the golden crystal in his hand, Yang Qing felt as if he were bathed in holy light. He could sense that this tiny fragment of crystal contained terrifying energy. Seemingly sensing this pure energy, the 12-winged angel of light within Yang Qing also manifested behind him. The angelic light enveloped the dimensional radiance fragment, and in just a moment, the golden fragment crystal intertwined with the 12-winged angel of light, slowly merging together. In an instant, Yang Qing felt a powerful force surge into his body. The 12-winged angel of light returned to his body, and the dimensional radiance fragment crystal also dissipated and entered his body. Immediately, a holy golden light flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, making him appear cold and dignified. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the dimensional radiance fragment. Your light type ability has evolved by 20%. With a soft sigh, Yang Qing turned his gaze to the light-based inheritance, radiant glazed body. He believed that this supernatural body forging technique, inherited from fragments of dimensional radiance, should not be too weak. Yang Qing then took a look at the detailed information of this body tempering technique. The radiant glazed body is an S-rank superpower body forging technique. It transforms the user into radiant glazed glass, making them indestructible and unbreakable. Upon mastery, the user can transform into radiant glazed glass, reaching a maximum height of 99 meters, which is the ultimate form. Under the heavens, there is only light, washing away the darkness and filth of the world. It can be used to shatter the heavens and the earth, or to defend oneself. Ding! Radiant crystal body detected. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Yang Qing nodded. Yang Qing would naturally not let go of such an unparalleled body forging technique. It was practically tailor-made for his S-rank light-type superpower, Angel's Descent. In an instant, Yang Qing consumed 5,000 points of corruption, and a surge of energy entered his body. His skin was torn, his muscles burst, and his bones shattered, causing Yang Qing to feel intense pain. He immediately spat out a mouthful of red blood, as if his entire body had been reshaped by this body tempering technique. After a while, Yang Qing gradually got used to the feeling. The excruciating pain made him feel somewhat refreshed. Damn, that's way too domineering. This is still the result of using the fall point. Without this external force, it would probably take at least half a year to cultivate to the first level of entry. Yang Qing secretly made his own assessment. Chapter 58 Master, you can't hold on any longer. If one were to cultivate this radiant glazed body using the normal cultivation method, one would need to integrate the primordial energy within the body into the bones, flesh, and even hair in a unique way. The cultivation of superpowered individuals has stringent requirements for their physical body and blood essence. If a superpowered individual's foundation is unstable, they are very likely to explode and die if they try to cultivate directly. At this moment, after consuming the fall points, Yang Qing successfully cultivated the radiant glazed body to the first level. His body sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, emitting bursts of golden light. With each breath, his body would suddenly grow larger, his bones would creak and groan, and the golden light would surge accordingly. A layer of golden yellow gradually enveloped his fair skin, giving him a somewhat mysterious appearance. A moment later, the golden light gradually subsided, and Yang Qing's body shrank back to normal. Yang Qing could clearly feel the fluctuations of the yuan energy within his body, and his body was constantly changing back and forth between tension and relaxation. The torment and tearing pain he experienced were self-evident. As time went by, Yang Qing gradually got used to the bittersweet feeling of cultivating the radiant glazed body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the first level of the Radiant Glazed Body. You can choose to share it with a female slave to enhance her strength. You can actually do that? Why do I feel like I've turned into a beast of burden, a mere laborer? After all that hard work, the female slave can just sit back and reap the benefits. Upon hearing the notification from the fallen system, Yang Qing felt somewhat annoyed and muttered a speechless complaint. System, is there any compensation? Ding. Yes, there is compensation. The consumed corruption points will be directly returned. Hearing the voice in his mind, Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Wait a moment, I'm worried Lin Qingxue won't be able to handle the transmission directly. At this moment, Yang Qing did not make a choice immediately, but instead planned to remind Lin Qingxue first. He then focused his mental energy and contacted Lin Qingxue through the fallen flower. Qingxue, where are you now? Master, Frost and I are shopping. Goodness, I've only been gone a short while and you two are already out shopping and having fun. Go to the nearest superpower training center now, I have something to transfer to you. Hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Yang Qing was speechless, but he didn't say much and simply gave instructions. Okay, I'll go now. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue blushed slightly and spoke in an embarrassed tone. On the other side, on the third floor of a commercial building in Shanghai, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang were looking at clothes when, after receiving Yang Qing's instructions, they immediately swiped their cards and bought the pale yellow dress. Seeing Lin Qingxue's anxious expression, Gu Hansuang was also somewhat puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Did your master contact you?" Okay, let's go quickly, I'll explain to you on the way. The two then left the building and hailed a taxi on the street. Driver, take us to the nearest superpower training center. Alright, the closest one around here is the Starry Sky Ability Hall. However, the prices are a bit high, so you should be prepared. Upon hearing the driver's kind introduction, Lin Qingxue immediately took out a few star coins and handed them to him, asking him to get there as quickly as possible. Seeing Lin Qingxue's generosity, the driver stopped arguing. 3 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a magnificent blue building. My master wants to transfer something to me, which may be related to cultivation. It needs to be done in the cultivation room. Frost, please wait in the lobby for a while. After Lin Qingxue finished speaking, she saw that there were quite a lot of people queuing in the hall, so she directly used her money power to open a B-level training room with all the green lights. Master, I am ready. Hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Yang Qing said calmly. Once you have adjusted your breathing, I will transfer to you an S-rank light-based body forging technique called Radiant Glazed Body. The training process will be extremely painful, so you should be mentally prepared. Understood, let's begin. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and spoke slowly. System, begin the transfer. Yang Qing directly transferred his first-level Radiant Glazed Body, cultivated to the first level, into Lin Qingxue's body through the fallen flower. Even with Yang Qing's prior warning, Lin Qingxue still underestimated the pain of the bright glass body's tearing and reshaping of her body. Ah! My body is about to break apart. Master, is this really some kind of body forging technique? Lin Qingxue was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely, her bones were cracking all over her body, and her hair, flesh, and bones were being rapidly reshaped and changed. Hold on, you absolutely cannot faint. Otherwise, the transmission will fail. Yang Qing said with some concern. Puff. At this moment, Lin Qingxue was spitting out blood incessantly, and her entire body was enveloped in golden light. Ding. The system detected that the supernatural power within Lin Qingxue, the exclusive female slave, is insufficient. Should the transmission be terminated? At this moment, the system notification sounded in Yang Qing's mind again. Is there any solution? Consumes 1000 corruption points, sharing 1/5 of your current evolved S-rank light type ability. Damn it, this is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing cursed the damn system in his heart. But he immediately said, share immediately. In an instant, Yang Qing's S-class superpowered angel, which had evolved by 1/5, descended and was once again transferred into Lin Qingxue's body. It instantly provided her with significant support and energy, without interrupting the continued transmission of the radiant glass body. After a long wait and Lin Qingxue's arduous efforts, the task was finally completed 2 hours later. Master, Qingxue can't hold on any longer. I really want to sleep. After receiving the S-level supernatural body tempering technique, Lin Qingxue fainted in the training room. Han Xuan, quickly go to the training room and bring Qingxue back to school. She needs to rest now. Yang Qing then gave Gu Hanswang instructions, and after arranging these matters, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is it a bit too much to force Lin Qingxue, who is already at the martial artist level, to develop such a domineering body tempering technique? They're all sharp swords in my hands anyway, so I have to grow stronger as soon as possible. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Qing's eyes suddenly hardened, and the last trace of emotion was replaced by ruthless indifference. Yang Qing then opened his current attribute panel and took a closer look. Name, Yang Qing. Fall point, 6520. Special abilities, Seed of Corruption Unique, Angelic Descent S, 1-5 Evolution, Heart of the Sword S, Crimson Rebirth Flame SS, Mental Probing E. Exclusive female slaves, Lin Qingxue, Gu Hanswang, Yan Huanhuan. Realm level, 4th level Martial Master. Skill, Guardian's Guardian Unique. Supernatural Body Tempering Technique, Radiant Glass Body. Seeing the luxurious control panel, Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 59 The Body Refining Tower, from now on, will be my second home. Call. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite satisfied with the results of this cultivation session. Not only did he evolve 1/5 of his S-level light-based superpower, but he also cultivated an S-grade superpower body forging technique. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and he hadn't even had lunch yet. Yang Qing then left the cultivation room, quickly washed up, and went up the stairs to the living room on the first floor. I saw another roommate sitting on the sofa using a smartphone to look up some information. Noticing the footsteps beside him, the other person turned around and looked over. Upon seeing Yang Qing, he hurriedly stood up from the sofa, extended his hand, and greeted her with a smile. Hello, my name is Guo Wentao, nice to meet you. Yang Qing also sized up the other person. The boy in front of him was about 177 centimeters tall, slightly chubby, with flowing perm hair and wearing a pair of black glasses. At this moment, a faint smile played on his lips, giving off a very cheerful feeling. Yang Qing. Yang Qing politely extended her hand and shook hands with the other person. Dude, you look kind of familiar. Holy crap, no wonder. Is he the guy who took down Xiao Wei Yang in one move this morning in the special admissions villa area? You're now famous at our Shanghai University of Superpowers, and you've even made it to the top of the campus forum's trending topics. Right now, a huge number of Xiao Wei Yang's fans and suitors are waiting outside to seek revenge on you. After taking a close look at Yang Qing, Guo Wentao exclaimed in surprise and belatedly explained the current situation. Campus forum? Trending topics? I just came out of the cultivation room and the world outside has changed. Yang Qing shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Really, look. Guo Wentao moved the computer screen in front of Yang Qing. At this moment, the top 3 trending topics were all about what happened this morning, and the number of comments below had already exceeded 1,000. Not only were there first-year students, but also many second- and third-year students who were cursing and swearing in the comments section of the post. Shocking. Xiao Wei Yang, the goddess of Magic University, was insulted by an unknown freshman. Defeated Xiao Wei Yang with a single palm strike, suspected not to be a special admissions student. Is there a dark horse among them? Who is this guy? He's only just started working and he's already so arrogant? Don't let me run into that mere freshman, or I'll definitely teach him a lesson. What's so great about bullying women? If you're so capable, come and challenge the Body Refining Tower. Xiao Wei Yang is a specially admitted student. That boy looks ordinary and doesn't seem like a genius at all. Whether it's posts or comments, seeing Yang Qing made him feel a little dizzy, but he still managed to pick up on one piece of information. Body Refinement Tower? Wentao, do you know about this Body Refinement Tower? Yang Qing looked at Guo Wentao beside him and asked casually. Body Refinement Tower? I actually know something about that. This is a unique training and body tempering place at our Shanghai Superpower University. It is said that Zhou Yuan, the martial saint, obtained it from a crevice in a civilization ruin. It can simulate various complex and ever-changing environments, mainly to temper our physical body, mental strength, and elemental energy as superhumans. Furthermore, there are ferocious beasts or alien monsters of the martial warrior to martial general realms as actual combat targets, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, I heard it's very difficult, and many senior students didn't complete it from freshman to senior year graduation. Guo Wentao also excitedly shared the information he knew. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing couldn't stop smiling. Wow, this is practically made just for me. What a wonderful body refining tower. It'll be perfect for helping me cultivate the radiant glazed body. It seems this place will become my second home from now on. Yang Chang, what are you laughing at? Are you going to challenge this body refining tower right now? Guo Wentao asked with some doubt. Hee, of course. I wonder what the requirements are for entering this body refinement tower. Yang Qing said calmly. This body refining tower has 100 floors. The minimum requirement to enter is to reach the martial artist realm. It is said that the enemy on the 100th floor has the strength of the martial spirit realm. Before entering, each person must spend 100 credits, and can only enter once a day. Of course, if you can break the record for clearing the level, you will also receive a generous amount of academic credits. Guo Wentao explained with a face full of excitement. Do I need to use credits? Yes, this is also to control everyone's impulses, and of course, resources are limited. Within the school, academic credits are extremely important. We ordinary students who entered through the martial arts examination do not have credits yet. We need to complete various tasks or competitions to accumulate enough credits before we can enter. Those admitted through special admissions programs usually receive academic credits. Not only are their awakened superpowers stronger than ours, but they also have priority access to resources. This is also to prevent everyone from pretending to be weak while actually being strong, and to encourage fierce competition, basically a winner-takes-all situation. Upon hearing Yang Qing's question, Guo Wentao took a breath and then began to explain. Yang Chang nodded upon hearing this. Yes, our planet Earth is currently facing a great threat from ferocious beasts and alien races. The school is doing this to cultivate a group of people who can shoulder important responsibilities. Wouldn't that mean that if we ordinary students fall behind from the start, we'll fall behind from the start? Those specially admitted students have used the body refinement tower multiple times. By the time we've accumulated enough credits, won't we be lagging behind? Then Yang Qing said calmly. Yang Qing, I think what you're concerned about right now isn't credits, but rather that the starting requirement is the martial artist realm. You seem completely unsurprised by the martial artist realm. Could it be that you? That's right. It's not surprising that someone who can defeat Xiao Weiyan with a single palm strike would advance to the martial artist realm. But the fact that you're not a special admissions student is somewhat unbelievable to me. Guo Wentao was somewhat unsettled by Yang Cheng's strength and attitude. Hee, you guessed right. As for academic credits, can someone else give them to me, or can I only earn them myself? Yang Qing then asked another question. Of course, others can give it to you, but they have to be willing. Another way is to challenge someone to a duel in the ring, with credits as the prize. The loser's credits will be transferred to the winner's student ID through the system, and the school encourages everyone to do this. Okay, I understand, thank you. It seems you really are a know-it-all. You've only just entered the school, yet you already know almost all this information. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch together. Okay, I haven't eaten all day, and I'm hungry too. Yang Qing and Guo Wentao hit it off immediately, quickly tidied up, and headed towards the cafeteria, chatting as they walked. Chapter 60 Twin Sister, Martial Spirit Realm Expert. The two went to a restaurant on campus and ordered several stir-fried dishes. While waiting, Yang Cheng and Guo Wentao chatted idly. During their conversation, Yang Cheng learned that his roommate, Guo Wentao, came from Sichuan Province, which is known as the Land of Abundance. Possessing the A-level superpower Starfall Flame and the strength of a 6th-level Awakened Realm, he ranked among the top 50 in Sichuan Province in this martial arts examination. This surprised Yang Cheng. He had originally thought that the other party was more inclined towards mental abilities, was good at collecting and processing information, and was also a chatterbox. Unexpectedly, the other person was from the same academy as me, both belonging to the Fire Element Academy. When he learned that Yang Qing's martial arts exam score was only 88th in Jiangnan Province, he showed a shocked expression. Yang Qing, your realm has reached the martial artist realm. Most of the special admission students are not at your level. My situation is a bit special, it's all for getting into the Shanghai University of Superpowers. No one stipulates that you have to be the top scorer in the province to get in, right? In response to Guo Wentao's question, Yang Qing smiled and said. At this moment, the two who had been waiting for a long time finally received their meal, which they devoured in a whirlwind. Yang Cheng and Guo Wentao returned to their dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, Ling Xingxue contacted him through the fallen flower. Master, I am already at the 3rd level of martial artist, and I estimate that it won't be long before I become a 4th level martial artist. This, radiant glass body, is simply amazing, and my superpower has also evolved by 1/5. All of this is inseparable from your help, master. Lin Qingxue spoke somewhat hastily, her words filled with fervor and adoration. How is your recovery going? Are you all right? Only when your strength increases can you hunt more ferocious beasts for me. I don't want you personal female slaves to become mere ornaments, hindering my progress. By the way, when you were specially admitted by Huan Huan, did you receive any bonus credits? After a brief greeting, Yang Qing immediately inquired about matters related to academic credits. Yes, master. Sister Huan Huan secured a 1,000 credit discount for both me and Han Suang. I was just about to transfer my credits to you. I'll send you your student ID information in a bit, then you can transfer 200 credits to me. Credits are the hard currency of Magic University, you should save the rest for later. Yang Qing said it calmly. Tell Han Shuang later that we're going to the body refining tower at school first thing tomorrow morning. It's also a good opportunity to hone your skills. Understood, master. Yang Qing then issued the latest instructions, planning to go to the body refining tower together the next day. After cutting off contact, Yang Qing took a picture of the student ID information and sent it to Lin Qingxue. Then she thought of Gu Hansuang, who had not yet cultivated a suitable supernatural body tempering technique. Then they contacted Yin Huan Huan again. Huan Huan, get me a copy of your Yin family's Southern Ming Fire Sword body. Both Han Shuang and I are quite suitable for cultivating this supernatural body forging technique. Without much small talk, Yang Qing went straight to the point and mentioned the S-class supernatural body forging technique. Master, this technique is one of the 3 clan protecting techniques of our Yin family. Please give me some time. The main reason is that I cultivate another technique called 9 Heavens Nirvana Flame Body, and directly asking my family for Southern Bright Fire Sword Body might arouse suspicion from my elders. However, I'd like to borrow this Southern Bright Fire Sword Body that my sister Yin Xiaoxiao practices. Maybe I can get it. It just takes a few days of patience. She is currently in the Rift Space and has not yet returned to Shanghai. To Yang Qing's surprise, Yin Huan Huan did not agree directly, but instead gave a somewhat embarrassed explanation. But when Yang Qing heard that the other person had an older sister, her eyes lit up. Yin Xiaoxiao? Sister? How old is she? How strong is she now? Yang Qing asked with a faint smile. She's only a few minutes older than me, we're twin sisters. But his strength has already reached the martial spirit realm, so he's not someone to mess with. When my sister returns to Shanghai, master, I will find a way to make her your exclusive female slave as well. Yin Huan Huan said with a smile. You always manage to come up with something new and interesting. Don't worry about your sister's matter for now. Help me get the Nanming Lihua sword body first. There's one more thing. How's the villa search going? Hearing Yin Huan Huan's charming and attentive voice, Yang Qing smiled and then asked her a question. Don't worry, master, I was just about to report this to you. I've already found one. It's a villa estate in the suburbs, and I bought it for a small amount of money. It's not far from the university and the surrounding commercial area, which makes it convenient for everyone to attend classes and training. It can easily accommodate at least several dozen people. This is also to plan ahead for the future. You did a great job. I feel at ease with you handling things. Remember to get the Southern Ming Fire Sword body as soon as possible, so as not to affect our later plans. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yang Qing and Yin Huan Huan ended their contact. The next morning, Yang Qing got up early in the morning and did some simple warm-up exercises on the playground. Suddenly finding himself without his personal female slave for morning exercises, he felt a little out of sorts. It seems we need to move to the villa estate as soon as possible. Just as Yang Qing was walking back to his dormitory, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang were already outside dormitory number 88. Ding dong! Who is it, knocking on the door so early in the morning? Hearing the doorbell ring outside the dormitory, Guo Wentao, still half asleep and wearing his pajamas, groggily opened the door. Upon seeing the 2 beautiful young women, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hansuang, he instantly felt a little embarrassed, his face slightly flushed as he said, Excuse me, who are you looking for? You must be Yang Qing's roommate. We've come here to find Yang Cheng. Lin Qingxue covered her cherry-like mouth and said with a soft laugh. Ah? Yang Qing? He just went out for his morning exercise and hasn't come back yet. It's a bit cold outside. If you don't mind, please come into the dorm and wait. Upon hearing that they had come to see Yang Qing, Guo Wentao warmly invited the 2 into the house. No, thank you. We can wait for him outside, he should be back soon. Gu Hanswan said calmly from the side. But in his heart he was thinking. Are you kidding? Without the master's orders, would the two of us dare to enter his dormitory? Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswan then exchanged a glance and remained silent, choosing to wait at the door. This made Guo Wentao, who was inside the door, feel a little embarrassed. He was dumbfounded. What was the relationship between these two girls and Yang Qing? They seemed to be very respectful to him. For a moment, the group stood awkwardly at the dormitory entrance. This left Guo Wentao somewhat at a loss. Chapter 61: A Challenge? Are you worthy? A few minutes later, Yang Qing returned to his dormitory from the playground. From a distance, he saw Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswang standing at the dormitory entrance, with their slightly embarrassed roommate Guo Wentao standing opposite them. You two, now that you're here, why don't you go inside? Qingxue, Hanswang, come in and sit for a while I tidy up. Seeing the three of them looking somewhat at a loss, Yang Qing smiled and said. The simple word left Guo Wentao speechless. If his ears were not deaf, the two girls Yang Qing had just mentioned were the second and third most beautiful girls on the latest list of campus beauties at the Shanghai Superpower University. Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswang are both girls whose looks are comparable to Xia Weiyang's. And now they were standing right in front of him, and they all obeyed only Yang Qing's orders. Goodness, if this gets out, it will be another bombshell, no less powerful than defeating Xia Weiyang with a single blow. Guo Wentao was both shocked and excited. The shock was self-evident, and the excitement stemmed from the fact that these two peerless talents would one day be living in his dormitory, albeit thanks to Yang Qing. These are tangerines from my hometown. You can try them, they're very sweet. Seeing Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswan follow Yang Qing into the dormitory, Guo Wentao breathed a sigh of relief. He went back to his room, changed into clean and tidy casual clothes, and brought fruit to the two of them, placing it on the coffee table not far from the sofa. Okay, thank you. Don't worry about us, just focus on your own things. Lin Qingxue looked at Guo Wentao, who was busy around and seemed a bit dazed, and said with a smile. It's okay, I'm not busy. Guo Wentao sat on the sofa and secretly watched the two campus beauties that countless male students at the Shanghai University of Superpowers dreamed of day and night. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Today, Lin Qingxue was wearing a light white dress, her full breasts standing tall, and her light white tank top was faintly visible. Beneath the knee-length skirt were a pair of slender, jade-like legs encased in semi-transparent flesh-colored stockings, glistening white and alluring, and she wore a pair of light-colored casual shoes. Her long, black, and smooth hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her slender eyebrows, clear and beautiful eyes, delicate nose, and sexy cherry lips were perfectly arranged on her pure and refined face. Gu Hanswan, on the other hand, had a completely different style. She wore a pink and white JK uniform with a cute pink pleated skirt. Her legs were slender and encased in white over-the-knee stockings with sexy lace details at the top, perfectly outlining her beautiful curves. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down her shoulders, adorned with white hair ornaments. Her face was pure yet alluring, exquisitely beautiful, without a trace of makeup, only her natural tenderness and softness. She truly deserves to be the school beauty elected by everyone. The public's judgment is indeed discerning. At this moment, Guo Wentao was also lost in thought. Shortly after, Yang Qing took a quick shower, changed into casual clothes, and came to the living room, smiling faintly as she said. Qingxue, Hanswan, let's go have breakfast first. Okay, let's go. Immediately, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswan also got up, preparing to leave with Yang Qing. Seeing this, Guo Wentao, somewhat embarrassed, asked. Yang Qing, may I take a picture of the two school beauties as a keepsake? I don't want to miss this rare sight. Yang Qing turned her head and glanced at Guo Wentao a few times, then looked at the two people beside her. Alright, I'll give you this chance since you're my roommate. Let's just take a simple picture in the living room. Guo Wentao was also excited upon hearing this. He quickly ran back to his room, took out his latest SLR camera, and captured an eternal memory for the two school beauties, Lin Qingxue and Gu Hanswang. Guo Wentao, if it's convenient, could you take a picture of the two of us and Yang Qing together? Yang Qing, what do you mean? Then Lin Qingxue smiled and said. Okay, of course. Guo Wentao said with a smile. Yang Qing shook his head slightly and said calmly. I don't like taking photos, Wentao. Develop the photos and give each of them a copy later. Is everything all right now? Let's go. Yang Qing, thank you. As for the photos, leave it to me. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Guo Wentao nodded. Seeing the photos in the camera, he was very satisfied and gratefully agreed. Half an hour later. After having breakfast, Yang Cheng and his two companions arrived at a tall building next to the Shanghai University of Superpowers. This is the most popular place at the Magic University, and also his destination on this trip, the Body Refining Tower. The Body Refining Tower soared into the clouds, its top invisible at a glance. It was 100 stories high and its design resembled the Yellow Crane Tower. The tower was covered with various strange and bizarre symbols and markings, clearly indicating that it was not a product of Earth. It evokes a sense of ancient, untamed history and destiny. By this time, the area was already crowded with students who had come to climb. In fact, there were many students here every day, forming long, densely packed queues. Yang Qing, accompanied by two school beauties, naturally attracted the attention of many students. Family members, who is this? School hasn't even officially started yet, and they're already making such a big splash? They look a bit unfamiliar, not like a sophomore or junior. How is that possible? First-year students haven't even officially started school yet. Besides, entering the Body Refining Tower requires at least the martial artist realm. Apart from those few specially admitted students, the vast majority of freshmen are still in the awakening realm. The man looks unfamiliar, but the two girls next to him look familiar, like I've seen them somewhere before? Oh, I remember now, they are the goddesses on the school beauty list this year, Lin Qingshuet and Gu Hansuang. Holy crap, that guy looks like the scoundrel who defeated the goddess Xiao Weiyang with a single palm strike. How dare he show up here? As soon as Yang Qing and his group were about to line up, many people recognized their identities. Humph, you really think you can challenge the Body Refining Tower just because you defeated Xiao Weiyang? He really doesn't know his own limitations. Everyone, guess how many levels he can pass? He will surely fail within 5 levels. If I can defeat Xiao Weiyang, I should be able to clear around the 7th floor. After recognizing Yang Qing's identity, everyone immediately lowered their heads and began to whisper among themselves. Yang Qing, I challenge you to a ring match. Just as Yang Qing and his group were queuing, a tall, muscular man appeared, looking at him angrily and saying something. Who are you? I've got a lot of people challenging me, so you'll have to get in line. If you have the patience, wait for me to challenge the Body Refinement Tower once. If you still dare to challenge me, then I will be the first to duel with you. Yang Qing glanced at the other person indifferently and said with a half smile.